My father is a well-known man, but I've been fostered by relatives since I was a child. Now I serve as the deputy head of a remote village. Because of my low-ranking position, I was often bullied. Seeing that I had no hope of getting promoted, my girlfriend finally left me. Just when I thought I was completely forgotten by the world, the father who had abandoned me for 25 years suddenly started to investigate my whereabouts. Have you found Johnson Lee? Hey guy, thanks for watching. Please subscribe to my channel and let me know you want next part in the comment section. Yinjing, the center of China's power, symbolizes supreme majesty and influence. A middle-aged man, about 50 years old, wearing a well-fitting suit, with neatly combed hair and a sharp face, was sitting in a palace-like office. On the mahogany desk, there was a yellowed photo. The man's eyes stayed on the photo, and he fell into deep thought. The baby in the photo was lying in the cradle, sleeping peacefully. The man's eyes gradually softened, and his usually cold and hard face also seemed a little soft at this moment. He gently put the photo down, slowly put it into the drawer, slowly raised his head, and looked at the secretary standing in front of him. "How's Johnson doing lately?" The man's voice was low and full of concern. The secretary, dressed in a neat suit and standing expressionless, replied, "Sir, Johnson is not doing well and has encountered some difficulties at work recently." The man frowned slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, tell me more about it." The secretary continued. "Johnson was originally the secretary of the executive deputy mayor of Pingyang City, but due to internal struggles, he failed. The former mayor was transferred to the Hanjiang Provincial People's Congress to take up a sinecure, and Johnson was also implicated and eventually transferred to a remote township as deputy township head, with no clear responsibilities for the time being." The man's face suddenly darkened, and he cursed in a low voice. How dare those people treat him like this? He clenched his fists, and his eyes became sharp and deep. At that moment, the usual gentleness disappeared, replaced by an oppressive majesty, as if it could see through everything and made people feel suffocated. The secretary could sense the chief's anger and could not help but tense up slightly. "Chief, can you let me pass on a message to the Hanjiang Provincial Committee privately to try to get Johnson back to Pingyang City or to transfer him directly to the Hanjiang Provincial Committee? After all, his current environment is difficult and he is being marginalized." A trace of thought flashed through the man's eyes, and then he responded calmly, "No. If we do it too directly, it may expose our relationship, and then some people with ulterior motives will definitely take the opportunity to make trouble." He paused, then said calmly, "Call Ilan over. I have something to tell her." The secretary nodded silently, turned around, and left quietly. Not long after, a woman in a business suit walked in with a dignified demeanor. "Chief, what instructions do you have?" The man glanced at her calmly and said in a serious tone, "I've trained you for so many years. It's time for you to display your talents." "Commander, please give me your instructions." The man nodded slightly. "I will send you to Hanjiang Province to serve as the Executive Deputy Director of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department. Your mission is to do everything in your power to establish contact with Johnson in Weishui Township, Pingyang City, and use your connections and resources to pave the way for him and ensure his future career." Johnson many times. According to rumors, this man had a complicated identity and had sent young Johnson back to the countryside to be raised by distant relatives for historical reasons. "I understand, Chief. I will ensure that the task is completed." Lilan agreed immediately without any hesitation. After Lilan left, the man picked up the baby photo again and immersed himself in it. 25 years ago, he personally sent this baby, who was not even a month old, back to the countryside to be raised by a distant cousin. Now, the baby has grown up and become a young man in his 20s. The man stroked the photo gently, a hint of moisture in his eyes, but soon, that resolute look flashed again. He stood up suddenly and said in a low but firm voice, "My child, you must have suffered a lot in the past years. Don't worry, in the days ahead, I will go all out to get you back on the political stage with unstoppable force. No one will look down on you anymore, and whoever dares to block your progress will be doomed to eternal damnation." He clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind to pave a bright future for Johnson. Chapter 001. I was standing in the courtyard of the Weishui Township government, having just finished breakfast in the township cafeteria and preparing to return to the office. Suddenly, a burly, fierce-looking man came towards me. He was Gudatong, and today he blocked my way. "Johnson, What the hell do you mean? Secretary Liu has already approved the village renovation project of Shangshui Village. As the deputy township head in charge of the village, why don't you approve it? Gu Datong was furious, with a strong provocation in his words. His loud voice quickly attracted the attention of the people around him, and many curious eyes suddenly appeared in the government compound. Everyone was either pointing or whispering, knowing clearly that the relationship between Gu Datong and Secretary Liu was unusual, and that I had undoubtedly become the scapegoat in this power struggle. Everyone knows that Gu Datong is Secretary Liu's brother-in-law. If you offend him, you are offending Secretary Liu. Johnson is really stupid. He has to make things difficult for him. He deserves to be scolded. He still thinks he's the deputy mayor's secretary? Why is he pretending to be such a big shot? He's just a deputy township head. He's nothing in Weishui Township. Seeing the people around me sneer and pity, I felt a chill in my heart. Gu Datong seemed to enjoy the feeling of being in control of everything. He threw a project approval form in my face provocatively. Pick it up, sign it, and I will spare your life today. I lowered my head and reached out to pick up the fallen approval form. At this moment, everyone thought I would compromise and give in. However, when I picked up the paper, a mysterious smile appeared on my lips. I did not sign it, but folded the approval form in half and then tore it. The paper instantly broke into 2 pieces and scattered. The air around them froze instantly, and everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Gu Datong's face suddenly changed. His lips trembled, anger and surprise intertwined. You are looking for death. He roared, his eyes bloodshot, and his anger almost erupted. I threw the torn approval form into pieces towards Gu Datong's face. Confetti fell on his face like snowflakes, completely igniting his anger. You dare, Gu Datong roared, and then waved his hand to command the 4 strong men who got off the car behind him to rush towards me. The 4 men were burly and rubbing their hands, obviously not intending to show mercy. The tense atmosphere spread instantly, and the entire government compound was dead silent. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the conflict to break out. For thugs surrounded me, but I remained calm and expressionless. Just when everyone thought I was about to be attacked, I suddenly attacked. My fist was like a gust of wind, knocking down 2 thugs in an instant. They fell to the ground, their eyes went dark, and they immediately lost their fighting ability. The other 2 thugs wanted to fight back, but I quickly suppressed them. Like an experienced fighter, I knocked them down mercilessly. The next 2 fighters, one was hit in the side of the face by my punch and fainted, and the other one was chased by me and punched more than 10 times, until his face was covered with blood. After the 4 thugs fell, my eyes locked coldly on Gu Datong. At this moment, Gu Datong finally felt a fear he had never felt before. At that moment, his arrogance completely disappeared, replaced by deep fear and dread. Johnson, he shouted tremblingly, his voice sounding weak and powerless. You dare to hit me? Aren't you afraid of losing your position as deputy township head? Hit me if you dare. He still gritted his teeth and said tough words, but I could clearly see the cold sweat on his forehead and his legs were slightly weak. Obviously, under my gaze, his toughness had become vulnerable. I walked towards him step by step, and my cold gaze made him breathless. Gu Datong finally panicked, took 3 steps back, and said with a trembling tone, "You, what are you going to do?" I grabbed his collar without hesitation and pulled him into my office. "Come on, go to my office and I'll sign for you," I said coldly. He was obviously a little stunned, but soon realized what I meant. There are many people here, and if I act too harshly here, I'm afraid it will cause more trouble. So I decided to take him back to the office, close the door, and deal with him properly. "Let me go. I won't go. Can I not sign it? Mayor Lee, please talk to me nicely. Help me, brother-in-law, help me." Gu Datong shouted and begged for help. Seeing him like this, I couldn't help but sneer. However, the people around him were obviously very satisfied with his treatment. Everyone had heard about Gu Datong's brutality in the village, and no one dared to mess with him. Today, someone finally kicked the steel plate, and everyone was secretly happy, and no one intervened. I pushed Gu Datong into my office and slammed the door shut. Then a series of slaps were heard from inside the room, and Gu Datong's screams of pain continued. "I won't sign it. I won't sign it. Brother-in-law, save me." At this moment, Roberto, the township party secretary, was sitting in his office on the 3rd floor. When he heard Gu Datong's screams downstairs, his face became gloomy and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 002. Gu Datong's screams echoed in the government compound for a long time, until his breath gradually weakened. I dragged him out of the office and left this unrecognizable bully in the yard. At this moment, the crowd upstairs were still watching. Seeing Gu Datong's face swollen like a pig's head, they couldn't help but whisper, "Fuck, Mayor Lee is so cruel." Gu Datong was beaten beyond recognition. He deserves it. Let's see if he dares to do evil in our compound again. He is the secretary's brother-in-law. Mayor Lee has offended the secretary. I ignored their comments, walked to the tap, washed the blood off my fist, shook off the water stains on my hands, and walked straight to Roberto's office on the third floor. No matter how bold Gu Datong is, he has Roberto's support behind him. Without Roberto's instructions, would he dare to commit a crime openly in the government compound? I dragged Gu Datong into the office, just to see if his screams could lure out the old fox Roberto. However, in the end, I underestimated the calmness of this fox. Gu Datong was beaten so badly, but Roberto didn't react at all. Obviously, this old fox is not as easy to be lured out as I thought. Since he refuses to show up, I will take the initiative to find him and have a fight with him in person, so that this old guy can understand that although I've been demoted to the countryside, I am not someone who can be bullied by anyone. As I walked up to the third floor and passed through the crowd, Yang Ping, deputy secretary of the party committee, suddenly grabbed my arm. "What's wrong?" I looked at her puzzledly. She smiled and said softly, "Those people were the first to do it. I filmed the whole process and sent it to your email." "Thank you, Sister Ping." I responded with a smile. Yang Ping is 3 years older than me, married and childless. Perhaps because of our similar age, we have a lot of common topics, and she has become one of the few team members with whom I have a good relationship. I knocked on Roberto's office door and saw him leisurely sitting in a chair drinking tea. When he saw me come in, his attitude instantly became polite. "What's the matter?" I quickly caught the hint of hatred at the corner of his mouth, but he tried his best to conceal his emotions. After all, he was an old fox who was used to seeing many situations. I said directly, "Secretary Liu, Gu Datong, and a group of thugs are openly committing crimes in the township government. I ask you to immediately notify the police station to arrest them and conduct an investigation." Roberto pretended to be shocked. "Oh, this little bastard dared to beat someone up in the township government? It's simply lawless." His face was full of concern. "How are you, Johnson? Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I replied calmly, "but I hope Secretary Liu will handle things impartially and notify the police station to handle the matter as soon as possible. I have evidence of their crime." I took out my cell phone from my pocket and shook it for him to see. Roberto was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that I would keep the evidence. He paused, finally dropped his disguise, sneered and said, "Johnson, you know that Gu Datong is my brother-in-law, and you don't give him any face? Okay, then call the police, and I will handle it however I want." I was prepared and replied with a sneer, "I've already called the police, and the police are probably on their way. I'll trouble Secretary Liu to go and get them out personally." Roberto was furious when he heard the challenge in my words, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger. "You!" He stood up angrily, but found that he couldn't fight back, so he had to swallow his anger. "Nothing. I'm leaving first." I turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait." Roberto called me coldly. I turned around and saw him pick up a document from the table and hand it to me. "This is the document issued by the county this morning." 3 days later, the executive deputy director of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department will come to Shannon County to investigate poverty alleviation work, and specifically asked to visit our Weishui Township and Shanshui Village, which is under your subcontract. I took the document and glanced at it casually. Notice from the Organization Department of the Provincial Party Committee. Looking at the title on the document, I understood everything clearly. Roberto's eyes flashed with cunning, and with a smug arc on the corner of his mouth, he sneered and said, "Johnson, you have been with the city leaders for so long. The provincial leaders may know you. I guess they won't make it difficult for you because of your kindness. And then our Weishui Township will be able to make some money through your connections." I knew he was trying to put pressure on me and force me to make a choice, but I had already seen through his calculations. This investigation was nominally a poverty alleviation investigation, but in reality, it was just an inspection of poverty alleviation work by superiors. The situation in Shanshui Village is not optimistic. There are many poor families, the infrastructure is poor, and poverty alleviation funds are not allocated reasonably. Roberto knew that if he found any problems during this investigation, he would have the opportunity to use it to suppress me. I took a deep breath, adjusted my mood, and replied calmly, Secretary Liu, since this is unavoidable, I will accept it. As for the poverty alleviation funds for Shangshui Village, please transfer the funds diverted from other villages to Shangshui Village. The 120 poor families in Shangshui Village urgently need these funds to improve their lives. Roberto was stunned again, obviously not expecting me to agree so readily, and even mentioned the need for poverty alleviation funds. His plan was completely disrupted by me. 200,000, not a penny more. Roberto gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger in his heart, and agreed decisively. I took the note he approved, sneered in my heart, turned around, and left the office. After leaving Roberto's office, I turned on my mobile phone and checked the leadership information of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department, wanting to confirm which leader would come to Weishui Township for investigation. When the page opened, the profile picture of a beautiful woman with short hair came into view. Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department, Li Lan, female, 32 years old. Chapter 003, A Belated Breakup. 32 years old, director level. How amazing is this background? I was stunned for 2 seconds, but soon I was relieved. Some people are born at the top of the pyramid. Such things are common in society, and there is nothing to be surprised about. The sun is dazzling, like a warrior wearing golden armor and holding a spear, high above, indifferent to everything, radiantly shining, declaring its authority. I walked along the shadow of the maple tree to the outside of the township government. In 3 days, the provincial government will come to inspect, and I have to hurry to Shangshui Village to arrange work. The poverty alleviation funds have finally arrived. This time, I have to make sure that every penny is spent wisely and truly benefits the villagers. When I was thinking about how to use the money, a woman in a red dress suddenly appeared in front of me. I saw who it was and called out with a smile. Xiao Jie, why are you here? She is my girlfriend of more than a year, Bai Jie. Half a year ago, something happened to my job, and I was transferred to Weishui Township for a temporary post, which has led to us being apart more often than together in the past 6 months. Especially in the past 2 months, we have basically not had any video calls. She either rejected the call or hung up after just a few words. I walked up to her, smiled, and tried to hold her hand, but she coldly shook it off. My smile faded and my brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong with you? She said expressionlessly and coldly. Johnson, let's break up. Break up? I was stunned. No wonder her attitude changed during this period. The video call was not connected, and the chat was not going on. It turned out that she had changed her mind. She continued, You used to be the secretary of the executive vice mayor. You were promoted to deputy section chief at a young age. I thought you had a bright future, and I could enjoy life with you. But I didn't expect that you were just a grassroots person. You were demoted to this godforsaken place at the slightest disturbance. You are no longer worthy of being with me. I know that Bai Jie has the confidence to say this because her father is the deputy director of the Municipal Water Conservancy Bureau, and her mother is the deputy director of the hospital. She has been a second-generation official since she was a child, and she has no worries about food and clothing. But I was born in the countryside and have no background at all. At that time, I was able to do well in the municipal party committee office, all by luck and opportunity. Now, my luck has run out, and I have become an ordinary person with no background. Seeing that I had no reaction, Bai Jie became even more arrogant. I fell in love with you because you had power and potential. But now, you are just a useless man, nothing. You are not worth wasting my time on. I smiled helplessly. When I was the deputy mayor's secretary, I was surrounded by women, and many colleagues introduced me to girlfriends. Bai Jie was one of them. She was beautiful, with fair skin and a bright appearance. But in my opinion, she was just a vase. What she valued was my power and future, not me as a person. So, I was not surprised that she proposed to break up today, and I was even relieved. I nodded gently. Okay, let's break up. She was stunned, obviously not expecting me to be so indifferent. Her face turned angry. What did you say? I sneered and said coldly. You can go now. Her face turned pale instantly, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She was one of the 10 beauties in Pingyang City, and there were countless people pursuing her. Her family was powerful, and she was about to be promoted to deputy section chief in the municipal government. How could someone like her accept a man who was demoted to the countryside, treating her like this. You're so brave, she said angrily. I'm telling you, if we break up today, I'll be cheating on you. Yishao has already chased me. Mr. He, I smiled indifferently, not taking it seriously at all. I have been with Mayor Qian for 2 years and have seen a lot of things. What she said is not worth mentioning. As for her saying that I was cheating, I knew she was not a good person. Being with her was just to find a warm body to fill the emptiness in my heart. Whoever takes it seriously will lose. Her threats did not panic me at all, but made me even colder. She was no longer the woman I once respected, but a person who disgusted me. Bai Jie's self-esteem was severely hurt. She glared at me angrily, then turned around, got into her red luxury car, and left angrily. I ignored her, started my second-hand car, and headed for Shangshui Village. In 3 days, the leaders of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department will come to inspect. Although I don't expect to make Shangshui Village perfect, I am confident that most villagers will be satisfied with my work. As for the final result, it is no longer something I can control. Anyway, I have fulfilled my responsibilities to the best of my ability. At the same time, Roberto received a mysterious phone call in his office. His attitude towards the other party was surprisingly respectful. The voice on the other end of the phone was steady and stern. If Johnson can get away with it this time, your promotion to deputy director will be ruined. Yes, leader, Roberto answered immediately. This inspection is presided over by Li Lan, the newly appointed executive vice minister of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department. I heard that she is extremely strict with work requirements and has dealt with several county and township-level cadres. You also know the situation in Shangshui Village. This time she will definitely be dissatisfied. Johnson will definitely not get away this time. Ha, that's good. The other party's voice was full of sneers. To be on the safe side, arrange for your brother-in-law to find someone to throw some dirty water on Johnson. Make the matter as big as possible. This time, Johnson must be completely wiped out. Chapter 004, Gu Datong's Revenge. As soon as I drove into the courtyard of the village committee, Wang Shengli and other members of the 3-committee team were already waiting. Everyone knew that a senior leader from the province was coming to inspect, and the atmosphere was too tense to ignore. Hearing that the leader of this inspection was of a special status, everyone seemed at a loss. My arrival undoubtedly became their life-saving straw. When they saw me, their expressions immediately changed, as if they had found strength to rely on. Village Headley, Shangshui Village lags behind other villages. What should we do if the provincial leaders are unhappy when they come? Wang Shengli asked anxiously with a frown as he entered the meeting room. Headley, poverty alleviation requires money, but our village has less than 20,000 yuan in operating funds a year. Now the leaders are coming to inspect. What do you think we should do? Another village cadre asked. Village Chiefly, you're also a leader of the village. Can you try to get some funding? Since you took over our village, you haven't even managed to get a single dollar of poverty alleviation funds. As soon as the topic started, everyone started to complain collectively, and the atmosphere became increasingly depressing. Especially the director of women's affairs, Gao Yalan, spoke with dissatisfaction. She was in her 30s, beautiful, eloquent, as if she could solve any problem in one breath. She frowned slightly, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Village Chiefly, although you are a big shot from the city, even if you have some conflicts with Secretary Liu, it should not be difficult to get tens of thousands of yuan from other channels. The Village Yanko team is short of a few musical instruments, and the fitness equipment in the small square at the east end is also broken. As a leader, shouldn't you solve these practical difficulties for us ordinary people? When she talked about poverty alleviation, she brought up the Yanko team again. Although such topics can be regarded as part of poverty alleviation, the anxiety and pressure in her heart still cannot be hidden. I smiled and asked, how much do you want? 50 or 60,000? No, 20 or 30,000 will be enough. Gao Yalan's tone was a little hesitant, and it was obvious that she was afraid that the amount she proposed was too high and would put me in an awkward position. Other committee members also echoed, any amount is fine. Some is better than nothing. Obviously, no one had too high expectations. I took out a piece of paper from my file bag and handed it to Wang Shengli. This is 200,000 yuan. Secretary Liu personally approved it this morning. Asked the accountant to go to the finance office and transfer the money to the village account immediately. 200,000? Everyone was stunned, and all their eyes turned to the note in Wang Shengli's hand. Wang Shengli picked up the note, checked it carefully several times, and said in shock, "It's really 200,000. My God, I have never seen so much funding at one time in all my years as a branch secretary." Gao Yalan excitedly ran to my side, hugged my arm warmly, and praised me repeatedly. "Village Chief Lee, you are amazing." "Yalan, you haven't had sex with Mayor Lee. So how do you know he is capable?" Another committee member interrupted. Gao Yalan not only did not blush, but smiled even more brightly. "Of course, Mayor Lee is handsome and young. He must be capable." Everyone laughed together, and the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. The laughter gradually died down, and the meeting officially began. In order to prepare for the upcoming inspection, I made detailed arrangements with the village committee cadres. First of all, in terms of the appearance of the village, we decided to completely abandon the previous method of whitewashing a large area. Such a face-saving project costs a lot of money, but the effect is not obvious. It is neither beautiful nor practical. The main streets of Shanshui village are painted and sprayed white every quarter, but this waste is not only costly, but also does not provide any substantial help to the villagers. I rejected the suggestion of Gu Datong's construction team. This kind of beautification project will only make the people give the money for nothing. After discussion, I finally decided to mobilize the villagers to participate, adopt the method of each sweeping the snow in front of his own door, temporarily hire poor households as cleaners, and increase the number of trash cans. In this way, everyone will pay attention to the sanitation environment in the village. Naturally, no one will litter, and the environment will be improved immediately. As for the poverty alleviation issue, I proposed a more practical solution. The assistance to each poor family should not be the same, but should be tailored according to the actual situation. For example, the elderly who live alone and are covered by the 5 guarantees can be sent to the nursing home in the township for centralized care, and the part of the cost that is not enough will be subsidized by the village. For villagers who have lost their ability to work due to illness or disability, in addition to basic protection, we also need to formulate assistance measures based on the actual situation of the family. For example, families with students can apply for student loans for their children, and the village will provide some subsidies to ensure that they do not drop out of school due to poverty. In addition, I also suggest that the village collective should invest in some breeding enterprises and distribute dividends every 6 months or a year, with part of the dividends used to subsidize particularly poor families. Although this method is difficult to supervise, it is still a feasible poverty alleviation path as long as the village committee is responsible enough. It was already noon after the meeting. Gao Yalan cooked a big pot of noodles in the village committee, and everyone ate while discussing how to implement these plans. Everyone was sweating while eating. Although the work was not finished, everyone seemed to be in a much more relaxed mood. Wang Shengli notified the party members and villagers, and they all voted together to decide how to use the 200,000 yuan poverty alleviation fund. After the vote, the village committee members dispersed to each household and conveyed the content of the meeting one by one. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the villagers took their brooms and went to the streets to clean up. Shangshui village suddenly became very lively, and the villagers were full of happy smiles, as if they had returned to the era of eating from the same big pot. At the same time, in the only KTV box in Weishui Township, Gu Datong was lying on the sofa with a grim look on his face. A woman in a short skirt was applying ice to reduce swelling, but he took the opportunity to make a move. This method of pain transfer was something Gu Datong was always good at. "Brother, have you brought the person here?" Gu Datong asked viciously. "Brother, I brought it." The younger brother pushed a thin, middle-aged man into the box. Gu Datong didn't waste any words and slapped the man directly. "Brother Tong, I will pay you back in a few days. Please forgive me this time." The man covered his face and knelt in front of him trembling. "Return? What are you going to give me in return?" Gu Datong sneered and slapped the man again. "Brother Tong, stop hitting me. Give me one chance. I can do anything." The man begged for mercy desperately. Gu Datong kicked him away, lit up a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled sinisterly. "You said it. You can do whatever I ask you to do." 3 days later, the leaders of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department will come to Shangshui Village for research. You stand up and report, Johnson. Chapter 005, 200,000 bad checks. Through the joint efforts of the villagers, the appearance of Shangshui Village has changed significantly. Everyone is looking forward to the village accountant to withdraw funds in time and start implementing the next assistance plan. However, Just when everyone was full of expectations, the village accountant, Wang Chung, rushed into the village committee panting. Without waiting for us to inquire about the situation, he stamped his feet and cursed. Those bastards in the finance office made me wait there for a whole day, and in the end Mao Xiaojun simply said that there was no money and sent me away. This is simply playing tricks on us. As soon as the words came out, everyone exploded. We knew that the provincial party committee's research team would be coming in 2 days, but they said that the money would be available in a month. Are they deliberately making things difficult for our Shangshui village? A cadre said angrily. What should we do now that we have no money? Can we provide practical assistance to the villagers? When the research team comes, the people will not accept empty promises. If they don't get real help, they will definitely not praise as cadres in front of the research team. Village Chief Lee, can the assistance measures you mentioned be implemented? Aren't we all happy for nothing? I looked at these anxious village cadres in front of me, with a calm face, but secretly thinking in my heart. Roberto's funding commitment seemed very straightforward at first glance, but in fact he just wanted to shift the responsibility to the finance office. When the research team came, he could insist that Shangshui village did not receive the funds and completely shift the responsibility to the finance office. Village Chief Lee, please think of another solution. Wang Shengli looked at me and urged anxiously. You wait a moment. Wang Chung, come with me to the finance office. I stood up, walked out the door, and drove to the finance office with Wang Chung. In the car, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. Normally, the finance office would not dare to refuse the money approved by Roberto. But this time, it was obvious that Mao Xiaojun had received some instructions and deliberately made things difficult for our Shangshui village, or more precisely for me. I know that if I want to get the money smoothly this time, I may need to take unconventional measures. After arriving at the finance office, we looked everywhere, but we couldn't find anyone after searching for half a day. It was not yet time to get off work. So where did all these people go? I took out my cell phone and called Mao Xiaojun. After 2 rings, I heard the busy prompt tone. I gritted my teeth and couldn't help cursing. Hang up on me. Just when I was at a loss as to what to do, a noise came from the cafeteria inside the finance office, as if someone was drinking. I looked closely and saw Mao Xiaojun's voice mixed in. Never mind, let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria to find him. I took Wang Chengchao to the cafeteria without hesitation. Wang Cheng was obviously a little hesitant. He saw that I was in a bad mood and was worried about a conflict with the other party. As a small village accountant, he knew that he might be humiliated. Village Chief Lee, please go ahead. I'll be waiting outside, Wang Cheng said cautiously. I nodded. Get the note ready and be ready to withdraw money at any time. Okay. Wang Cheng agreed, but he was thinking, how could Mao Xiaojun be so easy to talk to? Mayor Li was just a deputy mayor. Could he obey his orders? I walked straight into the cafeteria, and as soon as I entered the door, a middle-aged chef stopped me. He was big, burly, and had a face full of flesh. When he saw me coming in, he said impatiently, Didn't you see the sign "No Outsiders Allowed" on the door? Get out of here. Johnson, the deputy head of Weishui Township. I'm here to see Mao Xiaojun and ask him to come out to see me immediately. I responded bluntly. The chef's face changed, and he became nervous, but then he looked a little disdainful. What's wrong with the deputy township head? I'm just a cook. I don't know anyone. I only listen to our chief, Mao. No one else is allowed to come in. Get out now. I looked at his impatient look and was too lazy to talk to him anymore. I just walked past him and went to the deep end of the cafeteria. I stopped at the door and shouted loudly, Mao Xiaojun, if you don't come out, you will regret not seeing me today. My voice shocked the cook, and he didn't dare to stop me anymore, so he could only stand there silently. This shout obviously frightened him, because he knew that if Director Mao got angry, he might not be safe. But the cook obviously didn't realize this. He walked up to me angrily, stretched out his strong arms, grabbed my collar, and prepared to push me out of the cafeteria. How dare you come here to cause trouble? Are you tired of living? He said as he increased his strength. My face darkened, and I quickly grabbed his arm with my right hand. With a sudden force, my 5 fingers dug into his muscles. Ah! The cook screamed and almost fainted from the pain. Stop! Village Chief Lee, what are you doing? Mao Xiaojun finally couldn't help it and walked out. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He was followed by a few shirtless young men, who were obviously the village ruffians. When they saw the conflict between me and the cook, they stood further away from me. I let go of the cook's arm and saw him slumped on the ground in pain, his emotions calm. Director Mao, give me a reasonable explanation why the funds have not been disbursed yet. Mao Xiaojuan's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to get angry again. He could only sneer and ask, Village Chief Li, you are so anxious to find me. Is there something wrong? I looked at him coldly and said, the 200,000 yuan that Secretary Liu personally approved should be transferred to the Shangshui village account immediately, so that you won't be able to shirk responsibility if the research team asks about it. Mao Xiaojun was so angry that he clenched his teeth, but he didn't dare to talk back. I continued to sneer. If you reject me, you'd better have a good reason. How can a township not have a reserve fund of 200,000 yuan? Village Chief Li, I'm not trying to fool you. The finance office really has no money. Mao Xiaojun was sweating profusely, and there was obvious panic in his words. I took out my cell phone and called Roberto in front of him. Secretary Liu, I am officially reporting to you now that the finance office did not allocate funds according to your instructions. The assistant's work in Shangshui village cannot be carried out. If the research team asks, I will report the matter of Director Mao's shirking of responsibility truthfully. Please be prepared. After hanging up the phone, I immediately called Wang Xingli. Old Wang, gather all the poor households in the village and ask them to come to the finance office immediately. Tell them that Director Mao wants to treat them to a meal. Chapter 6 give you 3 minutes to transfer money. Village Chief Li, what are you doing? Are you threatening me? Even if the people of Shangshui village surrounded the finance office, there is still no money. Mao Xiaojun frowned, and at this moment he had lost all confidence. First, he cannot bear the accusation of shirking responsibility. If the research team investigates and finds that the finance department has not allocated money, he, as the director of the finance department, will be held responsible. Second, there are more than 100 poor households in Shangshui village. If one person comes from each household, the finance office will be surrounded. Now anyone can be offended except the common people. If he cannot give a reasonable answer in public, he will be in a difficult situation. As soon as I used these 2 moves, Mao Xiaojun immediately lost his composure. Just when he was overwhelmed, Roberto's phone suddenly rang. I stood there without moving, watching Mao Xiaojun hurriedly hide in the inner room to answer the phone. After a while, I heard him shouting, Secretary Liu, Johnson is too much. He even threatened me and said he would bring the people to besiege the finance office. Roberto's roar came from the other end of the phone. Shut up. Listen to me and don't interrupt. Mao Xiaojun immediately fell silent, waiting for instructions like a puppet. The money can be allocated, but it has to be divided into 3 to 5 batches. This way we can deal with him, and our responsibility will be less. A few tens of thousands of dollars won't make a difference. When the research team arrives, he will be finished anyway. After hanging up the phone, Mao Xiaojun instantly became alert. In his eyes, Roberto's move was really smart, as it not only got rid of me, but also saved himself. On the other side, Roberto was smoking in his office. He never thought that I could pass the finance office so easily. After extinguishing his cigarette, he snorted coldly. Johnson, I'll let you run around for a few more days. You can't even repair a cement road with 200,000 yuan. What else can you do? Weishui Township can't tolerate you. You must get out. Half a year ago, I was demoted from municipal government to the deputy head of Weishui Township. Roberto first tried to win me over with money and beauty, and even pushed his sister-in-law out, but I didn't buy it at all. When soft tactics didn't work, he used hard tactics. He suppressed me overtly and covertly, squeezed me out of the power center, but also pushed me completely to the opposite side. Every time he made an improper proposal at a meeting, I would refute it in public. This challenged his authority as the top leader like never before. He instructed his brother-in-law Gu Datong to show off his power to me, but Gu Datong also failed. This made Roberto feel that I must have someone behind me. But no matter what, he was sure that I was a thorn in his side that had to be removed. In the finance office, Mao Xiaojun answered the phone and immediately put on a smiling face. Village Chief Li, why make such a fuss? I will allocate 200,000 yuan to Shangshui village in batches. What do you think? I had expected him to give in, so I asked directly, how many batches? How much can you give today? Mao Xiaojun pretended to calculate and said it would be 4 batches and 50,000 would be given today. I interrupted him directly. 3 batches, 100,000 today. He started to do Tai Chi. Village Chief Li, please don't embarrass me. I looked at my watch and said coldly, more than 200 poor households in Shangshui village will be here soon. You have 5 minutes to consider. As time went by, Mao Xiaojun's face became uglier and uglier. When I counted to 3 minutes, he finally couldn't hold it anymore. Okay, 100,000. After getting the funding, I shouted to the outside of the door, Accountant Wong, come in. Mao Xiaojun walked out with his head hung and muttered something as he passed by me. In the cafeteria, the four hooligans and the cook were still there. I stared at the hooligans with cold eyes. Get lost. They were stunned at first, and then they were like deflated balls. After all, I had just taught Gu Datong a lesson this morning. How could they dare to challenge me with their weight? They ran away in disgrace. The cook wanted to hide, but he didn't even dare to raise his head. I ignored him and walked out. As soon as I walked out, Accountant Wong came to greet me. Village Chief Li, you are amazing. The 100,000 yuan in hand solved the urgent needs of the village. Mao Xiaojun stood upstairs, watching us talking and laughing, with a sneer on his face. In his eyes, he was in charge of the purse strings of the entire township, and no one dared to force him like this except the secretary and the township head. He was looking forward to the research team coming quickly so that he could make me look bad. On the way back to the village, Accountant Wong kept talking excitedly. As soon as he entered the village, the villagers immediately surrounded him. When Accountant Wong showed the check for 100,000 yuan, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Gao Yalin's eyes lit up. Village head, are you hungry? Let's go to my house, and I'll cook for you. Everyone realized what was going on, and their stomachs started growling. A group of people chatted and laughed as they walked towards the village. The Provincial Party Committee research team will arrive in 2 days. Chapter 7, Go Find Johnson. At 5 in the morning, when the sky was still gloomy, I and my colleagues from the village committee gathered in the yard. Half an hour later, more than a dozen cars drove in, and township officials also arrived on time. At 6 o'clock, the police station and the law enforcement team quietly guarded the entrance to the village, allowing only villagers to leave and not letting people from other villages in. As time went by, the township cadres took us to the households to make final preparations. At 7 o'clock, the hot steam buns and fried dough sticks were delivered. Everyone took a few quick bites, but everyone was worried that the Provincial Party Committee's research team would be here soon. The courtyard of the village committee was crowded with people, and everyone's face was tense. After all, this was a special inspection by the province, and there was no room for carelessness. Before 8 o'clock, the heads of the county's poverty alleviation office, government office, and other departments showed up one after another, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. In the crowd, Roberto seemed particularly relaxed. He had already cleared himself of responsibility and was now sitting in the conference room, watching us busying around with a barely perceptible smugness on his lips. I heard that Lilan, the executive deputy director of the Provincial Party Committee's organization department, who led the team this time, was famous for his iron-faced and impartiality. Roberto probably thought I was going to fall. Mayor Hu Dawei came back from municipal party school on leave, and he was completely different from Roberto. He was restless, pacing back and forth to check the work, fearing that something would go wrong. At 9 o'clock, 3 coasters slowly entered the village. Roberto, Hu Dawei, and the county party committee members hurried to greet them. I and other staff stood on both sides, staring at the car door. County Party Secretary Liu Yong and County Magistrate Ma Qingyuan got off the car first, and then Municipal Party Committee Organization Department Director Lin Zheng stood sideways at the door of the middle car, smiling and making a gesture of invitation. A short-haired woman in a white dress got off the car, with an elegant posture and outstanding temperament. The sunlight cast a halo on her white dress. She was so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her, but she was also a bit cold and aloof. Roberto immediately came up to show his courtesy, wiping the table and pouring tea, as enthusiastic as if he was hosting a tea party. Seeing this, Liu Yong, the county party secretary, frowned and interrupted him, asking him to listen to the leader's arrangements. Liu Yong first introduced the situation of Shannon County, emphasizing that it is a national poverty-stricken county with low per capita income, and hoped that the research team would give more suggestions. Lin Jingze, the head of the Municipal Party Committee Organization Department, timely affirmed the county's exploration. The two sang in unison, and the seemingly simple dialogue actually concealed their thoughts. Lilan was flipping through the documents when she suddenly spoke, her tone calm, but every word sharp. She pointed out that Shannon County's fiscal revenue last year was $2 billion, which was comparable to Lin County, which was known as a county with a large tax revenue, and questioned whether Lin County had made false reports or Shannon County was crying poor. Liu Yong was embarrassed by the question, and the director of the Finance Bureau hurriedly explained that the money was used for infrastructure and not directly to support the industry. But Li Lan was relentless and exposed the loophole in a few words. At the critical moment, Lin Jun cleverly changed the subject, and Li Lan did not delve into it. She flipped through the list of cadres, paused when she saw my name, then glanced around and asked, "Where is Johnson, the village cadre? Go find him." As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Roberto's smile froze on his face, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. No one expected that Minister Lee would suddenly call on me. Chapter 8, he has the potential to become a dragon. Minister Lee suddenly called on me by name, and the conference room immediately exploded. Some people thought it was reasonable. After all, the village cadres knew the village situation best. Some people looked suspicious, staring at the question mark floating in the air. Seeing that no one moved, Li Lan said with a cold tone, "Isn't Johnson in the village?" Liu Yong immediately got angry at Roberto. "Go find him." Roberto was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead, but his heart was beating fast. He was afraid that I would talk nonsense and reveal his shameful deeds. Lin Zheng seemed to be thinking about something. As an old leader, he recognized my name, and his eyes were more inquiring. Roberto found me at the corner of the street. He was panting like a bellows. "Minister Lee wants to see you." I glanced at his red face and teased him deliberately. "The sanitation inspection is not completed. How about your report for me?" He was so anxious that he rubbed his hands. "Don't be ridiculous. How dare you disobey Minister Lee's order?" I followed slowly, and Roberto reminded me along the way. "Don't say anything you shouldn't say." This statement from his mouth sounded like a thief crying, "Catch the thief." The moment I entered the meeting room, Li Lan and I met eyes. She couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. I could hold my ground in front of a group of department-level cadres. This look clearly said that I was qualified. When I was reporting, I broke down the situation of Shangshui Village into pieces. Population, poverty data, future plans, all in a clear and organized manner. Li Lan listened attentively and nodded heavily at the end. "Very good." As soon as these words came out, the whole room was filled with gasps. She had never given such a high evaluation to any village she had investigated in recent days. Liu Yong quickly suggested to accompany Li Lan to visit households, and Roberto was already excited and ready to lead the way. Unexpectedly, Li Lan said lightly, "Just let Johnson accompany alone." Liu Yong's hand holding the straw hat froze in midair, and Roberto almost missed the step. Lin Jingze smiled meaningfully. These 2 times of naming made him sure that there must be something hidden between me and Li Lan. I stepped forward to lead the way, and I caught a glimpse of envy and jealousy on everyone's faces. Under their fiery gazes, Li Lan and I walked side by side into the depths of the village. This sudden special treatment was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples were destined to change the fate of many people. Chapter 9. Huh? Are they related? Liu Yong gave an order to Roberto. Send someone to follow from a distance. This short sentence contains 2 considerations: to ensure the safety of provincial leaders, and to promptly grasp the problems found during the visit and be prepared to respond. I led the way and kept a proper distance from Li Lan behind me. If I was too close, she would feel uncomfortable, but if I was too far away, she wouldn't be able to hear what I needed. This sense of propriety is a necessary survival wisdom for people in the workplace. Li Lan walked as if she was walking on cotton, with light hands and feet, but staring at my back intently. I could feel her burning gaze, full of curiosity and inquiry. She looked at my steady steps, neat hairstyle, and simple but clean clothes. Who would have thought that this man, with a refined temperament, had grown up in the mud? "Where did you go to college? What major did you study?" Li Lan suddenly asked. Her tone seemed casual, but she was determined to get to the bottom of it. I answered truthfully, "Hanjiang University, majoring in law." Then she threw out a series of questions, ranging from career choices to love experiences, as if she was doing an unofficial interview. When I talked about the reason for giving up my dream of becoming a lawyer, I said calmly, "My aunt is sick and needs care, and the old lady cannot be left alone." Li Lan said softly, "You are very filial," with a hint of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. When she asked about my relationship status, I frankly admitted that I was single. My ex's going abroad had long since become a thing of the past. Unexpectedly, Lilan suddenly made the decision. Don't be discouraged. I will introduce you to a better girl. These words coming from the mouth of the provincial government leader made my scalp tingle. Before I could react, she had already taken out her mobile phone and asked for contact information with work efficiency. Just as we exchanged numbers, a low growl broke the silence. A big black dog with bared fangs pounced on Lilan, so fast that people could not react in time. Almost instinctively, I suddenly pulled her behind me and picked up a brick on the ground and smashed it hard. With a scream of a woo, the black dog collapsed to the ground. In the chaos, staff rushed out with sticks to beat me up. When the danger was over, I found that Lilan was holding my waist tightly with her head on my back. Her body temperature came through her thin clothes, and the scene was dead silent. Lilan realized that she had lost her composure, and she let go of her hand as if she was burned, her cheeks flushed. This scene soon reached Lu Yong and others. The person who reported it exaggerated, and everyone was stunned. Suspicions arose. Some thought it was a coincidence, and some began to imagine a big drama. Roberto was the most restless. His face turned pale in an instant. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone. His fingers paused on the keyboard for a moment, and finally pressed the send button. It's time to release the dog. A storm caused by an accident has just begun. Johnson's guilt. I took Lilan to open the door of a poor household, but no one responded after we called out several times. Just as she said we were going to the next house, she saw an old woman in her 60s dragging her injured leg slowly into the yard. Village Chief Lee is here. Come and sit down. I'll pour you some water. The old woman greeted with a smile. I quickly explained, Don't worry, Annie, this is a leader from the province who wants to know about your family situation. I brought over 2 small stools, but no one was in a hurry to sit down. Lilan asked with concern, Auntie, how did you hurt your leg? The old woman sighed and said that it was the root of the disease when she was young doing farm work. When talking about poverty alleviation policies, the old man slapped his head and said, I am too old to remember. Let the village headly tell me. I pointed to the card behind the door and introduced minimum living allowance, disability subsidy, chronic disease insurance. The village also bought 3 lambs for us and handed them over to a large-scale breeder to raise, which can increase income by 1,800 yuan a year. Lilan was very interested in this innovative measure. When she learned that it was learned from the experience of other provinces, her eyes were full of surprise. The old woman hurried to add, We have everything we need. It's more than 10,000 a year, enough for my husband and I to spend. The village doctor and village cadres come every day, and they will definitely solve any problems we have. When she got emotional, the old woman's eyes became red, and even Lilan's eyes turned red. When leaving, Lilan suddenly said, From now on, when no one is around, call me sister. We both have the surname Lee. Is this a sufficient reason? I smiled and agreed, thinking it was just a polite remark from the leader to get closer to me. Just as he was about to go to the next house, he heard a shout from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Wang Ergu, the famous lazy guy in the village. This guy who stuttered when he met people rushed straight to Lilan and said, Leader, I want to report Johnson, the village cadre. The staff wanted to pull him away, but Lilan said coldly, Let him go and let him talk. Wang Ergu blushed and shouted, He ate and took things for free at my house, and he beat and scolded me. He's a bully. The scene was in chaos. Lu Yong stamped his feet anxiously, but Roberto hesitated. I stood there, but my heart calmed down. Lilan looked back at me, and the doubt in his eyes gradually turned into trust. Mayor Lee is a good official. Well done, Johnson. No wonder you don't even care about your work in the village and go to Shangshui village every day. It turns out you come here to eat and drink for free. You have brought shame to the cadres of our Weishui village. Roberto suddenly appeared like a clown and started to attack me in front of all the leaders. Looking at his smug expression, I instantly understood everything. Wang Ergu was originally an idler, and his family was in poverty, to be honest, and not worth helping. But considering that his wife suffered from polio and their life was really difficult, I often went to buy chickens and ducks from him, and I always paid the highest market price and never owed him a penny. I have never treated Wang Ergu's family unfairly, and I can even say that I have done them a favor. But why'd he bite me back today? Looking at his evasive and guilty eyes, I already have the answer in my heart. Wang Ergu loves gambling, and he must have been caught by someone, so he was forced to slander me. And in the village, who doesn't know that Gu Datong, in addition to contracting projects, is also involved in organizing gambling and loan sharking? In order to retaliate against me, He actually resorted to such a despicable means. Secretary Liu, even if you want to punish me, shouldn't you first investigate the matter thoroughly? Why are you so anxious? I asked back in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Roberto, do you still look like a party secretary? You jump to conclusions without knowing the truth, and you yell in front of Minister Lee. How disgraceful. Call the people from the township petition office immediately to take this villager away for questioning. Liu Yong looked at Roberto's performance with dissatisfaction on his face. Secretary Liu, what bad intentions could I have? I am just standing up for the people, and I am ashamed that there is a cadre like Johnson in the village. Roberto's face turned red, and he began to argue incoherently. Fighting for justice? Coming from the mouth of a township party committee secretary. It was simply ridiculous. Liu Yong glared at him fiercely. His eyes seemed to see through him. Get out of here, get out now. Liu Yong finally couldn't help but swear. At this time, the village party secretary Wang Shengli came with several members of the village committee. When Wang Shengli saw Wang Ergu, he was immediately furious. He strode forward, grabbed his collar, and slapped him twice. You are a heartless thing. Mayerly takes care of your family so much, and comes to buy your chickens every now and then, just to help you, for fear that you will starve to death. How dare you repay kindness with enmity and slander Mayerly for eating and drinking for free? You must explain clearly today, what did he eat for free? If you can't explain it clearly, I will beat you to death today. In the village, Wang Shengli is the elder, and Wang Ergu is his grandson. It is natural for a grandfather to teach his grandson. Under Wang Shengli's questioning, Wang Ergu almost told the truth. Roberto panicked when he saw this, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If the leader knew that the person who instigated Wang Ergu to falsely accuse me was his brother-in-law, the consequences would be disastrous. He hurriedly stopped Wang Shengli. Wang Shengli, stop it! As the village party secretary, beating the masses for no reason is breaking the law knowingly. Wang Shengli stopped, but said unconvincedly, Secretary Liu, he is my grandson. It is only natural for me to beat him. If you don't believe me, ask the villagers. Roberto looked at the people around him in amazement, and all he got were affirmative answers. Minister Li, Secretary Liu, and all the leaders. I am a member of the village committee of Shangshui Village. I can testify that Mayor Li always buys agricultural products from Wang Ergu's family at high prices and never takes them for free. Gao Yalan stood up angrily. We can testify. Not only did village chief Li not take it for nothing, he even took the initiative to pay for his meals when he ate in the village. Village chief Li is a good official. He even pays out of his own pocket to help people in need. Leaders must clear his name. More and more villagers came to testify for me, and the crowd was excited. Roberto turned pale and suddenly shouted hysterically, Shut up. It's not up to you to decide whether he is innocent or not. Roberto, shut up. Liu Yong shouted, and Roberto lowered his head and dared not speak again. Seeing everyone testifying for me, I felt a warm feeling in my heart. Li Lan looked at this scene and remembered what I once said. As long as you are wholeheartedly serving the people, even a heart of stone will feel warm. At this moment, she truly felt this warmth. She looked up at me with admiration in her eyes. Although I was calm on the surface, my heart was already churning. After the township petition office took Wang Ergu away, the villagers gradually dispersed. Liu Yong hurriedly apologized to me, but Li Lan sneered. Secretary Liu, cadres are dedicated to serving the people, but what they get in return is exclusion and slander. Is this the style of Shannon County? Liu Yong promised to find out the truth and clear my name. After what happened today, Li Lan no longer cared about his previous concerns. Johnson, come with me. From today on, I recognize you as my brother. There will be a dinner in the city tonight, and the leaders of the municipal party committee and government will be there. Come with me. No one talks behind someone's back. Li Lan's voice was like thunder, awakening the long-dormant memories in my heart. Municipal party committee and municipal government. What a distant place it is, carrying my past memories. Her voice rang again. Wait for my call, and be sure to come. Watching Li Lan's back gradually going away, I felt complicated. Her enthusiasm for me inevitably led to many speculations. The research team inspected until noon, and I didn't come back to my senses until Ilan got in the coaster and waved goodbye. It was already noon when I returned to the township government, so I decided to go to the cafeteria to eat first. At the entrance of the cafeteria, I met Shun Hao, who was also the deputy township head, and Zhao Jia, the organization committee member. Seeing me come back, they joked, "Village Headley is back? Why didn't you eat chicken in Shangshui Village today?" "Yes, Township Headley. Why didn't you think of bringing us? Next time you go to Shangshui Village to eat chicken, remember to call us." The two walked away laughing. Faced with their sarcasm, I was not angry. It was obvious that someone had arranged all this behind the scenes, and the matter was spreading like wildfire in the township. At this time, the cafeteria was crowded. When I walked in, everyone cast strange eyes at me, full of contempt. I know that everyone thinks I am the shameless person who eats and drinks for free in Shangshui Village and corrupts the image of township cadres. A wave of sourness and bitterness surged in my heart. I ate silently, washed the dishes silently, and left silently, but my back was still upright and unyielding. When I got back to the dormitory, Yang Ping, deputy secretary of the party committee, knocked on my door. "I know you're here. Open the door. I brought you some food," she said softly. I was exhausted from the busy days, but when I heard Yang Ping's voice, I still got up and opened the door. She put the lunchbox on the table and said softly, "I heard the whole thing and know that you were wronged. Those people can't stand you and deliberately say bad things about you behind your back." I didn't care about these rumors at first, but when I heard her say that, I couldn't help laughing. "Sister Ping, everyone is laughing at me behind my back, but you come to laugh at me. How embarrassed are you?" Yang Ping looked at me innocently. "I'm not laughing at you. I really care about you." I closed the door and said calmly, "Thank you, Sister Ping. I know you are doing this for my own good. I don't care what people say outside." Yang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing me so calm, she sighed, "You really can withstand pressure. No matter what the outside world says, you can stay calm." She sat on the edge of the bed and said with concern, "If you really can't stand it, how about changing your work environment? Go to a county-level unit and be a deputy director. It's easy and powerful." I handed her a glass of water, and our hands touched inadvertently. Yang Ping obviously felt a tremor like an electric shock. "You know, I come from an ordinary family with no background or resources. Even if I want to go to a county-level unit, who will help me? I have been wronged over the past year, and I have a clear conscience. Let the outside world say whatever they want." I spoke calmly, and Yang Ping could obviously feel my inner tenacity. "If you really want to transfer, I can help you," she said seriously. I know that Yang Ping's uncle has an important position in the provincial department, and she easily climbed to the position of the third in command of the township. As long as she is willing, the county can immediately arrange for me to be the deputy director. But I can't give up so easily. I appreciate your kindness. If I need it, I will ask you for help." Yang Ping sighed. "You are too strong." At this time, my cell phone rang. It was Li Lan calling. "Hello, Minister Li, do you have any instructions?" Li Lan was silent for 2 seconds, with a disappointed tone. "Don't we agree to call me sister in private?" I smiled. "Sister Lan, do you have any instructions?" 6 o'clock in the evening, Dongxing Hotel. I will send you the address and box information. "Okay, Sister Lan. I will be there on time." "Okay, I'll wait for you. See you then." After hanging up the phone, I stared at the phone for a long time. Tonight, what kind of expression will the leaders of the municipal party committee and government who used to be familiar with see me appear in front of them? I look forward to this moment. "Johnson, who was the one you were talking to just now?" Yang Ping asked in disbelief, eyes wide open, face full of shock. "It was Li Lan, Minister Li." I answered indifferently. "It was Li Lan, the executive deputy minister of the provincial party committee organization department, who led a team to Shangshui Village for research this morning." Yang Ping sat up from the bed in surprise. "Yes, you just called her Sister Lan? Johnson, you." Yang Ping's face showed a puzzled expression. "It's just an ordinary working relationship. Nothing," I said casually. Yang Ping looked at me in confusion, but seeing that I was serious, she didn't ask any more questions. "If you don't want to say it, forget it. Anyway, I didn't ask anything." Yang Ping stood up and prepared to leave. "If you stay too long, others will misunderstand. I'm leaving first." After leaving the dormitory, Yang Ping was still confused. Why did Li Lan take the initiative to call me? She felt that Johnson must be hiding some secrets, but she couldn't figure it out for a while. At this time, in a reception room on the 3rd floor of the township government, the county party secretary Liu Yong was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, staring at Roberto with cold eyes. "Roberto, do you want to quit?" You didn't deal with the petition incident so seriously, and you dared to get angry in front of Minister Lee. Liu Yong slammed the table and rebuked. Roberto had never seen Liu Yong so angry, and he was sweating coldly. Secretary Liu, I was wrong. I heard that the cadres ate and drank for free in the village, so I couldn't help getting angry. Liu Yong sneered. Johnson is innocent. You know this in your heart. You instructed your brother-in-law Gu Datong to beat people and use such despicable means to frame him. Roberto hurriedly defended. Secretary Liu, I really didn't. Wang Ergu has confessed. Don't say anything now, Liu Yong said angrily. If it weren't for the fact that your Liu family has made contributions in Shannon County, I would have asked you to go to the commission for discipline inspection long ago. Secretary Liu, please spare me. Roberto pleaded eagerly. Liu Yong sighed. Now it's not a question of whether I will forgive you or not, but whether Lilan can let you go. The city is holding a welcome banquet for Lilan tonight. I will go to test her attitude. You wait for my news in the restaurant. If she's no longer angry, you can go and apologize. Roberto nodded with a smile on his face. Okay, thank you, Secretary Liu. Tonight, the banquet at Dongxing Hotel may be his only chance. Tianzaho box. At 6 p.m., the setting sun was like a burning flame, dyeing the sky bright red. The afterglow exuded a tragic and poignant atmosphere. In the Tianzi No. 2 box of Dongxing Hotel, Peng Yutao, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, sat in the main seat, and Lilan, the guest of honor, sat on his right. Other Municipal Party Committee leaders took their seats, one by one, and Liu Yong sat at the side. Peng Yutao raised his hand to check the time, glanced at the empty seat opposite, and said to Lilan with a smile, Minister Li, we have known each other for so long. How come I have never heard that you have an acquaintance in Pingyang? Lilan smiled and said, You should know this acquaintance of mine. He is my younger brother, who used to work in the Pingyang municipal government. Oh, Peng Yutao asked curiously. Can you reveal who it is? Lilan chuckled. Let's keep it a secret for now, and we will know when we meet. Lin Zheng, who was standing by, felt nervous when he heard this, and guessed that the younger brother Lilan was talking about might be me. I, Johnson, was once assigned to Weishui Township by the municipal government. Everyone knows that I was demoted. Could it be that Lilan wanted to take this opportunity to vindicate me in front of all the city leaders? The city party committee leaders began to have doubts. If Lilan's brother was in Pingyang, he should at least be a county-level cadre. But no one thought of my name, age, and identity. Outside the box, the municipal party secretary Wei Haiyang and several other secretaries of the leaders were waiting in the living room, and the atmosphere was a little dull. Roberto stood in the crowd, still smiling. Although the people around him cast cold eyes, he still did not change his smile, like a fool who was always happy. He took out a box of cigarettes and wandered among the leaders. Every time he came to someone, he would hand over a cigarette, light the lighter with a smile, and say respectfully, Come on, leader, have a cigarette. Until he sat back in the corner, sweating profusely. His face was no longer arrogant as the top leader of Weishui Township, and he looked particularly nervous. In the lobby on the first floor, Weishui Township Deputy Mayor Chun Hao and organization committee member Zhao Jie were sitting on the sofa, drinking mineral water out of boredom, when they suddenly saw a familiar figure walk into the lobby. Johnson, they both exclaimed almost at the same time, and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Johnson, why are you here? I frowned and asked, What are you two doing here? They smiled proudly. Of course, we are here to accompany Secretary Liu to the banquet. What about you? Are you here to be a waiter because your salary is not enough? I sneered and glanced at the place where they just sat. Attending the banquet? Secretary Liu asked you two to drink mineral water in the lobby. We're just waiting temporarily. The banquet has not started yet. The two people explained awkwardly. I smiled. Okay, you continue to wait, I won't accompany you. I turned and went upstairs, leaving the two people looking at each other. I'm not unfamiliar with the Dongxing Hotel. I used to come here for social events with Mayor Qian. When I walked to the second floor, I went straight to the Tianzi box. Just after passing the living room, Wei Haiyang, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, saw me and showed a shocked expression on his face. Johnson? Secretary Wei, long time no see. I smiled and shook hands with him. Wei Haiyang was full of questions. How could I, a deputy section-level cadre who was demoted to the countryside, appear here? Aren't you the deputy head of Weishui Township now? What are you doing here? Wei Haiyang asked tentatively. I smiled and replied, Of course I'm here to eat. Wei Haiyang pointed to the Tianzi box in shock. Are you having dinner with Secretary Peng and others? I nodded, and Wei Haiyang was so surprised that he couldn't speak. As other people stood up one after another, they all showed shocked expressions when they saw me appear. Johnson, you're back? Did a leader take a fancy to you and want to go back to be a secretary? Secretary Lee, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Johnson, you can attend this kind of banquet. It seems that you're going to make a comeback. Everyone heard the conversation between Wei Haiyang and me, and they were all wondering in their hearts. Will I return to the pinnacle of power? I was once highly valued by the executive vice mayor. Although I was demoted, my ability and connections are still strong. Maybe this is a turning point. I was greeting everyone warmly, and then I saw Roberto, who was lonely in the corner. Roberto looked at all this and couldn't believe his eyes. I was so popular, standing between the leaders without any pressure. He was stunned in place, his mouth slightly open, but he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to stand up and say hello several times, but he was afraid of being rejected in front of everyone and losing face. I glanced at him coldly, turned around, and walked toward the Tianziho box. Wei Haiyang and others stood silently at the door, watching me push open the door of the box, as if time had frozen at this moment. Tianziho Private Room 2. In the number 1 box, Peng Yutao and Li Lan were talking in low voices. The atmosphere was relaxed and somewhat mysterious. The other city leaders were sitting in their original positions, smiling, watching the two talking. Suddenly, the door of the box was gently pushed open, and I walked in steadily. Seeing me come in, Peng Yutao and Li Lan's conversation came to an abrupt end. Their eyes fell on me, both surprised and puzzled. The other leaders also turned to look at me, their expressions full of shock, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. Li Lan kept smiling and greeted my arrival with a gentle look. Secretary Peng, Minister Li, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, I said with a smile. Minister Li? Everyone couldn't help but ask questions in their hearts. Didn't they say that Li Lan and I are siblings? Why do I use the formal title of Minister Li? Aren't we siblings, but cousins or foster siblings? Although everyone was confused, they didn't ask much. Peng Yutao stood up and was stunned for a long time before he spoke. Johnson, I never thought that the brother that Minister Li mentioned was actually you. It suddenly dawned on me that I was attending this banquet as Li Lan's brother. It seems that Li Lan's words this morning, I have decided on you as my brother, were not just casual remarks, but serious ones. Since she took the initiative to give me this opportunity, I must seize it and not waste her kindness. I greeted the leaders present one by one, then turned to Li Lan and said with a smile, Sister, why didn't you tell me in advance? Secretary Peng is here too, and so many city leaders are here. At least I should wear something decent to show some respect for everyone. After hearing this, Li Lan smiled even more deeply. She replied mischievously, My brother is very dignified and can show his temperament in any clothes. Besides, all the leaders are senior officials with important responsibilities. How can they care about these superficial efforts? The simple conversation between the two of us showed our close relationship. At this time, everyone no longer had any doubts about my identity as Li Lan's brother. Lan Xiaoqin, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, immediately smiled and said, Minister Li is really good at praising people. When he said this, we all felt like we were in heaven. Johnson is a famous handsome guy in our city government. No matter what clothes he wears, he can charm a lot of girls. Hearing this, everyone laughed even more happily and continued to praise me, saying that I have a good image and good temperament. Liu Yong, who was sitting in the corner, also laughed, but his heart was filled with turmoil. No wonder Li Lan came to Weishui Township to conduct research. It turned out to be to support her brother. He really wanted to slap himself twice now. How could he be so politically insensitive? He didn't even know that there was such a relative of a provincial leader around him. Damn him, damn him. Moreover, Roberto, that bastard, almost implicated himself because of my hatred with Johnson. If Li Lan holds a grudge against me for this, then my career is over. He quickly took out his mobile phone and secretly sent a text message to Roberto under the table. Leave here immediately. Get out now. At the same time, Roberto, who was sitting in the corner of the outer hall, rang his mobile phone. He opened it and saw a line of cold words on the text message. Get out now. He immediately felt dizzy, and his heart was full of the words, It's over. Everything is over. He forced a smile to greet everyone and walked downstairs in a daze. Chun Hao and Zhao Jie, who were waiting for him downstairs, saw him like this and hurried over to him. Secretary Liu, have you finished toasting? Can we go up and toast? Secretary Liu, Secretary Liu. But Roberto didn't hear anything. His eyes were dull, and he walked straight out of the hotel. Chunhao and Zhao Jia looked at each other, shook their heads in confusion, and followed him helplessly. At this time, Wei Haiyang and others in the outer hall were sitting and drinking tea. On the surface, they pretended to be calm, but in fact, they were concentrating and staring at the box. They wanted to know what everyone would talk about after I entered the box. When they heard bursts of laughter and Johnsonness and that coming from the box, they were shocked and jealous at the same time. The complex emotions made them feel heavy. They couldn't help but frown and continued to listen to the movement in the box. In the box, I finished greeting everyone and sat down in the empty seat next to Lu Yong. When Lu Yong saw me sitting next to him, he immediately put away his attitude and nodded and smiled at me. I responded politely with a slight smile. The banquet officially began. As a guest of honor, Lilan took the first chopsticks and everyone started to eat. After the 5 dishes were served, Peng Yutao took the lead in picking up the wine glass and proposed 3 cups to welcome Lilan. Lilan did not refuse and raised his glass with everyone to drink 3 cups. After 3 cups of wine, Lilan's face flushed and the sexiness and charm of that intellectual woman were fully revealed. Peng Yutao saw that the time was right, so he stood up and drank 6 cups first, intending to toast 3 cups of wine to everyone present. He walked to the right of Lilan and said with a smile, Minister Li is young and promising, and his future is limitless. I, old Peng, will inevitably disturb you in the future. Don't turn me away when the time comes, ha. Lilan stood up, took the glass of wine poured by Peng Yutao, and responded with a smile. Secretary Peng is modest. With Secretary Peng's ability, his future is really limitless. I drink this glass of wine. My brother is in Pingyang City, and he will rely on Secretary Peng to take care of him in the future. Peng Yutao glanced at me and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Lilan is a senior official in the provincial government who is difficult to contact. I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to agree to participate in this banquet. He thought to himself that all this seemed to be for me. After toasting Lilan, Peng Yutao should have continued to toast from Deputy Secretary Lan Xiaoqin, but he bypassed everyone and walked straight to me, patted my shoulder, and said in a gentle tone, Johnson, you should be fined 2 glasses today. Minister Li is your sister. Why didn't you tell us earlier? The meaning of his words was very clear. If he had known about my relationship with Lilan earlier, he should have arranged a better position for me instead of sending me to the remote place of Weishui Township to suffer. He hoped that Lilan would understand and said that he would reuse me after knowing my relationship with Lilan. The municipal party secretary personally toasted, which was a great honor in Pingyang City. But I didn't show too much excitement. Instead, I politely declined. Secretary Peng, I don't dare to accept this glass of wine. Peng Yutao was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect me to refuse his wine, which surprised him a little. Lilan looked at me from the side with a smile in her eyes, as if she was enjoying this subtle contest. The other leaders also looked at me in surprise, thinking, even if Lilan is my sister, I can't refuse to give face to the municipal party secretary's toast, right? Chapter 015, Number 3 Box. Anyone who encounters a toast from the municipal party secretary will take the cup with trepidation and drink it all in one gulp, and will drink as many glasses as he is asked to, without any bargaining. Johnson is a guy with a strong personality. He actually said, I don't deserve it. Everyone watched this scene with great interest. Johnson smiled and said, Secretary Peng, none of the city leaders present here have drunk anything. I'm just a deputy township head. I should be ranked last in terms of age and position, but you toasted me first. If I drink this glass of wine, wouldn't I be putting the cart before the horse? He joked, if any of the leaders here are dissatisfied with my behavior of taking over the show today, won't they come after me later? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then burst into laughter. Peng Yutao even smiled and said, Johnson, even though you didn't serve me directly before, we know each other. This is the first time I see your humorous side. Lin Zheng also smiled and said to him, Johnson, feel free to drink this glass of wine. You came here with Minister Li today, so you're also a guest. It is reasonable for the secretary to toast you and Minister Li first. If you're afraid that we'll come after you later, then when you toast, just behave yourself and make us drink until we're drunk. I guarantee that no one will come after you later. Everyone burst into laughter again, and the scene was extremely joyful. Johnson made this joke, not because he was really afraid of being held accountable. Instead, we should show humility and save face for the city leaders present. Now, everyone laughed, feeling proud, and looked up to Johnson. Leland did not expect Johnson to be so thoughtful, and he easily eased the awkward atmosphere with a joke. What is even more surprising is that Johnson was always able to remain calm, capable, and neither humble nor arrogant in front of the city party leaders. It is really unbelievable that he, a deputy section-level cadre, can chat and laugh with a group of department-level bosses. After all, there is a huge gap in the levels between the two. According to common sense, they should be people at different levels, and it should be difficult for them to have any intersection with each other. However, now, this deputy section-level cadre has broken this convention and demonstrated extraordinary ability and charm, causing people to look at him with admiration. Johnson smiled calmly, said, "Thank you, Secretary," picked up the cup and drank it all. After Peng Yutao, all the leaders stood up one by one to toast. Leland was not very good at drinking, so he only drank a small glass each time. Johnson drank large glasses, 1 or 2 glasses at a time, and he finished 8 glasses in a row. During this time, Leland considerately asked him, using lip language, whether he could hold on. Johnson was a little drunk, and his actions were much bolder than usual. He waved his hand in front of all the leaders and said to her with a smile, "Sister, I'm fine." Johnson, with loving eyes, and a strange feeling surged in her heart, which she couldn't explain. Everyone was about 70% tipsy, and with Johnson's final appearance, he drank 1 or 2 glasses of wine and poured a small glass for each of the leaders. The banquet came to a successful conclusion. While Johnson was toasting, I don't know if Liu Yong was really drunk, but he held Johnson's hand and kept calling him brother and insisted on having another drink with Johnson. In the past, you would never have dared to dream that a county party secretary would put his arm around your shoulders and become so friendly with you, a deputy township head. The banquet is over. A group of people walked out of the box. Wei Haiyang and his group, who were sitting in the outer hall, were now standing respectfully in the corridor waiting. Haiyang, arrange a car to take Minister Li back to his residence safely. Wei Haiyang nodded in agreement and extended his hand to make a gesture of invitation to Leland. Leland waved his hand and said, "We won't take the bus today. Johnson and I will just take a walk." Lin, as the executive vice minister of the provincial party committee's organization department, he actually wants to go for a walk with Johnson? When did he get this support? Wei Haiyang was stunned for a moment and felt his brain was deprived of oxygen and went blank. Peng Yutao laughed, then turned to Wei Haiyang and said, "In that case, use my car to take Minister Li and Johnson. Wherever the siblings want to go, you will escort them there. You must ensure Minister Li's safety." "Yes, leader. I'll arrange it right away." Wei Haiyang agreed quickly, his whole body numb. That was the number 1 car of the municipal party committee, and it was actually used to escort Leland and his sister. Brother and sister? Johnson is actually Leland's brother? No wonder. Wei Haiyang felt his head buzzing, and he couldn't think clearly for a while. Johnson born in the countryside? When did he have a sister who was a high-ranking official in the provincial government? When they got downstairs, Peng Yutao left first in another car. The other city leaders also took their secretaries and left in their own special cars. Johnson and Leland were the only ones left at the entrance of Dongxing Hotel. Wei Haiyang and the driver of car number 1, who were responsible for escorting the two of them, saw that the two seemed to be whispering to each other, so they waited sensibly not far away. "You drank so much, but you act like nothing happened. You have a pretty good alcohol tolerance." "I don't usually drink, but now I feel very dizzy." Leland spoke first. Seeing Leland touching his forehead with his hand and standing unsteadily, Johnson subconsciously held Leland's arm with his hand, and Leland leaned on his shoulder. As siblings, it's normal for them to have some intimate behavior. Wei Haiyang was sitting in the car and watching this scene. He felt extremely jealous and wished he could switch places with Johnson. With such a high-ranking sister, it is only a matter of time before she gets promoted. "Sister Lan, you are drunk. I will take you home first." "Okay, I can't walk today, so take me back to the city hotel and we can chat for a while there." "Go to the hotel? What to talk about?" Johnson couldn't help but be surprised. Just as Johnson was about to wave to Wei Haiyang and the others to drive over, a disgusting voice suddenly came from behind. "Johnson, what the hell are you? Are you worthy of eating here?" Johnson turned around and frowned when he saw a man and a woman shamelessly hooking up with each other. These two people were her ex-girlfriend Bai Jia and her new lover, He Xiao. Are Johnson and the others your friends? Lilan raised his head with difficulty, took Johnson's arm, and asked in a low voice. Johnson shook his head coldly. I don't know them. Let's go. Why are you pretending? How dare you say you haven't heard of the name of Mr. He from Pingyang City? He Tianming asked with a fierce look on his face and foul language. At this time, Bai Jie came over with a mouth full of alcohol and looked up and down at Lilan, who was leaning on Johnson's shoulder with ill intentions, and laughed contemptuously. Oh, you met a new love so soon? She looks pretty good. But anyone who can be with a loser like you must be a slut that no one wants. Johnson was instantly furious and was about to raise his hand to teach this ignorant woman a lesson, but suddenly he heard a loud slap. Lilan looked at Bai Jie coldly and slapped her hard and decisively. Keep your mouth shut. You dare to hit me? You're looking for death. Bai Jie raised her arms to fight back, but Johnson grabbed her and threw her out with a little force. Bai Jie staggered and fell to the ground. He Tianming, who was standing by, saw his woman being slapped and instantly became furious. Johnson, you are so fucking brave. You dare to hit my woman? Do you know who my father is? My father is the deputy director of the Municipal Party Committee Organization Department. You're just a small deputy township head. You're just waiting to die. Just wait. I'll get someone to kill you right now. You're just a lowly deputy section chief, and you dare to challenge me? I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy right away. He Tianming angrily took out his cell phone and called someone. I was beaten at the door. Come down immediately. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 young men came out of the Dongxing Hotel. Mr. He, who dares to hit you? Where is he? Obviously, this group of people were the helpers that He Tianming had found. Lilan was a little nervous and subconsciously leaned towards Johnson's arms. Are you scared now? It's not too late to kneel down and beg me now. Otherwise, I will make you walk out on your stomach later. He Tianming shouted. As he spoke, a young man walked toward Johnson and the other man, cursing, You dare to mess with our master, you F***king want to die. Johnson didn't wait for him to raise his hand and kicked him out with a whip kick. Don't be afraid. They're just a bunch of thugs. Johnson comforted Lilan as if nothing had happened. You dare to fight back? Come on, come at me. Just when everyone was about to rush forward. The municipal party committee's number 1 car slowly drove over. Wei Haiyang got out of the car. He Tianming, have you had enough of this? Chapter 016, A Bunch of Bitches. Who the hell is this? How dare you call me by my name? He Tianming walked out of the crowd with drunken eyes, and when he saw Wei Haiyang, he immediately perked up. Hey, Secretary Wei, why are you here too? Are you having dinner with the city leaders? It's better to meet by chance than to invite each other. Come on, I'll invite you upstairs for a drink. He Tianming smiled flatteringly and actually took the initiative to walk up to Wei Haiyang and shake hands with him. Wei Haiyang frowned and ignored the hand he extended. He Tianming was stunned for a moment, feeling that his face had fallen to the ground. So he quickly withdrew his hand and smiled and introduced to the group of younger brothers behind him. Come on, let me introduce you. Do you know who this is? All the younger brothers shook their heads. He Tianming smiled proudly. This is our municipal party committee's first secretary, Director Wei Haiyang. He is dedicated to serving Secretary Peng, and he is second only to the first person in Pingyang City. When the younger brothers heard this, they all showed admiration on their faces. It turned out that He Xiao also knew such a powerful figure as the first secretary of the municipal party committee, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. He Xiao's power is so great. We must hold on to He Xiao's thigh tightly. Everyone thought to themselves. When Wei Haiyang heard the word service, his face immediately darkened. It was true that he was specifically serving Secretary Peng, but when others introduced him, they usually said that he was Secretary Peng's close associate. Only when I take the initiative to introduce myself to others will I say, I am the person who specifically serves Secretary Peng to show my modesty. And there's the phrase, under one man, above 10,000 men. Can such words be said in front of so many people? If Secretary Peng gets the news, he, as the first secretary of the municipal party committee, will be in big trouble. This He Tianming really can't talk. Even with this, he still looks so smug. I really want to slap him. Shut up. Let me ask you, what did you want to do just now? Wei Haiyang asked with his hands behind his back with a serious face, like a strict teacher holding a ruler. Hearing the harsh shout, the smile on He Tianming's face, who was still bragging to his younger brothers, immediately froze. He didn't understand Wei Haiyang's intention, nor did he know what he had done wrong, so he could only cautiously test his words. Wei, Secretary Wei, I didn't do anything. Oh, by the way, these two bitches just beat up my girlfriend, and I was just about to ask my brothers to take care of them. He Tianming pointed at Johnson and Lilan and said viciously, Bitch. Upon hearing this, Wei Haiyang's face instantly turned pale. How dare you insult a provincial official like this? Isn't this just courting death? He couldn't help but worry about the future of He Tianming's father, the deputy minister of the organization department. He Tianming, you are too presumptuous. Do you know who you just scolded? Wei Haiyang asked angrily. Isn't Johnson just the deputy head of a poor town? He Tianming was still arrogant. He didn't know the others, but he would never forget Johnson, his former love rival. Secretary Wei, you just saw it. That bitch just slapped me. I want her to slap her back. Bai Jie saw that Wei Haiyang was biased toward Johnson and the other two, so she stood up and spoke up immediately. Wei Haiyang glared at Bai Jie and He Tianming, meaning to tell them to shut up. Wei Haiyang walked up to Lilan and Johnson and said apologetically, Minister Li, Mayor Li, you are frightened. They're just young people who don't know any better. I will report this to Secretary Peng and have him educate them properly. Minister Li, do we need Secretary Peng to educate them? He Tianming and Bai Jie were stunned on the spot. Judging from Wei Haiyang's attitude towards the two, we can tell that their status is not low. Isn't Johnson just a deputy section chief? How could Wei Haiyang, the first secretary of the municipal party committee, speak to him in such a respectful manner? What is going on? He Tianming and Bai Jie felt their scalps tingling, their mouths opened in a daze, and they stood there in a daze. Sister, let me help you get in the car first. At this time, Lilan was completely drunk. He could not open his eyes or move his legs. She uttered a vague, and Johnson picked her up without hesitation and laid her down in the back seat of the car. After closing the car door, Johnson turned around and gave Wei Haiyang a cold look. Met Johnson's cold gaze, his heart sank to the bottom instantly. Wei Haiyang, it doesn't matter what happens to me, but Sister Lan is a distinguished guest of the city government. If anything happens to her, you will be held responsible. Johnson stared at Wei Haiyang and said coldly, Li, Johnson, what do you mean? Wei Haiyang was stunned, his heart beating fast. Wei Haiyang and the driver were clearly waiting not far away, and clearly saw the conflict between Johnson and He Tianming, but they did not choose to mediate immediately. Instead, he appeared calmly only when a fierce physical conflict broke out between the two sides and the situation was about to get out of control. Was it negligence or deliberate? How can one not be suspicious? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Do you want to laugh at me and Sister Lan? Let me tell you, there are many people who want to laugh at me, but you are not qualified. Johnson accused bluntly. As a secretary of the municipal party committee, he was tasked with escorting provincial leaders, but he chose to turn a blind eye at the critical moment. He is despicable. Johnson, you misunderstood. When his little thoughts were exposed, Wei Haiyang felt his face flushed and he felt ashamed. At that time, there was a moment when he wanted to step in and solve the problem immediately. But when he saw the intimate behavior between Johnson and Lilan, he just felt extremely jealous. Both were born in rural areas and were admitted to work for the municipal party committee at the same time. But Johnson suddenly had a sister who was a high-ranking official in the provincial government. Thinking that Johnson was about to rise to a high position, he felt extremely unbalanced. He could be down and out and have no reputation, but he can never be better than me. Under such strong jealousy, he forgot his own identity and chose to watch coldly. He wanted to see Johnson make a fool of himself in order to soothe his inferiority and traumatized heart. Go away. You're not needed here now. Johnson finally saw through a person. He ignored Wei Haiyang's pale rebuttal and walked straight towards He Tianming and his group. He Tianming and Bai Jie were still standing there in a daze. They watched Johnson scold Wei Haiyang as if he was scolding a 3-year-old child. That was the first secretary of the municipal party committee. How many leaders of the municipal government agencies were eager to curry favor with him, and Johnson actually pointed at his nose and scolded him. This scene is so horrifying. He Tianming and Bai Jie just hoped that everything was just a dream. They had never provoked Johnson, and they had never appeared here. All this was not real. Johnson, with his full aura on, walked straight up to Bai Jie. You bitch. I don't want to hit a woman, so get out of here. Johnson in horror and wisely hid aside. Just now, The two of them kept calling Johnson and Leland bitch. If I don't vent this anger, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Johnson looked at He Tianming in front of him with cold eyes and sneered. You are Mr. He Tianming? What official position is your father in? Come on, follow me to the house and talk. Without waiting for He Tianming to react, Johnson grabbed his thick hair and dragged him into the hotel lobby. When there are too many people around, there will be too many mouths. When beating someone, you must do it in a place where there is no one around. This is Johnson's usual style. He Tianming was dragged along by his hair, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Johnson ignored him and dragged him to a secluded corner of the hotel lobby. He Tianming curled up pitifully in the corner, trembling all over. Johnson's punches rained down like a sandbag without mercy. Chapter 017, Drunken Beauty. He Tianming screamed in pain. In the blink of an eye, Johnson beat him black and blue. Although the group of young people standing at the hotel entrance wanted to help He Tianming, they were scared away by Johnson's fierce eyes. They pondered over it for a long time and remained undecided. The first secretary of the municipal party committee, who could make Xiao bow his head and fawn on him, was scolded casually by Johnson, which shows that his identity and status are not simple. This group of people are all idlers in society. Apart from eating and drinking with He Tianming and pretending to be important, they have no personal power at all. Seeing He Tianming being beaten at will by this mysterious big shot, he could only close his eyes and pretend not to see. Fearing of offending the wrong person, I threw myself into a trading room and worked on a sewing machine for a year or two. Wei Haiyang stood at the door with a grim face, staring at the scene blankly. So shocking. At this moment, Johnson was like a mad beast, ruthlessly venting his inner dissatisfaction. Even though he knew that He Tianming was the son of the deputy minister of organization, he still showed no mercy and acted ruthlessly. Is he heartless? Is he truly fearless? Even though he has a sister who is a high-ranking official, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. He Tianming's father is a powerful figure in Pingyang City. He is a deputy section-level official in a township, so anyone can easily find 100 plausible reasons to deal with him. Let him be dealt with immediately without any reason to refute. Humph, Johnson, you are still the short-sighted Johnson from the countryside after all. I was actually jealous of you just now. Wait and see. Who of us can go further? A scornful smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of Wei Haiyang's mouth. In his mind, the local powerful people can never be challenged. If he, Johnson, offends the wrong person, it will lead to a revenge as devastating as a mudslide. After a moment, He Tianming stopped screaming and couldn't even utter a word. Because his mouth was swollen from the beating and he was drooling, Johnson walked out of the hotel calmly. Wei Haiyang wanted to go up and say hello, reminding him that he had hit the man too hard. But Johnson walked right past him without even looking at him. A villain with ulterior motives doesn't even deserve a hypocritical smile. Johnson got in the car directly. Leland lay quietly in the back seat while he sat in the passenger seat. Let's go and take Ministerly back to the hotel, Johnson said to the driver. The driver started the car without saying a word and drove the two of them to the city hotel. The exhaust gas from car number 1 sprayed on Wei Haiyang's body. He felt his teeth itching, but he could do nothing about it. After all, escorting the Johnson siblings was a task assigned by the top leader himself. He could only take a taxi and follow closely behind. Oh my God, did I see that correctly? That car was the number 1 car of the municipal party committee, the special car of the municipal party committee secretary. That kid surnamed Lee actually got in the car and left. He also left Secretary Wei behind. Who on earth is he? Isn't his aura too strong? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they remembered to help He Tianming, who was curled up in the hall and groaning in pain. In an instant, only Bai Jie's lonely figure was left at the hotel entrance. At this time, she was already 70% sober. She looked at the direction where Johnson drove away and was shocked for a long time. Yesterday, he was still that unpopular little guy in the village, but today he was sitting on car number 1. He even scolded the municipal party committee secretary. If I hadn't chosen to break up with him, would it be me that he's holding in his arms today? I slept with him for more than a year, and we were about to get married, but I chose to be with he at this time. She looked back at He Tianming, whose head was beaten into a pig's, her eyes full of disappointment and contempt. Why the hell did I choose such an idiot? He can't even protect his own woman. What kind of man is he? He keeps saying that he is the son of the deputy head of the organization department. Wow, what a disgrace. Bai Jie rubbed her slightly swollen cheeks and left without looking back. City Hotel. Lilan was standing unsteadily. Johnson had to pick her up and take the elevator to her floor. As soon as I got off the elevator, a beautiful young girl ran over to greet me. "Oh, what's going on, Minister?" The girl asked worriedly as she looked at Lilan, who was being held by Princess Johnson. "It's okay, just drunk." Johnson smiled indifferently. Arriving at the room, Johnson gently placed Lilan on the bed. Seeing that she was breathing evenly and seemed to be fast asleep, he got up with relief. "What's your name?" Johnson turned and asked the young girl serving Lilan. "My name is Tian Tian, Zhang Tian Tian, a member of the research team. Are you a friend of Minister Li?" Zhang Tian Tian smiled, revealing a cute little fawn. "I am Johnson from Weishui Township." "Oh, I remember now. I saw you today when I was doing research in Weishui Township. How come?" Johnson was alone with the minister so late at night, but she was too embarrassed to ask directly. After all, this is Minister Li's private matter, and she doesn't like others asking about her affairs. It was a dinner party organized by the city government. I saw that Sister Lan was drunk, so I took the initiative to send her back. "Oh, I've never seen the minister drink so much." Zhang Tiantian looked thoughtful, perhaps because Johnson's answer was not what she had imagined. She thought that Johnson and Minister Li would be close friends. After all, Minister Li was in her 30s, unmarried, and she had never seen her behave intimately with any man. This township chief, Li, seems to be a good match for Minister Li. I thought there was some spark between them. Johnson looked at his watch. It was already late. Li Lan was so drunk that he probably couldn't chat with him. "Tian Tian, please take care of Sister Lan. I'm leaving first." "Okay, Mayor Li, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of the minister." "Sweet, sweet smile." Johnson nodded knowingly and left the room. Zhang Tiantian stood at the door and watched Johnson get on the elevator before returning home and closing the door. This room is a deluxe single room with a large round bed. Li Lan was lying in the middle of the bed with her arms outstretched, legs slightly bent, and her hair covering half of her face, like a dancer frozen on the stage. She exuded charming charm and elegant temperament, which made people intoxicated. Zhang Tiantian looked at Li Lan's curvy body, and her throat became dry unconsciously. The temptation of beautiful women is sometimes not limited to men. "Minister Li, you are drunk. Let me help you take off your clothes." Zhang Tiantian leaned over and whispered in Li Lan's ear. Although she knew that Li Lan couldn't hear her, she was still intoxicated and continued talking to herself. Then, she stretched out her jade fingers and slowly helped her unbutton the first button, then the second one. Then I gently pulled her skirt down her knees. In a moment, a seamless work of art appeared in Zhang Tiantian's eyes. The snow-white skin, slender waist, and long, straight legs are so flawless and intoxicating. Li Lan was still sleeping soundly. She changed her position and hugged her chest with her hands. Zhang Tiantian thought about it and decided that since it was the first time she accompanied such a senior leader to inspect the work, she must perform well. So he whispered, "Minister, you are dirty there. Let me help you take it off and wash it." Chapter 18, Peng Yutao's Arrangement. The next morning, Li Lan woke up with a hangover headache. She lay in bed, rubbing her temple with one hand. No matter how hard she tried to recall, there were always a few missing memories in her mind. For example, how did she get back to the hotel? I just remember that after leaving the hotel, I was with Johnson the whole time. She lifted the quilt and prepared to get up, but suddenly she saw her naked body and was shocked. "Where are my clothes? Who helped me take them off?" And they were taken off so cleanly. She was confused, shocked, and panicked. Could it be Johnson? She nervously grabbed a corner of the quilt and reached into the quilt with her other hand. Phew, everything was fine. She breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but blame Johnson for stripping her so clean. She put on her bathrobe and walked into the bathroom. When she saw the clothes she wore yesterday, washed clean and neatly hung there, her cheeks suddenly fell hot. Could it be? How come even my underwear was washed? A feeling of shame suddenly surged into my heart. She took a bath and cleaned every part of herself. She took out a new set of red underwear from a suitcase and put it on. At this time, the doorbell rang. Then came Zhang Tiantian's sweet voice. "Minister, are you awake? It's time for breakfast." "Hold on." Li Lan agreed while putting on her dress and calmly opened the door. "Minister, you were drunk last night, and I thought you wouldn't be able to get up," Tian Tian said with a smile. Li Lan was stunned and looked at Tian Tian in confusion. How did she know that he was drunk last night? So I asked her tentatively, was I very drunk last night? Yeah. Zhang Tiantan nodded without hesitation. It was a handsome guy who carried you upstairs. You mean Johnson? Yes, it was Mayor Lee. He was very responsible and carried you to the bed before letting go. Always carry him to the bed? Li Lan felt shy and asked with a red face. What about my clothes? Is it his too? Tian shook her head. He sent you to bed and left. I was the one who took off your clothes. Huh? Li Lan was stunned when he heard this, feeling mixed emotions, not knowing whether to be happy or unhappy. Minister? What's wrong with you? Shouldn't I do this? Tian asked innocently. It's okay, thank you. So you help wash my clothes too. This girl is so clever. Why would she do such a thing? It's hard to figure out. That Tian was too shy to speak, but seeing Li Lan's puzzled expression, she had to bite the bullet and said, when I was helping you take off your clothes, I found that they were dirty, so I took the initiative. Li Lan blushed instantly, thinking, how can anyone help wash underwear? This girl, how can I say good things about her? After a moment's silence, Li Lan said with a serious expression, Tian, thank you for your kindness, but don't do this again in the future. Oh, Zhang Tian pouted and lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, without saying a word. Li Lan felt that his attitude was wrong. After all, Zhang Tian also meant well, so he smiled again and said, I don't mean to blame you. We work in the same provincial party committee and are colleagues. We may be friends in the future. It's right to help each other. It's just that I like to do my own things. Do you understand? Zhang Tian then smiled sweetly and nodded. Okay, I understand, Minister. Also, don't tell anyone about what happened last night when you go out. Pingyang Municipal Party Committee Office Building, Peng Yutao's office. Secretary, this is what happened last night. He Tianming had a personal grudge against Johnson, and the two sides had a big fight in front of the Dongxing Hotel. Fortunately, I arrived in time and stopped the conflict, but Johnson refused to listen and, relying on Minister Lee's support, beat He Tianming into the hospital. Now, Deputy Minister, he keeps calling me and asking me how to deal with this matter. He also threatened that if his son was not given a reasonable explanation, he would handle the matter himself. Wei Haiyang spoke in a serious and eloquent manner. But Peng Yutao was experienced enough to hear that there was exaggeration and exaggeration in the words. But He Tianming was indeed beaten into the hospital by Johnson. This is an irrefutable fact. He had a serious look on his face, his brows slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of anger on his face. He Tianming, this little bastard, has been causing a lot of trouble in Pingyang by relying on the power of his father, He Shuping. This time, he even dared to offend the distinguished guest of the city government. I think he is tired of living. If Li Lan investigates, not only him, but even his father will be in trouble. And you're still asking the municipal party committee for an explanation? Fuck, you're just causing trouble for me. Peng Yutao cursed in annoyance. Secretary, how do you think I should respond to him about this matter? Wei Haiyang had a barely perceptible smile on his face. Peng Yutao lit a cigarette, took a puff, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, Don't show up. Let Minister Lin tell He Shuping to explain the pros and cons to him, and let this matter go. Will he let it go? After all, his son He Tianming is still in the hospital, and I heard that he was seriously injured. Wei Haiyang said calmly. He knew the methods of the local powerful people too well. They were definitely not the kind of people who would easily let things go. Then what does he want to do? Send someone to beat Johnson up? What's the difference between that and slapping Li Lan in the face? Tell him clearly that if he doesn't want to be the deputy minister anymore, he can do whatever he wants. Peng Yutao slammed the table and said angrily, Okay, I'll go find Minister Lin and ask him to tell Deputy Minister He. Wei Haiyang suddenly remembered something else and continued. Secretary, there's another person, Bai Jie from the municipal government office. She was also involved in yesterday's incident and was slapped by Minister Li. Being slapped by Li Lan? It can be seen how angry Li Lan must have been at that time. Peng Yutao was shocked and stunned for a moment. If this matter was not handled properly, he would definitely offend Li Lan, which would be detrimental to his future. Peng Yutao has seen Bai Jie before. She is pretty and is said to be one of the 10 beauties in Pingyang and a famous lady in the city government. How could this woman be hanging out with that bastard, He Tianming? How about this? It's not appropriate for her to stay in the municipal government now. Didn't she get in through the teacher recruitment exam? Let her go to a remote township to teach for half a year. When Minister Li Lan has forgotten about this matter, we can consider transferring her back. Peng Yutao said in annoyance. Then, which town should she be transferred to? Wei Haiyang asked maliciously. In this way, Johnson offended another member of the Bai family. Although the Bai family is not considered upper class in Pingyang, they have complex interpersonal relationships and have acquaintances from Yinjing to the streets. If such a family hates someone and wants to take revenge on that person, it will definitely be unexpected and difficult for the person to resist. Peng Yutao waved his hand casually at Wei Haiyang and said, "You can just arrange this kind of small matter." "Okay, secretary, I'll do it right away." Wei Haiyang's smile became even more intense, because he had already decided which township to transfer by Jietu. After talking about these things, Peng Yutao felt relieved, so he said to Wei Haiyang, "Haiyang, you and Johnson were admitted at the same time. How much do you know about him?" "We had more contact when he was serving Mayor Qian, but now we don't have much contact," Wei Haiyang said with a smile. He probably had already anticipated what Peng Yutao wanted to talk to him about. "Then tell me, what kind of person is he?" "Secretary, forgive me for being blunt, but he can be summed up in 8 words: stubborn, domineering, and overbearing." "Oh, is that how you see him?" "However, I have a different opinion," Peng Yutao said with a smile. "These 8 words may sound derogatory at first glance, but they actually show that this person is decisive and has amazing courage." Wei Haiyang was speechless for a moment. It was the first time he heard such an understanding. He instantly regretted that he should have used more vicious words to describe Johnson, such as self-righteous, stubborn. Is the secretary planning to re-employ Johnson? Wei Haiyang couldn't help but ask. Peng Yutao smiled and asked, "Which position do you think would be more suitable for him?" On the surface, it was a discussion, but in reality, Peng Yutao already had an arrangement in his mind. That was just how he was. He always liked to verify his ideas over and over again until everyone's opinions were in his favor, and only then would he be satisfied and announce his final answer. Based on Wei Haiyang's understanding of Peng Yutao, he guessed that Johnson should be promoted from deputy section chief to section chief, but would no longer serve a specific leader. He would most likely be a section chief director of a county-level unit. Secretary. Johnson once served Mayor Qian. As the saying goes, a loyal minister should not serve 2 masters. Of course, this analogy may not be appropriate. In my opinion, he is no longer suitable to serve a certain leader, and there is no vacant position for him in the Secretariat. I think it would be more appropriate for him to go to a county-level unit and serve as the head of a certain bureau. This would give Ministerly a lot of face and would not make Johnson feel humiliated. Wei Haiyang spoke slowly according to his own guess. He thought that being the head of a county-level unit did not have much future, and the best he could achieve in the future was deputy director. He couldn't help but feel proud when he thought of this. His current rank was the highest level among the regular section chiefs, a first-level chief clerk. If he took another small step forward, he would be a department-level cadre. Johnson works in the county unit for another 10 or 8 years. He will never be able to surpass him. Peng Yutao smiled brightly. Obviously, Wei Haiyang's words touched his heart. Chapter 019. A higher-ranking official crushes others. In the office, Peng Yutao smiled knowingly. "Haiyang, your idea coincides with mine. I also think that Johnson is not suitable to return to the Secretariat now." Wei Haiyang smiled and nodded, feeling proud of himself for once again guessing his leader's thoughts. But Peng Yutao changed the subject. "Putting him in a county-level unit would make me." Peng Yutao seemed narrow-minded and not generous enough. "So what do you mean?" Wei Haiyang was a little surprised. It seemed that he still didn't fully understand his leader's thoughts. "What I mean is that we should let him continue to serve in Weishui Township. As for what position he will take, we will discuss it later." "Stay in the township?" Wei Haiyang showed an expression of disbelief on his face. It is a foregone conclusion that Johnson will be promoted, otherwise he will not be able to explain to Li Lan. The section chief who stays in the township, besides the township head, is the secretary. In the county, he is a senior official who guards one side, a real and powerful position. It is not comparable to ordinary county-level units. More importantly, with the experience of being a village head or secretary, it is natural for one to take a step forward and directly enter the ranks of department-level cadres. Was it a private decision between Li Lan and Peng Yutao that Johnson would stay in the township position? Was it to lay a good foundation for Johnson's promotion to the department level? Wei Haiyang's face turned grim when he thought of this. but he was very good at hiding it and still said with a smile, Secretary Peng, I heard that Johnson has a very poor mass base in Weishui Township and is not good at uniting comrades, which has caused many conflict within the Weishui Township team. Moreover, with his current qualifications, can he convince the public if he takes up an important position in the township? Peng Yutao smiled upon hearing this and said meaningfully, You have good information. It seems that I have been paying close attention to my old colleague of yours. Wei Haiyang smiled awkwardly. He knew that Peng Yutao was reminding him that if you always focus on other people's shortcomings, you may be jealous. Secretary Peng, I am also thinking about you. After all, you recommended him. If he is not competent for the job, wouldn't it be a disgrace to you? Peng Yutao nodded solemnly. Wei Haiyang's words made sense. Okay, let's discuss this later. Go and do what I just arranged for you. Okay, leader. I'll do it right away. Pingyang First People's Hospital. He Tianming was wrapped in bandages and his face was covered with anti-swelling and pain-relieving ointment. He lay on the hospital bed with a dull look in his eyes, not saying a word. His father He Shuping, uncle He Shutong, cousin He Tianing, a bunch of relatives surrounded his bed with solemn expressions. Fuck, he is just a small deputy township chief. Whose power does he rely on? How dare he beat my cousin into this state? We must not let him off easily. Otherwise, how can our He family survive in Pingyang in the future? He Tianing said angrily. Brother, Tianing is right. Even if Tianming was wrong first, when has our He family ever suffered such humiliation? I think we should find a few people to beat him up first, and then you can use your connections to make sure that he can't even be the deputy village chief. Let's see who dares to mess with our He family in the future. He Shutong's eyes were wide open. Dad, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll make a call and arrest him first. My brothers in the bureau will take good care of him. He Tianing said with a sinister smile. Johnson detained for intentional injury. At that time, he only needs to say hello to the police investigating the case and find a few auxiliary police officers to beat Johnson up. Brother, please tell me what we should do. He Shutong asked. Humph. He Shuping sneered. It would be easy for a small deputy township head like him to kill him, wouldn't it? I have informed Secretary Peng's secretary, and I believe Secretary Peng will definitely support me. It won't be too late to take action after he responds. Arrogant. He thought he was a local elder, and the He family was deeply rooted in Pingyang City, so he never took Johnson seriously. After hearing this, He Shutong and He Tianing were both impressed. Before taking any action, they should first inform Secretary Peng. As long as Secretary Peng does not interfere, won't that little deputy township chief be able to be manipulated by them as they please? He Shuping seemed very confident. In his impression, Johnson was just a small-time figure from the countryside with no background. Just then, his cell phone rang. When he took it out, he saw that it was a call from Organization Minister Lin Zheng. He made a hushing gesture to He Shutong and He Tianying and answered the call. Minister Lin, do you have any instructions? Shuping, I heard your son was injured. How is he? Is it serious? He's seriously injured. He has multiple bruises and his face is swollen. Hey, this is really unexpected. What do you think about it? He Shuping's heart sank, and he realized that Lin Zheng must have come to pass on a message for Peng Yutao. Otherwise, he should have said a few words of comfort and hung up the phone. But now he was asking him what he thought. My idea is very simple. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. I must make Johnson pay the price. There was silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds, and then Lin Zheng's voice came again. Shuping, I think we should just leave it at that. You can't touch Johnson. Secretary Peng has important plans for him. What? Can't touch him? He Shuping was extremely surprised. He frowned and said unhappily, Minister Lin, what do you mean by this? If it was your son who was beaten like this, would you just let it go? How dare you talk to me in this manner? Lin Zheng on the other end of the phone had a gradually cold look in his eyes. He had long been dissatisfied with He Shuping, his subordinate. Relying on his deep-rooted position in the local area, he never takes his immediate superior seriously and is simply insolent and arrogant. Lin Zheng sneered in his heart. He wanted to let He Shuping thoroughly understand what it meant to be a high-ranking official who could crush people to death. Shuping, I understand your feelings, but I must tell you seriously that if you don't want to be the deputy minister anymore, you can use your own methods to take revenge on Johnson. If your actions cause any adverse impact on the Pingyang municipal government, you will bear the consequences yourself. You, beep beep. Without waiting for He Shuping to say anything else, Lin Zheng hung up the phone. He Shuping was stunned. How could this happen? Why would Secretary Peng protect a minor deputy township head? Why was Lin Zheng, who was usually polite to him, so tough today? Did Johnson have some shocking background? A series of question marks kept popping up in He Shuping's mind. His face was gloomy and his brows were furrowed. Brother, what happened? Seeing that He Shuping looked unhappy, He Shudong asked hurriedly. Everyone looked at He Shuping, their faces full of confusion. Lin Zheng called and advised me to just let it go. What? Just let it go like that? Is there any special relationship between Johnson and Minister Lin? He Shuping shook his head. It's not Lin Zheng, it's Secretary Peng. Everyone was shocked again, dumbfounded, and couldn't believe it. The Water Conservancy Bureau's staff housing building. Bai Jia's cheek was slightly swollen because she was slapped by Lilan, so she took a day off to recuperate at home. Her mother Yu Xiaoyan saw that Bai Jia had not left the house since last night and was worried that something was wrong with her health, so she simply took a leave of absence to stay at home with her. Bai Jia was wearing an ice silk pajamas with nothing underneath and was pacing barefoot in her room. Her plump breasts, white and tender like clouds, swayed with her body. What is the identity of that woman? Even the first secretary of the municipal party committee has to come out to protect her. And Johnson, what is the relationship between the two of them? They seem so close. Damn, man. I slept with you for more than a year for nothing, and yet I didn't help me at all, and even call me a bitch. I was so blind to fall for that loser, He Tianming. What kind of luck did Johnson have? He actually got to sit in the number 1 car of the municipal committee? Could it be that Secretary Peng took a fancy to him, and he will be promoted? Oh my God, why am I so stupid? Why am I so anxious to break up with him? It would be better to keep him hanging first. Forget it. Anyway, I'm going to be promoted to deputy section chief soon, and I'll be a full section chief in less than 2 years. Johnson is a nobody with no background, so he can't be better than me anyway. Damn it, I will pay you back for this slap sooner or later. Her mind was in a mess. She felt wronged and angry. Xiao Jia, what are you doing talking to yourself in the room? I made breakfast. Do you want to come out and eat something? Yu Xiaoyan eavesdropped outside the door for a while. Sometimes she heard Yi Tianming's name, sometimes Johnson. She guessed that her daughter must have encountered emotional setbacks. As someone who has experienced it, she has an obligation to share her experience and guide her daughter. Stop shouting, I don't want to eat. My dear daughter, you may be angry, but you still have to eat. Don't hurt yourself because of emotional issues. Mom, what are you talking about? Who hurt themselves because of feelings? That's what I was saying. How are you and Tianming doing lately? Is it time to talk about marriage? Mom, don't mention this name to me again. I get so angry when you mention him. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyan realized the seriousness of the problem and was afraid that Bai Jia and He Tianming would have a complete falling out. The He family was a powerful group and had helped her family a lot. Even Bai Jia's treatment as a deputy section chief was coordinated by He Tianming's father. Such good in-laws, please don't let them break up because of your daughter's willfulness. Xiao Jia, what's going on? I think Tianming is a good guy. Although he's not as handsome as Johnson, his family background is 1,000 times better than that poor boy Johnson. Don't just focus on the appearance and ignore his inner qualities. Yu Xiaoyun said this with an anxious look on her face, fearing that her daughter would break up with He Tianming out of anger. Bai Jia was furious and punched the pillow on the bed. Mom, don't mention Johnson to me again. He's not a good guy. He's heartless and fickle. I hate him. Without love, how can there be hatred? As someone who has experienced this, Yu Xiaoyan fully understands her daughter's feelings at this time. But she didn't think highly of that poor boy Johnson, even though he had once been very successful when he was the deputy mayor's secretary. But that was in the past. What about now? Being demoted to a remote town with no future in life. Those who interact with the Bai family have always been well-known figures in Pingyang City. If those people knew that her daughter had a boyfriend with no future, it would be so embarrassing. Xiao Jia, listen to your mother's advice. Men are just stepping stones for us women to climb. If he can't help you reach the climax of your life, he is useless no matter how handsome he is. Only someone like He Tianming can satisfy all your needs and make you the most eye-catching flower among the flowers. That's enough. Look how good it is now. With his father's help, you will be promoted to deputy section chief soon. When you get married, you may even be able to become the director of the city government office in the future. Bai Jia was very annoyed by Yu Xiaoyan's voice outside the door. She lay on the bed and just let her continue to nag outside the door. He ever fall in love with Johnson? Not at all. It was simply because Johnson was so powerful at that time that she couldn't help but get closer to him out of vanity. Women like her are very realistic and materialistic. Although they have their own personality and dignity, they are rare. Just when she was feeling extremely annoyed, Director Cheen from the municipal government office called her. Mom, stop talking, my boss is calling. Yu Xiaoyan's nagging outside the door stopped immediately. Director Cheen, is there something you want to talk about? Xiao Jia, I have something to inform you. You will be transferred to teach at the #1 primary school in Weishui Township. Please come to the unit tomorrow to complete the handover procedures. Director Cheen, are you mistaken? I didn't apply to teach. You can't go wrong. Remember to come and handle the handover tomorrow. Hello, Director Cheen. Are you kidding me? You want me to teach in a rural town? Bai Jia felt like crying, but had no tears. She stared at the dim screen of her phone for a long time. Xiao Jia, what does your leader want to talk to you about? Has your deputy section chief's salary been approved? Yu Xiaoyun asked anxiously. Bai Jia walked out of the house with red eyes and said aggrievedly, Mom, my boss told me to teach in Weishui Township, but I don't want to go. I won't go to that remote place no matter what. Please call my dad and ask him to come back and think of a solution for me. Woo woo woo. Don't worry, my dear daughter. I'll call your father right now. Yu Xiaoyan was also panicked when she heard this. Bai Jia's father, Bai Xiefeng, was in a meeting at the Water Conservancy Bureau at the time. When he received a call from Yu Xiaoyan and heard that his daughter was going to be assigned to teach in Weishui Township, he was stunned. Wasn't it agreed that he would be assigned to teach in the city government? Why was he suddenly assigned to teach in a township? He was extremely anxious because he had only one precious daughter at home, and he couldn't just watch her suffer in the countryside. He said hello to the leaders present and hurriedly left the meeting room. Everyone present was very surprised to see his panic and wondered what big incident had happened in Director Bai's family. On the way home, Bai Xiefeng thought about it and decided to call He Shuping to ask about the situation. Minister He Xiaoji suddenly received a notice from the municipal government office today asking her to teach in Weishui Township. What's going on? He Shuping on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds. He was also very surprised. He was about to be promoted to deputy section chief. So why was he suddenly assigned to the countryside? His brows knitted together unconsciously, and Li Lan's name suddenly popped into his mind. He later learned that on the night his son He Tianming and Johnson clashed, Bai Jia bumped into Li Lan, the head of the provincial organization department. If that's the case, it all makes sense. Isn't this just what he deserves? He even caused his son to be beaten for nothing. He Shuping's mind sank, and he responded coldly. This is an instruction from our superiors. I can't help. Hello, Minister He. Beep beep. Bai Xiefeng looked at the hung-up phone, realized the seriousness of the matter, and a feeling of helplessness instantly surged in his heart. When he got home, he comforted Bai Jia first. Xiao Jia, don't worry. Dad has inquired about it. He is only going to teach for half a year to gain experience. He will be promoted to deputy professor when he comes back. Dad, can you please try to stop me from going to that crappy town? The conditions there are so tough. I don't want to stay there for even a single day. Bai Jia burst into tears, feeling very aggrieved. You should think of a solution. Are you going to watch our daughter suffer in the countryside? How could he, the head of the family, remain indifferent when seeing his wife and daughter looking so sad? He gritted his teeth and called the organization Minister Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was working in the office when he heard his cell phone ring. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so he hung up without hesitation. Bai Xiefeng nervously put the phone to his ear, feeling uneasy. He had already thought about what he would say to Minister Lin after the call was connected. But as a cold voice came from the phone, the number you dialed is unavailable at the moment, his heart sank to the bottom. As a deputy director, he is indeed not qualified to talk to Lin Zheng directly. Seeing his wife and daughter's eager eyes, Bai Xiefeng forced a smile and said, Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I will directly find Roberto, the party secretary of Weishui Township, and ask him to inform the school. You can go to the school to take a number and rest at home for half a year. Bai Jia nodded reluctantly. This was the only solution. It was better than staying in that shabby school. Bai Xiefeng found Roberto's phone number and called him. This time he was full of confidence. After all, he was also a city leader. It was easy for him to find a township-level cadre to do something for him. However, to his surprise, the response he got was a cold, not available at the moment. He couldn't help but wonder, how could the head of a township turn off his phone for no reason? He had a bad feeling and quickly called Weishui Township Chief Hu Dawei again. This time, the call went through. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Village head Hu, your township leaders are so busy. I just called Secretary Liu, but why is his phone turned off?" There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Hu Dawei sighed and said, "Roberto, you can't be contacted for the time being. If Director Bai has anything to say, you can tell me directly." Roberto lost contact. Bai Xiefeng seemed to realize something. Usually, if a leader suddenly becomes unreachable, it means that he or she may be detained for investigation by the organization and has therefore been cut off from all contact with the outside world. There's no such thing as double regulation now. Detention is a common means used by disciplinary supervision agencies to investigate serious violations of laws and disciplines such as official corruption. Bai Xiefeng was a little confused and regretted calling Roberto just now. "Director Bai, if you have anything to say, you can just tell me directly." Hu Dawei asked again. "Oh, my daughter Bai Jie is going to teach in your Weishui Township for half a year, but she is not in good health. I would like to ask Township Chief Hu to take care of her and let her register at the school so that she can rest at home. If this is the case, it's not easy to deal with." Bai Xiefeng's heart skipped a beat and his brows immediately furrowed. He didn't expect to be rejected mercilessly. As the deputy director of the municipal bureau, he felt completely humiliated. Hu Dawei then explained, "Don't get me wrong, Director Bai. I will soon be leaving Weishui Township and will no longer be the mayor of Weishui Township. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea gets cold. Your words won't work anymore." "I see." Bai Xiefeng felt relieved after hearing Hu Dawei's explanation, so he asked with a smile, "I understand. I wonder where Township Chief Hu is going to take this time. Have you chosen the new secretary and Township Chief?" "It hasn't been decided yet, but it should be soon." Chapter 021 Friend's Wife. It was already past 8 in the morning when Johnson woke up. He simply lay back in bed and called Ma Xiaoi, director of the party and government office, to inform him that he was still on business in the city and could not return for the next 2 days. I thought Ma Xiaoi would ask Johnson to call Roberto again to let him know as usual, but surprisingly, this time he agreed readily without saying a word. When Johnson asked him if he needed to report to Secretary Liu again, Ma Xiaoi was obviously stunned for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then laughed heartily, "No." Before hanging up the phone, Ma Xiaoi patted his chest and said to Johnson, "Village chiefly, you just stay busy outside. There are no urgent tasks in the village these 2 days. Even if there is something, we have a group of people to take care of it." This guy, has his personality changed? Johnson was a little confused. After hanging up the phone, Johnson felt his throat smoking. He got up and went to the living room to drink water. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw Shun Lingli wearing a cartoon nightgown, blocking the door with her arms around her chest. After sending Lilan home last night, he was unable to drive because he was drunk. Coincidentally, his high school classmate Gao Chang called him and asked him to have a drink. So he took a taxi to Gao Chang's house with the idea of staying overnight. Shun Lingli is Gao Chang's wife and also Johnson's high school classmate. There were so many couples in high school, but they were the only two who finally got married. Awake, Shun Lingli raised her eyebrows and asked jokingly. Johnson felt a little embarrassed. Gao Chang had called him to invite him over to his house, and they thought that the three of them hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they got together and had a few drinks. Who would have thought that Johnson was sober when he got in the taxi, but was drunk and staggering when he got out? In the end, it took the combined efforts of Gao Chang and Shun Lingli to barely help him up the stairs. Johnson smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I was drunk last night. I didn't spoil your interest, did I? If you don't come, what interest would there be between the two of us? What happened last night? What made you so drunk?" Shun Lingli asked with a smile. In her memory, Johnson had a good alcohol tolerance, especially during the years when he worked as secretary to the deputy mayor. She almost never saw him drunk. Johnson said calmly, "No one, just the city party secretary Peng, the deputy secretary, the organization minister, and those people. There were too many opponents, and I was fighting alone, so I drank too much without paying attention." Johnson was so pretentious that he couldn't help laughing. Johnson excitedly and said, "Johnson, you are back to work at the municipal government? You are really capable of drinking with so many big leaders. Since you left the city government, Gaoqiang convenience store's business has plummeted. Now that you're back, don't forget to help us out again." When Johnson served as secretary to Mayor Chien, whenever the unit needed cigarettes, alcohol, tea, etc., he would send people to the convenience store opened by Gao Chang to purchase them. Over the years, Gao Chong made a lot of money. Although his family did not become rich, their lives were much better than before. Since Johnson left the city government, Gaoqiang convenience store sales have declined, and the monthly income is barely enough to cover the family's basic expenses. Therefore, Gao Chong and Shun Lingli missed the days when Johnson was in power all the time. I haven't come back yet. Maybe in the future. Although he couldn't bear to disappoint Shun Lingli, Johnson still told the truth. Yes, he can now sit and drink with the municipal party secretary and even ride in the municipal party committee's #1 car. But this is all thanks to Leland's support. Johnson always has a clear understanding of himself. Even though he now has a sister who is a senior official in the provincial government, he will not have such unrealistic delusions of reaching the top overnight. Hearing this, the light in Shun Lingli's eyes instantly disappeared, and she said in a depressed mood, I thought good days were coming for my family, but I was so happy for nothing. Okay, hurry up and wash up and eat. We'll drink again in the evening when Gao Chong comes back." Johnson smiled and said nothing more, then walked into the bathroom to take a cold shower to sober himself up. When he was in high school, Johnson devoted himself to studying and only wanted to change his fate through learning. So in 3 years, he only made 2 friends, Gao Chong and Shun Lingli. Speaking of which, the acquaintance of the 3 was quite dramatic. In her first year of high school, a female classmate from another class had been secretly in love with Johnson for a long time. Later, she plucked up the courage to write a love letter to Johnson. The person who helped her deliver the letter was Shun Lingli. Shun Lingli had her hair tied in a ponytail at that time and looked like a young and beautiful girl. Many people pursued her, and Gao Chong was one of them. I remember that the moon was very round that night, and the school playground was filled with silver light. Shun Lingli held the love letter in her hand and asked Johnson to meet her at the basketball court. Johnson was still a silly nerd at the time, and he was so nervous about going on an appointment that it was like a spy meeting. Shun Lingli, however, had a hot temper. Without saying anything, she casually grabbed Johnson's arm and stuffed the love letter into his pocket. At the moment when the two of them were handing over, Gao Chong suddenly jumped out from somewhere. He mistakenly thought it was a love letter written by Shun Lingli to Johnson and was filled with grief and anger on the spot and insisted on forcing Johnson to duel with him. Johnson couldn't resist and had to punch him 3 times and knock out 2 of his teeth. From then on, Gao Chong lost his temper in front of him. Afterwards, Johnson took out the love letter and showed it to Gao Chong, thus ruling out the possibility that he was a love rival. It was also at that time that Shun Lingli found out that Gao Chong had a crush on her. Fate is sometimes really strange. After many twists and turns, the 3 of them became inseparable good friends. Johnson took off all his clothes and was taking a shower. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened a crack, and a delicate hand handed in a red bath towel and a disposable toothbrush. "The bath towel is still wet after washing it last night. You can use mine first," Shun Lingli said. Johnson hesitated for a moment before taking it, and a faint fragrance came towards him. After taking a shower, Shun Lingli leaned on the sofa to look at her phone. Her 2 long white legs naturally stretched on the coffee table, and the scenery under her skirt was vaguely visible. Johnson quickly shifted his gaze and sat at the dining table to concentrate on his breakfast. At this time, Shun Lingli suddenly asked, "Do you still remember the girl who pursued you in school, Lu Yuan?" Johnson chewed a dough stick in his mouth and said, "I remember it. She's been asking me about you these past few days. How are you? Are you interested in meeting her?" Johnson shook his head as he ate. "Not interested." Shun Lingli continued to talk without giving up. "I heard that her family's business is very big now. If you two are together, with her family's financial support, you won't have to stay in that broken town and suffer humiliation." Is this asking him to hook up with a rich woman? Johnson smiled helplessly. Seeing Johnson's stubborn attitude, Shun Lingli became anxious. She stood up and walked to Johnson, showing him her WeChat chat history. "Look, Lu Yuan has tagged you in our high school group at least 100 times, and you haven't responded even once." She knew that Gao Chong and I were close, so she called me and Gao Chong many times. She just wanted to invite you to have a meal together to make up for the regrets she had at school. Are you so heartless? Even if you were just pretending, can't you help someone realize their dream for once? Johnson smiled. He was not Santa Claus and had no obligation to help people realize their dreams. It's not that he is unsympathetic, but Lu Yuan is a woman with princess syndrome, and he doesn't like her. Let's talk about it later. Johnson said indifferently and sent Shun Lingli away. Shun Lingli immediately lost her temper, turned around, and continued to lie on the sofa, muttering, "You just pretend. Lu Yuan is so beautiful. Her family is rich. She may not be interested in you, a poor deputy township head." When saying this, Shun Lingli inadvertently showed a smug smile. Johnson ignored her and turned to ask her, "Why didn't you go to work today?" After graduating from high school, Shun Lingli failed to get into university, so she went to medical college under the arrangement of her family. After graduation, she asked someone to arrange for her to work as a nurse in the Second People's Hospital of the city. After hearing what Johnson said, she said listlessly, "I've been working 2 consecutive night shifts. If I continue like this, I'll be dead." As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Lingli's phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered it and said to the phone with fear and trepidation, "Hello, head nurse? I'm resting at home today. What can I do for you?" An impatient voice came from the phone. "Shun Lingli, what's wrong with you? There's so many patients in the hospital these 2 days, and everyone is busy. How can you still have the nerve to rest? Come to work quickly. Otherwise, you will fail the assessment this year." Fail the assessment? Doesn't that mean I might be fired? Shun Lingli panicked when she heard this, and quickly explained, "Head nurse, I have been working overtime for 2 consecutive days and nights. According to the regulations, I should rest. Otherwise, how about this? I rest for half a day and go to work in the afternoon." "No, go to the hospital right now, or don't come to work anymore." The voice on the phone suddenly became rude and unreasonable. After hanging up the phone, Shun Lingli cried in grievance. She cried and went to the bedroom to change her clothes. Johnson couldn't bear to see this. He stood up and asked, "After 2 nights of hard work, why don't you let us rest? Are all the nurses in your hospital working this hard?" Shun Lingli wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, "It's not like this usually. Usually, night shift workers are given time to rest. I don't know why, but the head nurse always targets me these past few times. She often asks me to work overtime for several days in a row and always threatens me with failing the assessment. My family has been worried about my job. If I lose it because of my carelessness, they will be very sad. So I thought, just bear with it. It will pass. Okay, I'm going to work now. You just stay at home and rest." Shun Lingli put on her clothes and pushed the door open to go out. Looking at her tired figure, Johnson felt very uncomfortable. "Silly girl, you don't even know why people are targeting you, and you still stupidly go to work overtime. Like the other 3, they were all born in rural Shannon County. They had no money and no background. They were like rootless duckweed in the huge Pingyang city, and it was common for them to be bullied." Johnson couldn't help but feel distressed. It was at this time that Li Lan sent a message. "Meet at the Dongsheng Hotel tonight. I'll introduce you to some local friends." Chapter 022, The Mysterious Merchant. Gaochang Convenience Store. Johnson pushed open the glass door and saw Gao Chong lying on a folding chair, concentrating on playing with his mobile phone. "Boss, give me a pack of cigarettes." "Okay." Gao Chong stood up and saw that the person coming was Johnson. He immediately smiled and said, "You drank so much last night. Why didn't you rest at home for a while?" "I was home alone with your wife and was afraid you might be worried, so I hurried over to check in with you." "Why are you worried? It's not like the 3 of us haven't slept in the same bed before." Gao Chong smiled innocently. "Still so big." Johnson couldn't help but laugh. "Did your wife offend her boss in the hospital recently?" Johnson asked straight to the point. Gao Chong scratched his head. "No, everything is normal. I haven't heard her mention it. Working overtime for several days and nights without reason. Is this normal? I heard from her that she had just worked overtime for 2 days and now she was forced to work overtime again. How could her body handle it?" Johnson said with a serious expression. Gao Chong sighed and said helplessly, "What can we do? It doesn't matter if we don't have anyone, but if we don't listen to the leader, won't we be fired? You also know that Lingli's parents begged and pleaded for her to get this job. If she is fired, how will she explain to her family? Besides, what kind of grievances has she not suffered in the hospital over the years? Take the evaluation of professional titles, for example. According to her qualifications, she should have been evaluated as a nurse long ago. Many people who started 2 years later than her have been selected, but she still hasn't been selected. Tell me, who can we go to for justice?" Gao Chong kept shaking his head helplessly. "There is such a thing." Johnson was a little surprised. "During those 2 years, with your help, our family was able to get by. I thought that it would be my turn to get a professional title, so I never mentioned it to you." Gao Chong said. Then have you ever thought about visiting your boss's home to build relationships? Johnson asked. I went. Gao Chong laughed at himself. When they saw that the gift I gave was worthless, they didn't even let me in. Damn, how could I meet such a snobbish leader? Johnson couldn't help but feel a little angry. However, these people are generally small characters with a narrow vision and cannot become big leaders. Even if you manage to become a higher-ranking official, something bad will happen sooner or later. The leader you're talking about is not the smart head nurse, right? Yes, that fat, stupid old woman. Gao Chong immediately sighed again. If only you were still in the city government, how could those people dare not give you face with just one phone call? Oh, now I really regret not telling you this. Okay, let's talk about it later. Don't leave tonight. Let's drink some more? Not tonight. I have something important to do. 6 p.m., Dongsheng Hotel. The number 1 box. Li Lan sat in the main seat. Sitting on her right was a tall, square-faced, middle-aged man. The seat on the left was empty, obviously reserved for Johnson. There were 2 other guests sitting on the left and right sides, one of whom was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had an elegant temperament. The other one was a strong young man with dark skin and short hair. Johnson pushed the door open and walked in, and everyone's eyes fell on him. Leland stood up and said to Johnson with a smile, "Please take a seat." Except for the man sitting in the guest of honor seat, everyone else stood up and greeted him with smiles. Johnson sat down. Leland first introduced him to the man on his right. Johnson, this is Mr. Sun Huide. Leland then introduced Johnson to Sun Huide. Mr. Sun, this is my brother Johnson. Johnson stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Sun Huide. Hello, Mr. Sunday. Sun Huide stood up, shook Johnson's hand, and said with a smile, Hello, I've heard of you for a long time. Johnson was surprised. Is he already so famous? Or had Leland already introduced his situation to them? However, what is most surprising is that Sun Huide's palms are very strong, and the angular muscles and deep nasolabial folds on his face all indicate that he is a person who is difficult to talk to and has great authority. From any perspective, he doesn't look like a businessman, but more like an official, and his status is no less than that of Leland. But soon, Johnson got the answer from Leland. Leland briefly introduced. Mr. Sun was born in the Yanjing compound. He used to work in the public security department of Hanjiang province and was promoted to the rank of director. Later, due to various reasons, he gave up his official position and went into business. Now he is considered a wealthy businessman. So that's it. No wonder this person's temperament is so unpredictable. It turns out he has such a complicated history. Born in Yanjing, the department-level cadre of the public security department, he gave up his official position to go into business. The more you know about him, the more mysterious he becomes. Those are all old stories. Now I'm just a businessman running around. Sun Huide laughed heartily. Then he said, Johnson, I heard that you are now the head of Weishui Township. Work hard. The worse the conditions in a township, the easier it is to achieve results. You are young and your future is limitless. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your encouragement. Since he is Xiaolan's younger brother, he is also my younger brother. From now on, I will call him brother. This way, it will sound more intimate. Okay, Brother Sunday. Johnson was very confident and had none of the shyness or restraint that might be associated with a first meeting. Sun Huide also admired Johnson's character and kept nodding and smiling at him. Then Sun Huide said, Xiaolan, let me introduce the rest of the people. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Sunday. Leland sat down with a smile. Sun Huide pointed to the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses beside him and introduced him. This is Mr. Ho Yaodong. Hello, Mr. Ho. Johnson politely extended his hand to shake hands. Ho Yaodong looked flattered and held Johnson's hands and shook them again and again. I don't deserve it. I'm just a soldier under General Sunday. I hope Brother Johnson will take care of me in the future. Ho Yaodong said with a smile with narrowed eyes. Sun Huide patted Johnson on the shoulder and said, Lao Ho will manage all the business in Hanjiang province for me. If you need anything in the future, you can contact him. He may not be able to do other things, but he can provide as much manpower and money as you need. Johnson's head buzzed when he heard this, and he couldn't believe it. How many people and money can you have? How big a person must be to dare to say such a bold statement? Sun Huide looked at the young man with a crew cut on the other side, pointed at him, and said, This is a little brother of mine in the public security department of Hanjiang province, Long Gang. He has just been assigned to your Pingyang City Public Security Bureau and is temporarily serving as the captain of the criminal police. If you need any help in the public security system, you can call Long Gang. From a provincial department to Shannon County where you are, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Johnson was shocked again. If he was not the person introduced by Leland, he would definitely think that this was a lunatic who was bragging. But seeing that everyone present believed it firmly and their faces were serious, Johnson was deeply shocked. He looked at Sun Hwide in front of him and couldn't help but become curious about his identity again. Just then, the door of the box was pushed open, and a woman in a professional suit walked in. She is in her early 20s, with long black hair. She wears a slim-fitting suit jacket that fits her slender waist. She wears a high-quality hip skirt that hugs her hip curves, revealing her long, beautiful legs under the hem of the skirt. She wears a pair of black mid-heeled leather shoes, showing the elegance and charm of an urban white-collar worker. Yanin, you've come at the right time. Come, let me introduce you to a handsome guy. Sun Hwide waved at the woman with a smile. The woman made a surprised expression and ran into Sun Hwide's arms. Johnson was surprised and couldn't help but think more, until the woman looked up in Sun Hwide's arms and cried out like a spoiled child, "Uncle, why didn't you come to see me for so long? I missed you so much." Johnson admitted that he had just thought wrongly and smiled with shame. "Who told you to leave the capital and come here?" "Humph, if I didn't come to see you today, when would you, a wolf cub, remember to go back to the capital to see your uncle?" Sun Hwide said with eyes full of doting but sternness. "Uncle, there's so many people here, please give me some face. After all, I am your spokesperson in Pingyang City and the boss in charge of so many hotels," the woman said coquettishly, looking playful and cute. "Come, let me introduce you." Sun Hwide looked at Johnson. "This is Johnson, your Aunt Lan's brother." He pointed at the woman in his arms and introduced her to Johnson. "This is my niece, Lin Yanin, who is now the manager of this hotel. It turns out that Dongxing Hotel is actually Sun Hwide's property." Johnson was a little surprised. "Hello, Yanin." Johnson smiled and extended his hand to Lin Yanin. "Hello, Uncle Lin. Welcome to visit Dongxing often," Lin Yanin said with a playful smile. "Uncle Lin?" Johnson was somewhat uncomfortable, as Lin Yanin was only 2 or 3 years younger than him. "Am I that old?" Johnson quipped, laughing. Sun Hwide laughed heartily upon hearing this. Indeed, Johnson and Lin Yanin were of similar age, so it was a bit strange to call him uncle. "Okay, you young people should handle yourselves. It doesn't matter whether you call me uncle or brother. We're all family anyway, huh?" Sun Hwide continued to laugh. Everyone laughed along, creating a harmonious and cheerful scene. At this moment, Johnson's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Gao Chong. Johnson answered the call without thinking. "Hello, Chiangzi. I told you I have something to do tonight." However, the voice coming from the phone was like a bolt of lightning to Johnson. Gao Chong was heard crying hysterically on the phone. "Lindsay, come quickly. Lingli has fainted in the hospital. Fuck these vampire bastards. If anything happens to Lingli, I'll fight them to the death. Whoa, damn it, I'm going to kill those beasts." Johnson immediately became nervous and said hurriedly, "Chiangzi, don't do anything rash. Wait until I get to the hospital. You must wait for me." Everyone present looked at Johnson's nervous expression and immediately cast inquiring glances at him. Johnson apologized to everyone. "Sister Lon, brother, son, I'm really sorry. Something happened at the home of a good friend of mine, and I have to rush over now." Sun Hwide looked at him solemnly and said, "Johnson, tell us what happened first and see if we can help you." "Yes, Johnson, I'm also worried about you." "What happened?" Leland said with a worried look on his face. Johnson calmed down and briefly told everyone about Shun Lingley's experience in the 2nd Municipal Hospital. After staying up all night for a few days, she suddenly fainted while working overtime today. Her husband just called me and said he was going crazy. I have to rush over now because I'm afraid he will do something stupid. They don't bother to condemn the hospital for exploiting its employees. Sun Hwide quickly said, "I will contact the director of the 2nd Municipal Hospital for you now, and he will help you handle everything. My car is parked downstairs right now. You can get in my car and drive there immediately. All lights will be green. Come back as soon as you're done with your business. We're still waiting for you here." Johnson nodded in agreement. Chapter 023. You're responsible for your own mistakes. A black car with a WJ license plate was already waiting downstairs at the Dongxing Hotel. Johnson got in the car, and the male driver in a military green uniform asked without turning his head, "Chief, where are you going?" "Municipal 2nd Hospital." With a siren blaring, The car started off smoothly, and the lights were green all the way, with no one blocking its way. This reminds Johnson of the old saying, "I'm not afraid of anything with an umbrella. I'm afraid of anything with a flash." Only when you sit in the car and enjoy the attention of passers-by can you truly feel the charm of privilege. Came to the second municipal hospital. When the guard saw the sedan with flashing lights, he didn't even dare to ask questions. He immediately raised the gear lever respectfully and watched the sedan enter the hospital. We arrived downstairs at the inpatient department where Shun Lingli was on duty. Chun Hongxing, director of the second municipal hospital, was waiting here early with a group of people. Johnson's car stopped. Chun Hongxing immediately stepped forward, respectfully opened the door for him, and carefully helped him out of the car. As soon as they met, he said with a smile on his face, "Hello, Chief. I am Chun Hongxing, the director of the second hospital. I have already investigated the matter you told me about, and I am waiting for you to deal with it. Where are the people?" Johnson asked anxiously. "Upstairs, follow me." Chun Hongxing led the way, followed closely by Johnson, and all the hospital executives followed. 8th floor. Gao Chong felt heartbroken when he saw Shun Lingli, who was pale and in coma. "Lingli, wake up. Stop scaring me. Lingli, let's quit, okay? I'll work hard to make money and support you in the future. Lingli, please say something." He was heartbroken. He had made his wife endure so much torture and humiliation for no reason. He felt guilty. As a man, he failed to protect his woman. He was furious. The old witch who had oppressed his wife for many years was going to make her pay the price. However, the head nurse named Yang Guilan was standing in front of Shun Lingli's bed, watching coldly. She showed no sympathy for Shun Lingli's situation. Instead, her eyes were full of contempt and disdain. She snorted coldly and said to Gao Chong sarcastically, "Why are you crying like a grown man? Your wife is not dead. She just fainted. Don't even think about blackmailing me. Look at your wife's health. She fainted after working overtime for 2 days. It's really speechless. I'm telling you, get out of here right now and don't disturb our medical staff. When your wife wakes up, you'll have to work overtime." Faced with Yang Guilan's ruthless ridicule, Gao Chong trembled all over, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. His wife, whom he held as a treasure in his hands, was actually treated as an inferior cheap laborer. This was simply too much. He stood up and stared at Yang Guilan with bloodshot eyes. "Why are you staring at me? Do you want to hit me? Don't you realize who you are? If you dare to touch me, Shun Lingli will be gone tomorrow." Yang Guilan was arrogant and looked disdainful. At this moment, all the humiliation came to my mind all at once. He rushed forward, grabbed Yang Guilan by the collar, and slapped her 3 times. "I'll let you bully my wife. I'll let you be arrogant. I'll let you oppress the good. You dare to hit someone, help. You're killing someone." Yang Guilan's hair was disheveled, and she was screaming in pain. "Old witch, you still have the nerve to yell." Gao Chong kicked her hard several times. At this time, the nurses in the ward saw someone beating the head nurse. They were so frightened that they rushed out of the ward screaming and calling for security. A moment later, the fully armed hospital security guards rushed into Shun Lingli's ward with rubber sticks. Under the cover of explosion-proof shields, the crowd squeezed the thug, Gao Chong, into a corner and locked his body with riot forks. Countless hard rubber sticks hit Gao Chong mercilessly, but he didn't say a word and just let the group of people beat him. Shun Lingli, who was lying on the hospital bed, was awakened by the noise. She woke up in a daze. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw everyone beating Gao Chong. She screamed desperately, "What are you doing? Stop it. Don't hit my husband." She used all her strength to climb down from the hospital bed, crawled to Gao Chong's side, and used her body to block the attacks from everyone. "Stop. Don't hit my husband. Lingli, get out of the way. Get out of the way. No. Xiangzi, I know you took the beating because of me. I won't leave. I will die with you. Lingli, I'm useless. I made you suffer." The two hugged each other and cried. When the security guard saw this, they all stopped what they were doing, their eyes full of pity. Aren't they just small people without any background? And aren't they just miserable people like Shun Lingli? Seeing the security guard stop, Yang Guilan rushed up like crazy with her hair loose and a ferocious face. "Who told you to stop? Do you still want to do it? Beat me. Beat me to death. Fuck you, you bunch of rubbish. What the hell are you doing in the hospital?" She reached out and snatched the rubber stick from the security guard's hand and looked at Shun Lingli and his wife with extreme arrogance. Shen Lingli, you bitch. How dare you instigate your husband to come to the hospital and beat me up? I'll beat you to death. She raised the rubber stick and hit Shen Lingli hard. A stick hit Shen Lingli on the head with such force that Shen Lingli fainted. Smart. Gao Chong tried to break free from the shackles like a madman. Veins on his arms were exposed, and his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing Shen Lingli faint, Yang Guilin not only did not stop, but became even more aggressive. While beating Gao Chong with a rubber stick, she said in a sinister voice, I'm telling you, in the second hospital, as long as they are nurses under my command, they have to work overtime as long as I ask them to. They deserve to die. You dare to hit me today, I will make you pay the price. And that bitch Shen Lingli, just wait and see. The hospital leaders will definitely support me, and I will make her get out of the second hospital. Just when Gao Chong was feeling extremely desperate looking at the unconscious Shen Lingli, Johnson's voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. Stop. Johnson had a cold face and walked quickly into the ward. He grabbed Yang Guilin's abusive arm and threw her far away. Johnson's powerful arm strength. Yang Guilin staggered and fell to the ground. Johnson s back angrily. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Are you security guards, all blind? Didn't you see someone hitting me? Hurry up and do it. Just as Yang Guilin was shouting, a cold voice came again. Let's see who dares to move. Everyone looked towards the door, only to see Dean Chun Hongxing suddenly appear with many senior hospital executives. Dean Chun, why are you here? Yang Guilin was stunned for a moment. Humph. Yang Guilin, you are too lawless. Is it your family that owns the second municipal hospital? I'll deal with you later. Chun Hongxing yelled at the security guards. All of you get out. No one is allowed to step in without my order. The security guards panicked instantly and quickly put away their weapons and left the ward. Gao Chong was freed from his shackles and immediately picked up Shen Lingli from the ground, shouting tremblingly, Help! Help! Chun Hongxing immediately called several medical staff. Quickly send comrade Shen Lingli to the high-level nursing home and do our best to treat her. The doctors behind him hurried in, lifted Shen Lingli, and sent her to the intensive care unit. Looking at Shen Lingli being carried away for treatment, Gao Chong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Johnson, with red eyes, and was overwhelmed with grief. He threw himself into his arms and cried bitterly. A grown man, crying like a baby. Okay, Xiangzi, it's okay. Linzi, I am so powerful and incompetent that I can't even protect my own wife. I am incompetent. Xiangzi, this matter is not your fault. Isn't the culprit here? Johnson looked coldly at Yang Guilin, who was curled up on the ground in a miserable state. Johnson in disbelief. Who is he? Why would Dean Shen listen to him? And that Shen Lingli, isn't he a country guy with no background? Why did Dean Shen suddenly appear and speak for her? She was confused, frightened, and helpless. She looked at Chun Hongxing for help, but was ignored by Chun Hongxing. Johnson doesn't hit women, but Xiangzi can. Yang Guilin felt Johnson's murderous gaze and shuddered unconsciously. She asked in horror, What do you want to do? Snort. Johnson snorted coldly, turned to look at Chun Hongxing, and said to him, Dean Chun, let's talk outside. At this time, after they left, only Gao Chong and Yang Guilin were left in the room. How could Chun Hongxing not understand Johnson's intention? Although he was a little embarrassed, looking at Gao Chong, who was covered in scars, he gritted his teeth and obediently followed Johnson out of the ward. After all, fighting usually results in injuries on both sides. The ward door slammed shut. Gao Chong walked towards Yang Guilin angrily. Outside the ward, Chun Hongxing spoke first. Chief, call me Johnson. Oh, Brother Johnson, this Yang Guilin violated our hospital regulations, and she is so arrogant and domineering that she is not worthy of being a doctor. Please rest assured that our hospital will punish her severely. This is your hospital's own business. I won't interfere. I believe that Director Chun will give justice to Mr. and Mrs. Shen Lingli. That's right. As far as I know, Comrade Shen Lingli is very dedicated and has outstanding work performance. The hospital will definitely give her justice. That's good. At this moment, Gao Chong pushed the door open and walked out, his face obviously looking much more relaxed. Chun Hongxing immediately asked someone to come into the house, check on Yang Guilin's injuries, and take her away for treatment. At this time, 3 policemen came towards them. Who's causing trouble here? Come with us. Chapter 24, Long Gang arrives. 3 policemen came forward, briefly asked about what happened, and were about to take Gao Chang away. As the dean of the hospital, Chun Hongxing took the initiative to negotiate with them, saying that there was only a minor friction between the two sides, and no one was seriously injured. Moreover, the hospital will not hold Gao Chang responsible and hopes that the police can show leniency and let the matter go. The problem could have been solved by simply finding the nurse who called the police and canceling the call. But no matter how Chun Hongxing explained, the three policemen insisted on taking Gao Chang away for interrogation. He pointed at Chun Hongxing's nose and said in a bad manner, "So what if you're the hospital director? Do you still want to stop us from handling the case by yourself? I tell you, we must take the client away today. Comrade police, could you please be flexible? This incident really hasn't caused a big impact." Chun Hongxing explained with a smile in the face of the three people's rude remarks. One of them immediately turned hostile and angrily yelled, "Don't be so shameless. If you keep pestering me, I'll take you away with me." "You." Chun Hongxing's face darkened and he was speechless. At this time, Johnson discovered that the three police officers did not turn on the law enforcement recorders during the investigation. And looking at the attire of the three people, none of them is a formal police officer. What's even more interesting is that these three people want to take Gao Chang away right away, but they never asked about the situation of the other party involved, Yang Guilan. From this, it can be seen that these three people are most likely here under the banner of law enforcement to teach Gao Chang a lesson on behalf of Yang Guilan. Johnson stepped forward and blocked the three men's way. "Comrade, please turn on the law enforcement recorder. I have something to say." The three of them frowned. "Where did you come from? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or don't blame us for being rude to you." Johnson smiled indifferently and said coldly, "Don't worry about who I am. Before you arrest someone, should you show your law enforcement credentials first?" "You." The three of them looked at each other in silence. Where did the three auxiliary police officers get their law enforcement certificates? Johnson fiercely, "How dare you stop us from enforcing the law? I'm going to arrest you right now." As he spoke, he pulled out a pair of handcuffs and reached out with his other hand to grab Johnson's arm. Just as his hand was about to touch Johnson, Johnson quickly reached out and grabbed his wrist hard. "You dare to fight back?" The auxiliary police officer was shocked. He had been on duty many times, but this was the first time he encountered someone who dared to attack a police officer. "I was just defending myself." Johnson gradually increased the strength of his hands. The auxiliary policeman's wrist was squeezed by Johnson and made a crackling sound. The auxiliary policeman felt so much pain that his face gradually turned ugly. You are looking for death." The auxiliary police officer squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He endured the pain in his wrist and quickly signaled his companions behind him to come forward to help. "Quick, someone is attacking the police. What are you standing there for? Go ahead and kill him." Johnson with fierce looks on their faces. "Damn, you guys are worthy of calling the police?" Johnson's face darkened, and he was ready to teach these three bastards who had tarnished the reputation of the people's police a lesson. Johnson with a worried look on his face. He took out his cell phone and didn't know who to call for help. Gao Chang silently picked up a mop and stood steadily beside Johnson, looking as if he was determined to share life and death with him. Just when the battle between the two sides was about to break out, a familiar voice suddenly came. "Stop it." The three auxiliary police officers were obviously stunned and turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. "I saw Long Gang appear at the entrance of the hospital corridor at some point and was slowly walking towards the crowd." Johnson let go of the auxiliary police officer's wrist and pushed him back several meters with a look of disgust. Johnson fiercely then turned to ask Long Gang, who was walking over, "Who the hell are you?" Long Gang grinned, walked up to the three people, and slapped each of them in the face without saying a word. The three of them were obviously stunned. Today is really strange. I keep encountering people who dare to hit the police. Looking at how calm and composed these people are, could it be that they have provoked the wrong people? The three of them couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. Long Gang glared at the three of them, then reached out and took out his police officer ID and waved it in front of them. "Dragon, Captain Dragon." The three of them looked at Long Gang with horror and felt uneasy. The highest-ranking official the three of them had ever come into contact with was only the police station chief, the captain of the city police criminal police team. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, and they were dumbfounded. "Do you need me to call your director to explain the situation?" Long Gang asked coldly. The three of them lost all their energy, shook their heads, and didn't even dare to look at Long Gang. Get out of here now. Long Gang shouted angrily. When the three heard the voice, they fled in panic as if they had been pardoned. Long Gang came to Johnson and immediately put on a smiling face. Brother Lin, Mr. Sun saw that you haven't been home for so long and was worried that something might happen to you. So he sent me to pick you up. How is it? Have you dealt with everything? It's done, Johnson said to him with a smile. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have to fight with those three bastards. Brother Lin, you are joking. Who are you? How dare they fight you? Long Gang turned around to look at the direction where the three people left and said in a cold voice, These three black sheep dare to offend Brother Lin. Don't worry, I will make them take off their clothes tomorrow. Gao Chong stood stupidly behind Johnson, looking at Johnson for a while, then looking at Long Gang, just felt unbelievable. He was surprised. When did Johnson meet such an awesome friend who could make people take off their uniforms with just one sentence? Chun Hongxing was also very surprised, thinking that the chief's friends were indeed big shots. Not only did they dare to confront the police, but they could also make them get out with just one sentence. How much energy does this require? Chun Hongxing was extremely shocked. Looking at the time, I have been delayed in the hospital for more than an hour. Sister Lan and Mr. Sun are still waiting in Dongshan. Johnson turned around and shook hands with Chun Hongxing. Dean Chun, thank you for taking care of Shun Lingley's matter. Chun Hongxing held Johnson's hands with both hands and said sincerely, Brother Johnson, don't worry. I will handle this matter properly and give Comrade Lingley a satisfactory answer. Thank you. This thank you is not only because Chun Hongxing helped deal with Shun Lingley's affairs. More importantly, when the three auxiliary police officers were about to take Gao Chong away, he was able to stand up and take the initiative to plead for Gao Chong. This made Johnson feel that this person had a sense of benevolence and righteousness. Therefore, there was more respect in the tone and attitude when speaking to him. Gao Chong, who was standing aside, was stunned again. When the two were chatting at the convenience store in the morning, Johnson acted as if it didn't matter that there was no one in the hospital. How come at night, I suddenly got to know such a high-ranking official as the president of the second hospital? This kid, I have to interrogate him carefully later to see how many things he is hiding from him. Xiangzi, you go and take care of Lingley. We'll talk about anything later, Johnson said to Gao Chong. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Gao Chong slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered that his wife was still receiving treatment. So he left Johnson and ran to the ward. Johnson left the hospital with Long Gang. After getting in the car, Johnson asked Long Gang, Sister Lan and Mr. Sun must be getting anxious, right? No, we were just worried about your safety. We didn't even move our chopsticks when you were not here. Hearing this, Johnson felt indescribably moved. Chapter 025, Dongsheng Black Card. Return to the Tianzi No box of Dongsheng Hotel. Li Lan, Sun Huaid, Lin Yanan, and others gathered together and were talking about something, laughing, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Johnson and Long Gang walked in with a smile. Li Lan quickly stood up and waved to Johnson. Are you back? Come and sit down. Lin Yanan mischievously ran up to Johnson, pulled his arm, and asked with a smile, Uncle Lin, why did you take so long? I thought you weren't coming back. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this, and Ho Yaodong even joked, You miss your Uncle Lin after not seeing you for such a short while? Oh, Uncle Ho has never seen you, so kindly even after not seeing you for a month. You can't treat the Johnson brothers differently just because they are more handsome than me. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Lin Yanan didn't show any shyness on her face. Instead, she hugged Johnson's arm tighter and said coquettishly, Uncle Ho, you are right. I just want Uncle Lin's beauty. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley. After she finished speaking, she winked at Johnson playfully. Sun Huaid looked at his naughty niece, smiled helplessly, and shook his head. Okay, your Uncle Lin is still hungry. You two will have plenty of time to meet in the future. Let your Uncle Lin go first. Lin Yanan then jumped back to her seat. After she sat down, she smiled and cast a teasing look at Johnson. She looked so mischievous and cute. Johnson, with concern, How is the matter going? Is it going well? Everyone stopped laughing and looked at Johnson. Johnson nodded. Thanks to Dean Shun, everything went smoothly. That's good. Johnson went on to say, Dean Shun is a very righteous man. When he heard that I was your brother, he worked very hard to get the job done. He even stood up to the police and risked being taken away from my friend. Sun Huaid nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, Johnson, you have a very good eye for people. When I first met Chen Hongxing, he was just a logistics staff in the hospital. Later, through a small incident, I discovered that this person was interesting and a person who knew how to be grateful. So I helped him to promote him, but I didn't expect that he was really a good material and was promoted to the position of dean in just a few years. Although he was only at the deputy director level, compared to his initial status as a clerk, it was already a leap forward. If you need anything in the future, you can go to him directly. After a while, you will find that Chen Hongxing not only knows how to be grateful, but can also help you block the knife at the critical moment. Block the knife? Johnson knew that it definitely didn't mean what it said literally. This was enough to show that Chen Hongxing was a person worth entrusting. Brother Sun, Sister Lan, I heard from Captain Long that you guys didn't eat anything because you were waiting for me. I'm the one who ruined the fun today. I'll drink a glass of wine first to apologize to everyone. Johnson raised the goblet, walked it around, and drank it all. Leland laughed and said, "It's not like we didn't eat anything. The pastries on the table tasted really good. Brother Sun and I ate a lot. You don't feel guilty." When everyone heard this, they knew Leland was joking and burst into laughter. The banquet is over. Sun Huide and Ho Yaodong returned to the luxurious private room upstairs in the hotel to rest. Lin Yanin accompanied Johnson and the other two downstairs. Before leaving, Lin Yanin grabbed Johnson's arm again and handed a black card to him. "Uncle Lin, sometimes I'm not in the hotel, so take this black card. Whenever you come here to eat, just show this black card and all your meals will be free. Yanin, I appreciate your kindness, but it's such an expensive gift. No reward without merit." And since it was their first meeting, Johnson definitely couldn't accept it. But before Johnson could finish his words, Lin Yanin pouted and pushed Johnson his hand back, saying unhappily, "Are you being polite to me? Or is the standard of Dongsheng Hotel not worthy of you?" "That's not what I meant." Johnson tried his best to explain, but Lin Yanin had made up her mind and insisted that Johnson accept it. In order to dispel Johnson's concerns, Lin Yanin added, "This kind of black card is not given to anyone casually. Aunt Lon has one, Long Gang has one, and you have one, so the total number is no more than 10. Except for Pingyang City, this card is valid in any Dongxing-owned hotel in the country. Since my uncle has acknowledged you as his brother, then we are a family. Do you still have to pay for the meal at his own hotel? Uncle Lin, do you still have any doubts after hearing what I said? Do you still want to reject me?" Johnson pitifully. Johnson knew in his heart that it was Sun Huide's intention to send the card. In other words, he recognized Johnson's identity and regarded Johnson as a member of his circle. At this time, Li Lan and Long Gang came over. "Johnson, please accept it. This is Mr. Sun's special care for his people." "Yes, Brother Lin, we are all family, just accept it." Facing the persuasion of the crowd, Johnson held the black card tightly in his hand. "Yanin, thank Brother Sun for me." Seeing Johnson accept the black card, Lin Yanin finally smiled. The four said goodbye. Leland held Johnson's arm and walked slowly along the road toward the city hotel. On the way, Leland said to Johnson, "Johnson, I will return to the provincial capital tomorrow. From now on in Pingyang City, you will be taken care of by Mr. Sun and his group, so I will rest assured." Johnson didn't say anything for a long time, but just looked at Leland quietly, asking himself, why did she take care of him so much? Leland felt Johnson's puzzled gaze, smiled, and said, "You don't have to look at me like that. I know what you were thinking. Have you always wanted to ask me why I help you so much?" Johnson nodded silently. Leland continued, "I can't tell you now, but one day you will understand." What kind of answer is this? Is it perfunctory or just a trick? But if you keep asking, you'll definitely get a lie. Johnson suddenly calmed down and stopped dwelling on the issue. Just then, Johnson noticed that there was a luxury car with a provincial license plate behind them, which had been following them for 2 blocks. After the last incident with He Tianming, Johnson became much more cautious. After all, he had offended the powerful people in Pingyang, who knew what means they would use to retaliate. Johnson asked Leland tentatively, "Sister Lan, have you contacted your colleagues to pick you up?" Leland was confused by the question and shook his head repeatedly, saying no. Could it really be that group of people? Johnson's mind sank, and he had a bad feeling. "Sister, I'm a little tired. Let's take a taxi," Johnson said with a smile. Leland was a little surprised. He was already tired after just walking 2 streets. His physique was too, but she still smiled and nodded in agreement. Johnson hailed a taxi. He asked Leland to sit in the back seat while he sat in the passenger seat. "Master, Take a detour and go to the city hotel. Johnson whispered to the taxi driver. Leland was a little surprised. Why did they take a long detour for a journey of more than 10 minutes? Was it to spend more time with him? That's not right. Then why did he sit apart from me instead of sitting next to me? She was a little confused, but she didn't ask and let Johnson arrange it. Along the way, Johnson was secretly observing the luxury car through the rearview mirror to see if it was catching up. As expected, the luxury car really followed all the way. Johnson was on guard. When he was one intersection away from the city hotel, Johnson suddenly realized that the luxury car behind him had disappeared. Chapter 026, The Arrogant Luxury Car Man. The taxi stopped in front of the city hotel. Johnson and Leland got out and walked toward the hotel. Just when Johnson breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly discovered that the luxury car that had been following them all the way was now parked in the parking lot of the hotel. The car was not turned off, and it was obvious that someone was waiting inside. Johnson suddenly grabbed Leland's hand. This made Leland, who was completely unprepared, blush instantly. Johnson in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do to her next. Unexpectedly, Johnson had no intention of getting close to her. Instead, he looked solemn and said to her calmly, "Sister, go upstairs first." Only then did Leland realize that something must have happened that she didn't know about. "Johnson, what's going on?" "Don't ask. You go up first, and I'll be there soon." Leland nodded solemnly and hurried into the hotel according to Johnson's instructions. And Johnson walked towards the luxury car. At this moment, the door of the luxury car was suddenly pushed open slowly, as if a long-sleeping giant beast had awakened. Then, a tall man with outstanding temperament walked out of the car gracefully. He was probably in his early 30s, wearing a well-tailored designer suit, every detail of which exuded luxury and taste. His steps were steady and confident, as if the whole world was under his control. Johnson coldly, a playful smile on his face, without saying a word. Turning his head, he looked at Leland's departing back, a cynical smile on his face, and shouted, "Leland, I rushed over from the provincial capital to see you overnight, and you are so cold-blooded that you don't even give me a chance to say a word to you?" Leland paused, turned around slowly, and looked at the man in disbelief. Johnson again, and said contemptuously, "Does it mean that now that you have a new lover, you have completely forgotten about me? Your old lover? Leland, you are too heartless." Leland frowned. The anger in her eyes seemed to burst out. She looked at the man's shameless expression and said angrily, "Lu Yuanfeng, how can you be so shameless? You actually chased me here? What on earth are you going to do?" Lu Yuanfeng smiled, took 2 steps closer to Leland, and said shamelessly, "What else can I do? Of course, to fuck you. You are so obscene." Leland's face turned red and his lips trembled with anger. Seeing Leland being humiliated, Johnson felt extremely angry. He immediately rushed forward and stood in front of Leland. He stared at Lu Yuanfeng coldly, determined to beat this shameless guy to the ground. Unexpectedly, when facing Johnson's icy eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul, Lu Yuanfeng did not show the slightest fear. He looked unusually calm, as if he didn't take Johnson seriously at all, and said contemptuously, "You are Johnson, right?" Johnson was surprised. He was sure that he had never had any interaction with the man in front of him, but why did he know him? Lu Yuanfeng then laughed and said, "You think you are awesome just because you beat up Roberto's brother-in-law in Weishui Township, right? To tell you the truth, in my eyes, you are just a fucking bug. I could crush a bug with one hand. If you know what's good for you, get out of my sight right now. Otherwise," Lu Yuanfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold, "I will make sure you die without a burial place." Lu Yuanfeng's momentum was like an overwhelming tidal wave, surging and spreading in all directions. Every movement he made was accompanied by an unparalleled sense of power, as if the whole world was trembling with his breathing. If an ordinary person stood in front of him, he would probably be completely crushed just by feeling this momentum, and would even lose the strength to stand. This momentum does not come from outward intimidation, but is a manifestation of confidence and strength that comes from deep within the heart. However, the person he faced today was Johnson, which seemed to have destined him to experience a setback and feel the frustration. Suddenly, Johnson felt someone holding his arm. He turned his head and met Leland's eyes. Leland's face became extremely solemn. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed endless worry and uneasiness. It was obvious that her heart was shrouded in a strong fear, And the source of this fear was the man named Lu Yuanfeng. Johnson, with an almost begging look, and said, "Johnson, don't conflict with him. I beg you." Johnson was surprised. "He insulted you so much, and you wanted me to let him go? Don't be afraid, sis. I won't let him hurt you in the slightest," Johnson said with a firm gaze. Lilan shook her head and said seriously, "I'm not afraid of being hurt by him. Besides, he doesn't dare to do anything to me. I'm worried about you." Johnson was shocked when he heard this. He immediately understood that Li Lan was afraid that Johnson would offend Lu Yuanfeng and be retaliated by Lu Yuanfeng. What kind of background does this person have that could make Li Lan, a senior official in the provincial government, so wary? "Ha ha!" Lu Yuanfeng suddenly laughed and sarcastically said, "What a scene of deep affection between a sister and a brother. Boy, just listen to your sister Lan and get out of here. Don't fucking ruin my time with your sister." As Lu Yuanfeng continued to shout, the corners of Johnson's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. This smile looks very peaceful, but it makes people feel an inexplicable fear. It was as if he had seen through everything and had absolute control over everything. There was no ripple in his eyes, like a pool of stagnant water, bottomless. This calm yet terrifying smile makes people feel cold, and they dare not look at it easily. He pushed Li Lan's hand away and said to her lightly, "I won't allow anyone to bully you in front of me." Li Lan was touched, but also worried when she heard this. She knew she couldn't persuade Johnson, so she had to step back, take out her phone, and quietly send a text message. When Lu Yuanfeng saw Johnson's tough attitude, the smile on his face stopped abruptly, and he stood there in a daze. Johnson walked slowly towards Lu Yuanfeng without smiling, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. When Lu Yuanfeng felt Johnson's cold gaze, he felt his heart tighten and a chill came over him, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Yuanfeng asked with a frown. "All I know is that you're a damn man." Johnson responded coldly, "I advise you not to do anything stupid. With my background, even Peng Yutao has to be respectful when he sees me." Lu Yuanfeng looked serious and said word by word. He thought that by bringing up the name of the municipal party secretary Peng Yutao, he could scare Johnson away. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. Johnson chuckled. "Really? But I don't know who Peng Yutao is." "What? You don't even know the party secretary of Pingyang?" Johnson in surprise, but he soon realized that Johnson was determined to make things difficult for him, so he said that on purpose. "It seems that, let alone Peng Yutao, even if the current provincial party secretary is moved out, he will not compromise." Johnson approached step by step, and the two were now very close. Lu Yuanfeng was a little panicked. He had decided to go out on a whim, and except for the driver, he didn't bring any of his men with him. "Boy, you have guts. I won't bother with you today. Let's fight another day." Lu Yuanfeng left a harsh remark, turned around, and was about to leave, his back looking disheveled. "Stop!" Johnson shouted. Lu Yuanfeng paused and turned around slowly. "Johnson, don't push your luck. When you find out my identity, I'm afraid you won't even be able to cry. If you want to leave, you can, but you have to apologize to Sister Lan first," Johnson said coldly. At this time, Lu Yuanfeng's driver may have realized that something was wrong and hurriedly ran over from the car. A 1.9-meter tall, burly man suddenly stood in front of Lu Yuanfeng, looking at Johnson with cold eyes, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Lu Yuanfeng suddenly laughed like crazy. "Apologize? Ha ha ha. It's always been others who apologize to me. Who the hell do you think you are to ask me to apologize to that woman? You're asking for death. Kill him for me." At Lu Yuanfeng's command, the tall and strong driver punched Johnson. "Careful." Seeing this scene, Lilan exclaimed nervously. Chapter 27, The Price of Recklessness. Johnson was raised by his aunt alone since he was a child. His aunt was worried that she, a woman, could not protect Johnson well. Therefore, he was sent to a martial arts school to practice martial arts since he was young, both for physical fitness and self-protection. Over the years, various fighting techniques have been integrated into Johnson's blood, and he has entered the ring more than once to compete with professional boxers. Therefore, when faced with a burly man who was half a head taller than him, he was not at all panicked. "I saw the strong man's big fist coming towards me." Johnson ducked his head and kicked the sturdy man in the leg joint. The sturdy man screamed, covered his leg joints, and staggered backward. Johnson took advantage of the situation and punched the sturdy man in the face, leaving half of his face bruised and swollen. The sturdy man never expected that the seemingly thin Johnson had such terrifying, explosive power. He looked terrified, covering his swollen face and backing away, hiding directly behind Lu Yuanfeng. Lu Yuanfeng, who thought he had a sure win, was still looking ahead with a smile on his face, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. However, at this moment, an accident happened. The seemingly powerful man was easily knocked to the ground by Johnson. This sudden change caught Lu Yuanfeng off guard. The smug smile on his face instantly froze, as if time had stopped at this moment. Lu Yuanfeng widened his eyes and looked at what was happening before his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw, and his heart was filled with astonishment and confusion. This Johnson? How can he be so powerful? Get up, you loser. Aren't you a boxing champion? Come on. Lu Yuanfeng looked at the driver hiding behind him and was very angry. When he was recruited, he kept saying that he was a provincial boxing champion. Now, you're frightened by Johnson's punch? Fuck you. Trash. Lu Yuanfeng kicked the driver hard and then started cursing. Suddenly, he realized that an endless darkness was gradually approaching him and wrapping him tightly. He was startled and stopped moving his hands involuntarily. He turned around slowly. Johnson stood there, his eyes revealing a chilling, murderous intent, staring at him coldly and mercilessly. Johnson's gaze was like two sharp swords, piercing deep into his heart. Those eyes were filled with anger, hatred, and determination, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. He was shocked by this powerful aura. His body trembled slightly, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The whole world became unusually quiet, leaving only the tense and oppressive atmosphere between the two of them. He tried to find a trace of pity or hesitation in Johnson's eyes, but he found only endless indifference and determination. Faced with such a situation, he felt panic and helplessness. His arrogant attitude suddenly died down. He widened his eyes in fear, feeling terrified. Lee, Johnson, you've been cruel today, but don't get complacent. Let's see what happens. Lu Yuanfeng wanted to escape. Johnson, however, grabbed his expensive collar and said coldly, "Apologize." Huh? Feeling the suffocating pressure from Johnson, Lu Yuanfeng's forehead was covered with sweat. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. Even a second-generation official like Lu Yuanfeng understands this truth. He admitted his defeat and said with a sullen face, "Let me go first, and I'll apologize." Johnson loosened his grip. Lu Yuanfeng straightened his expensive clothes and straightened his chest. Still looking like a nobleman, he walked up to Li Lan with swagger. Looking at Lu Yuanfeng walking over, Li Lan's face showed an expression of extreme disgust. She frowned slightly, and her body involuntarily moved to the side, as if she wanted to stay away from that person. She quickly looked away from the other person, as if she looked at him one more moment, a strong feeling of discomfort would surge up from deep in her heart, making her want to vomit uncontrollably. Lu Yuanfeng came in front of Li Lan, as if he had had a fierce psychological struggle, but feeling Johnson's cold gaze behind him, he knew that he could not escape. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said to Li Lan, "Miss Li, I was wrong. I won't mess with you again. Today, just let me go this time." When he said this, one could feel that his face was ferocious and he was gritting his teeth. He will remember all the humiliation he suffered today, and one day, he will repay it double. Death? You think it's too easy? I'm going to make your life worse than death. One day, I will make you, Johnson, kneel at my feet and beg. One day, I will make that bitch Li Lan crawl at my feet and let me play with her. Lu Yuanfeng swore secretly and said angrily in his heart, "Is it okay?" Lu Yuanfeng clenched his fists. His self-esteem was on the verge of collapse. "Get out. I don't want to see you again," Li Lan said without even looking at him. Lu Yuanfeng felt as if he had been pardoned and turned to walk towards his luxury car. When he met Johnson, he swallowed his anger and walked around him. He walked up to the driver, looking at the driver whose face was bruised and swollen, and angrily kicked him twice again. He roared, "Useless. Why don't you drive?" The driver covered his face, limped into the cab, and started the car with a hum. Lu Yuanfeng hurriedly got into the car. When the car started slowly, he rolled down the window, once again showing a sinister look, and shouted at Johnson and Li Lan, "You all, wait for me." Buzz. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the hotel as if fleeing. After, Leland quickly came to Johnson and asked him with concern, "Are you hurt?" Johnson shook his head and asked Leland, "Who is this Lu Yuan phone? Why is he pestering you?" Just then, a black sedan with flashing lights drove into the hotel. Sun Huai quickly got out of the car and walked toward the two of them, asking as he walked, "Where's Lu Yuan phone?" Leland sighed and said, "He's gone." Oh, Sun Huai was a little surprised. He knew that Lu Yuan phone was the kind of shameless person who would not give up until he achieved his goal. How could he leave so easily this time? The three of them came to Li Lan's residence. After closing the door, Sun Huai asked anxiously, "What's going on? What's the purpose of his coming here today? Is he still pestering you?" Leland nodded helplessly and said, "Thanks to Johnson today. If he hadn't been there, I would have been killed by him. Damn it, this guy is such a piece of shit. I've already scolded him several times in person. Why is he still not giving up on you? I'll go find him tomorrow. If that doesn't work, I'll go find his father." Sun Huai said indignantly. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked Johnson in surprise, "Johnson, how did you persuade him to leave?" Sun Huai found this matter incredible. Even he couldn't handle it. He was very curious about how Johnson made Lu Yuan phone leave willingly. Johnson smiled and raised his fist to show Sun Huai. Just one punch, and he scared himself away. "You hit him." Sun Huai was shocked, his eyes flashing with deep worry, and he quickly said, "You are too reckless. Do you know who he is?" His father is the former governor of Hanjiang province. Their Lu family has deep roots in Hanjiang, and even the bigwigs in Yinjing cannot shake them easily. "Johnson, you have offended him with this punch. He is a man who will never give up. You should be careful." Even someone of Sun Huai's status was so afraid of Lu Yuanfeng's family. Johnson couldn't help but be surprised. However, he soon let it go. "Brother Sun, there is nothing to be afraid of. At worst, I will just quit being the township head. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for you, Brother Sun and Sister Lan." "Johnson, I don't allow you to say that." Leland suddenly became excited when she heard that. She said seriously, "Even if it's a disaster of the greatest magnitude, I will bear it for you. If I can't bear it, there are bigger people who will bear it for you. I don't allow you to say such discouraging words again." Sister Lanai, Leland's irrefutable tone made Johnson hesitate to speak. Sun Huai was a little surprised at this time. He knew that Johnson was not Leland's biological brother, but why did Leland swear to protect Johnson? Even if it meant using his connections at the top? Johnson had some hidden identity? Sun Huai was very confused and surprised. "Johnson, you don't realize the seriousness of this matter. If it's just that you lose your official position, then there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm afraid these people are cruel and ruthless, and will use some unconventional means to cause more serious harm to you and your family. But don't worry, your sister Lon and I are here, and will do our best to help you get through this." Family? Johnson couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If this incident really implicated his aunt who raised him, he would probably never forgive himself and might even regret it for the rest of his life. After all, from childhood to adulthood, his aunt has taken care of him and protected him like his own mother. If it weren't for his aunt raising him with all the hardship, how could he be who he is today? So no matter what, he couldn't let his aunt get hurt. No matter how much it cost, he would not hesitate. Chapter 28. Dog Eyes Look Down on People. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to turn red. Gao Chong got up early and made a nutritious breakfast for Shun Lingli, who was recuperating in the hospital. He was clumsy and fiddled around in the kitchen, and finally, the eggs were burnt. A pungent smell of burnt food suddenly filled the whole room, choking Johnson, who was still sleeping. He got up reluctantly, put on a pair of flip-flops, and went to the kitchen. When he saw the thick smoke, he was so scared that he almost called the police. "Xiangzi, why are you playing with a spoon so early in the morning?" Gao Chong scratched his head and said with embarrassment, "I was just thinking of making some food for Lingli to nourish her body, but I have no cooking experience, so I messed up everything." Johnson slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialties. What are you tinkering with if you don't know how to do it? "Forget it, I'll do it." Johnson took the spatula from Gao Chong, beat 2 more eggs, and fried them over low heat. At around 6 o'clock, Gao Chong claimed that the store needed to purchase goods today, so he could not take care of Shun Lingli. So he entrusted Johnson to look after her. It happened that there was nothing to do those days, so Johnson agreed. "I made a bowl of porridge, fried 2 eggs, stir-fried some vegetarian dishes, packed them in a lunchbox, and prepared to go to the hospital to visit Shun Lingli." The second hospital is located in a downtown area, and parking is extremely inconvenient. So Johnson simply scanned a shared bicycle and rode to the hospital. Along the way, the sun was scorching, and soon Johnson was sweating profusely. When he arrived at the hospital entrance and was about to find a place to park, a person he never wanted to meet in his life suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, isn't this Johnson? Who are you going to visit with the lunchbox? Look at you, you're sweating all over. Why are you getting more and more slovenly? Johnson looked in the direction of the voice and saw his ex-girlfriend by Jie's mother Yu Xiaoyan standing in front of him with a look of disgust on her face, criticizing him. She was dressed luxuriously, but her eyes were full of sarcasm and harshness, which was totally inconsistent with her status as a noble lady. Johnson frowned, not intending to pay attention to her, and turned around and walked towards the hospital. However, Yu Xiaoyan felt offended when she saw that he seemed to be indifferent to her. She followed Johnson relentlessly and made mocking remarks. How did you end up like this? You can't even afford to drive your crappy secondhand car? You've switched to riding a share bike? Fortunately, our bai Jie broke up with you in time. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing to follow you like this. Johnson stopped walking. The woman's harsh and sarcastic tone instantly reminded him of the time when he was first demoted to Weishui Township and went to Bai Jie's house and suffered the cold stares and insults from Yu Xiaoyan. Johnson smiled and replied bluntly, "You are wrong. I dumped your daughter." What? When Yu Xiaoyan heard this, she instantly felt that her dignity was challenged. Her eyes were wide open, and she immediately turned hostile, pointing at Johnson's nose and yelling, "You ungrateful thing. You think you are worthy of dumping my daughter? My daughter is a fairy-like person. The fact that you can be with her is due to the good karma of your ancestors. Now you are so poor, yet you are still talking so shamelessly. Huh, our Bai family is so unlucky to be associated with you. You must never tolerate such a vicious woman. If you do, she will become even more aggressive." Johnson was also blunt. "I don't want to have anything to do with people like you, but your daughter insisted on staying in my bed and wouldn't leave. What can I do? I can only reluctantly do it and make do with it." Yu Xiaoyan felt dizzy and her face was burning. "Johnson, you have guts. We in the Bai family are not yours to bully. Just wait. Sooner or later, you will suffer the consequences. Whatever you want." Johnson didn't want to argue with her any further, so he simply ignored her and walked straight into the inpatient department. He didn't want to waste his precious time on Yu Xiaoyan. Yu Xiaoyan couldn't swallow this breath and immediately called Bai Xiefeng, the backbone of his family, and said, "Old Bai, I've been bullied. Who is so bold as to bully my wife? Oh, isn't it that bastard Johnson? Come to the ward." Shun Lingli was awake at this time and was wondering how she was transferred from the general ward to the VIP ward. This ward is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. How could she, a little nurse, have such qualifications? At this time, Johnson came in with a lunchbox. "Are you feeling better?" Johnson asked softly. "Johnson, why are you here? Where's Gao Chong?" Shun Lingli asked in surprise. She thought the first person she would see when she woke up should be her husband. "He had something to do in the store, so he asked me to come here." Shun Lingli said nothing more, with a forced smile on her face. "How did I get to the high-end ward? Did you use your connections?" She clearly heard Johnson's voice before she fell into a coma, but she didn't remember anything after that. "Don't think too much. Come, eat first." Johnson didn't say anything. In Shun Lingli's eyes, he acknowledged what happened last night, and that it was because of his appearance that such a good result came about. Watching Johnson serving her food, she didn't know why, but she felt extremely aggrieved, as if the humiliation that had been accumulated in her heart for so many years suddenly burst out. She excitedly grabbed Johnson's arm and cried, "Johnson, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do." Johnson patted her back gently and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. No one will bully you in the hospital anymore." Shun Lingli nodded heavily, suddenly burst into tears, and threw herself into Johnson's arms. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yu Xiaoyun, who occasionally followed the doctor on rounds, walked in. When she saw Shun Lingli holding Johnson, her face darkened instantly, and she said sarcastically, "Humph, you really are not picky about food. How can you like a woman like this?" In her eyes, Shun Lingli was just an ordinary nurse in the hospital, destined to be driven around by others in toil all her life. How can a woman like this be compared with my daughter? Johnson, who had a good life with his own daughter, actually fell to the point of hugging such an ordinary woman. This simply lowered the status of her by family. Ah, Vice President you? No, you misunderstood. Johnson and I are just ordinary friends. Shen Lingley was instinctively afraid when she saw the hospital's top leader. Johnson didn't tolerate her. Ms. Yu, please look at your own identity before you speak, and don't tarnish the sacred profession of doctor. Johnson, who do you think you are that I need to teach you? I'm telling you, I've already told our old man about how you bullied me just now. So just wait for your death. Yu Xiaoyan put her hands on her waist, looking like a vicious gossip woman, not at all like a department-level leader. Johnson didn't want to argue with her and was about to close the door to send her away, but she pointed at Shun Lingley on the bed and said, Shun Lingley, don't you know your identity? Who allowed you to live in the high-end ward? Get down here right now. Dean Yu. Shun Lingley was speechless. She didn't know why she was in the intensive care unit. Yu Xiaoyan, you're going too far. Johnson scolded. It's enough that I don't hold her responsible for using the intensive care unit privately. And you still say I'm going too far. Yu Xiaoyan had a smug look on her face. She had figured out how to use the power in her hands well. If she doesn't use her power, it will expire. At this moment, a loud voice was heard. If you want to hold someone responsible, hold me responsible. I was the one who arranged Comrade Shun Lingley's ward. Yu Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat. She was too familiar with Chun Hongxing's voice. She quickly turned around and smiled flatteringly at Chun Hongxing, who had come over. Director Chun, you're here? I told you, without your consent, how could an ordinary nurse like her be qualified to live in this high-end ward? Huh? Chun Hongxing glared at her coldly and walked into the ward without saying a word. As soon as he saw Johnson, his face was immediately filled with a warm and respectful smile. He walked quickly forward and shook Johnson's hand tightly. Brother Johnson, you are here. Why didn't you inform me in advance so that I could prepare some tea to entertain you? Director Chun, you were so polite. I just came to check on Lingley's condition. There is nothing else to do. This scene stunned Yu Xiaoyan. Her mouth opened wide, and her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. She could never have imagined that Johnson, who had been humiliated by her in every way, actually knew Dean Shun and could make Dean Shun so respectful to him. Chun Hongxing went on to say, Brother Johnson, don't worry. I will arrange the best medical team to take care of Comrade Shun Lingley. In less than 2 days, she will be alive and kicking in front of you, and I guarantee that she will be healthier than before. Ha ha. President Shun, thank you for your hard work. Johnson said with a smile. That's not the case. You're a friend of my old leader, and you're also a friend of me, Chen Hongxing. There's no need to be formal with me. Chen Hongxing said with a hearty laugh. Yu Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that she couldn't face herself. She tried to force out a flattering smile and said to Chen Hongxing, Chun, Dean Shun, how come you know Johnson? Chen Hongxing's face darkened when he heard this. Without even turning his head, he said coldly, Didn't you hear our conversation clearly? Brother Johnson is a friend of my old boss. A friend of the old boss? When did Johnson have such a strong connection? She was shocked. Oh, so that's how it is. Yu Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly and said to Johnson in a thick-skinned and flattering way, Johnson, it was my fault just now. I apologize to you. Come to my house for dinner another day. I'll let you eat my pussy. Johnson glanced at her coldly and said, Ms. Yu, I don't deserve your words. I think you should continue to be arrogant. I am more used to it this way. Yu Xiaoyan's face turned red and white, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She never thought that Johnson, who she thought was useless, could be so capable. Johnson no longer paid attention to Yu Xiaoyan, turned around, and said to Shun Lingley gently, Lingley, don't worry. Take good care of yourself. With Dean Shin here, no one can bully you. Chun Hongxing also said, Comrade Lingley, rest assured and recover from your illness. I have already learned about your situation, and your rank issue will be settled soon. Just work hard in the hospital. I think you can become a head nurse in the future. Shun Lingley watched Johnson and Chen Hongxing chatting and laughing. She was in a state of shock from beginning to end, with disbelief on her face. Yu Xiaoyan stood aside at a loss. She wanted to save the situation, but found that she had no chance. She could only watch Johnson talking to the dean, not knowing whether to leave or stay, her heart filled with regret and self-blame. Chapter 029. Human life cannot conquer heaven. In the afternoon, the sun shone so brightly that the earth became scorching hot, as if it was going to burn everything. Johnson left the hospital and returned to Gao Chong's home. I had just made a cup of tea and was ready to calm down when Li Lan sent me a message. Johnson, I'm back in the provincial capital. Whenever you come to the provincial capital, you must contact me." Johnson remained silent and replied with a plain message. "Okay, Sister Lon, have a safe trip." The provincial capital, the city where he has stayed the longest besides Shannon County. On this quiet afternoon, he couldn't help but think of the former executive vice mayor, Qian Lingyun, whom he once served. At that time, he often accompanied Qian Lingyun to the provincial capital to do business, and sometimes when it got late, he would stay at his house for a night. Qian Lingyun is both his mentor and leader. He not only gave Johnson endless guidance and support in his work, the two of them became close friends who could confide in each other in life. The tacit understanding between them does not require words. A look or a smile can convey each other's thoughts. This unique relationship has enabled Johnson to continue to grow in his official career and has also made him feel real care and trust. It was precisely because of the deep feelings between the two that Qian Lingyun was taken away for investigation by comrades from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. When some city leaders hinted to Johnson that he should cut off his relationship with Mayor Qian as soon as possible, it would be best if he could take the initiative to provide some evidence of Qian Lingyun's violations. Johnson flatly rejected this shameless backstabbing. Moreover, when assisting the Commission for Discipline Inspection in its investigation, he was even more outspoken in expressing his attitude. Mayor Qian would never engage in corruption. He is being slandered. As his secretary, I, Johnson, can vouch for him with my party spirit. Of course, for a deputy section-level official like him, to guarantee for a deputy department-level official could only become a joke. However, his action directly angered some leaders, who completely regarded him as Qian Lingyun's close friend and demoted him to Weishui Township. But he had no regrets. He always believed that Qian Lingyun was slandered. The fact was just as Johnson thought. After more than a month of investigation and evidence collection, the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection did not find any evidence that Qian Lingyun had accepted bribes. And the so-called evidence, a tea containing $20,000, did not contain Qian Lingyun's fingerprints. This is not enough to prove that Qian Lingyun knew in advance that the tea can contain US dollars instead of tea leaves. The investigation into Qian Lingyun ended here, and the Provincial Party Committee promptly restored his reputation. However, the honor could be restored, but the reputation was tarnished from then on, and coupled with the relentless pursuit of those political opponents, the Provincial Party Committee was in a very passive position. In desperation, Qian Lingyun was transferred from Pingyang City, promoted in name only but demoted in reality, to the Provincial People's Congress as the director of the Agricultural Office. Johnson also became a despised child and was exiled to the remote Weishui Township. Come to think of it, it has been a while since I've visited this old leader. I don't know if he has adapted to his new life now. Provincial capital, Hanjiang Provincial Party Committee Office Building. The armed police soldiers standing guard at the door have postures as straight as pine trees, eyes as firm as iron, and steel guns tightly grasped in their hands, like an indestructible fortress. They exude an aura of majesty that makes people feel awe. Next to them, on a striking warning sign, there are 8 large characters written. Guards are sacred and inviolable. These 8 words are like an insurmountable gap, separating the outside world from the Provincial Party Committee. They constantly remind people that this is a solemn and serious place that no one is allowed to desecrate easily. In the Provincial Party Committee compound, apart from a few birds occasionally coming down to peck at food, there was almost no one in the room, and it seemed quiet and peaceful. Qian Lingyun was standing in the office on the 2nd floor at this time, quietly looking at things downstairs through the window. For the past 6 months, his life in the Provincial Party Committee has been monotonous and complicated. He comes to his small office at 8 o'clock every morning, makes a cup of tea, reads the newspaper, and occasionally 1 or 2 former colleagues come and chat. He is only 50 years old, and he has already retired early. He was depressed and miserable. This non-challenging job made him feel that life had no meaning at all. At this moment, the phone in the office suddenly rang. The General Office of the Provincial Party Committee informed him that he had to submit a report on clean government and asked him to prepare it in advance. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This place was even more leisurely than the Qingshui Yamen, but he still couldn't forget to be honest and self-disciplined. It was really ironic. As an educated person, he started his official career by writing reports for the Provincial Party Committee secretary. At that time, his writing style was steady and he was highly regarded by the provincial leaders. However, since I took up a leadership position, I have almost never written reports myself, and the skills I have are no longer rusty. He shook his head helplessly and called the department in the NPC office that was responsible for writing materials. Xiao Wang, I'm Qian Lingun. Oh, hello, Director Qian. Do you have any instructions? I have an integrity report to write. I will provide you with some of my personal information. Please help me to moisten the pen. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and then a voice laughed awkwardly. It's like this, Director Qian. The National People's Congress has an important meeting to be held in the next 2 days, and we can't spare anyone to help you write the report for the time being. You see, you should write it yourself first. Qian Lingyun frowned slightly, and the feeling of loss in his heart increased even more. This is the reality. If you have no power, no one will even take your words seriously. How could he not know whether the National People's Congress had important meetings? This is clearly an excuse the office staff is making to reject Qian Lingyun. Qian Lingyun didn't hesitate or get angry, and said calmly, "Well, let me, an old guy, do it myself. I'm an old man." This is clearly a self-deprecating expression of my current situation and a helpless and sad expression of my current situation. The call was quickly hung up without even a polite word from the other party. Qian Lingyun sat at his desk and sighed deeply. He had to do it himself. He was a problematic cadre. If he couldn't even submit an integrity report at this time, how would those people see him? How would they slander him? Do you say he is abusing his power? Do you say he is taking advantage of his seniority? Do you say he has weak party spirit? In short, there is no good evaluation of him. What people say is scary. After going through that incident and resigning from his position as Pingyang City Executive, he learned a lot of lessons and reflected deeply on himself. He believes that people should be restrained and round on the outside, but square on the inside. At noon, he simply packed up and walked out of the Provincial Party Committee building. On the way back to the Provincial Party Committee's staff quarters, he habitually turned into the vegetable market to prepare some noodles with soybean paste for lunch. This habit was only developed in the last 6 months. Before, I always ate ready-made food and never cooked it myself. He skillfully selected and bought vegetables, bargained with the vendors, and finally took out his mobile phone to pay. Amid the panic-stricken crowd, the once prominent Pingyang executive, was now no different from an ordinary citizen, not even as decent as some small bosses. It was already 12:30 when he got home. His wife, Chen Shuping, called and said she had to work overtime, so he asked him to cook for himself. He was the only one left in the empty house, wandering around, making a bowl of noodles, eating half and leaving the other half. His lover, Chen Shuping, was Qian Lingyun's remarried wife, 12 years younger than Qian Lingyun. After the two got married, Qian Lingyun used his connections in the provincial government to secure a position for Chen Shuping in the Provincial Department of Transportation. In just 5 or 6 years, she went from being a penniless clerk to a deputy division-level cadre in the Provincial Department of Transportation. Ever since Qian Lingyun accepted the organizational investigation and stepped down from his position as Pingyang executive, Chen Shuping's attitude toward him has also subtly changed. In the past, he usually went back to his home in the provincial capital once a week, sometimes once every half a month. Every time he came back, Chen Shuping took good care of him, making soup for him and rubbing his back. Especially at night, she always put on sexy lingerie in advance and was passionate on Qian Lingyun. At that time, Qian Lingyun, under the charming service of Chen Shuping, seemed to have returned to his prime, and the two of them could have sex 2 or 3 times a night. And every time, Chen Shuping would sweat and gasp. But now, every time Qian Lingyun proposed to do that, she pushed him away impatiently. And he said sarcastically, "You only know how to do that all day long. Why don't you focus on your work and work hard to get a real job? You are at the bureau level, but in fact, you are not even as good as a division level in our unit." She began to despise him. Qian Lingyun has a deep understanding of this. Only men who have a very high status in the family and society are worthy of the right to mate. Moreover, the higher your status, the more proactive women will be towards you, and you will also have more women. A middle-aged man like him who has lost his power is like a tiger without teeth, or a wild dog that has lost its sexual ability. He cannot arouse the interest of the opposite sex at all. He could only smoke alone in silence on the turbulent night, sighing as he watched his lover sleeping with his back to him. After cleaning up the dishes, he picked up the mop and cleaned the house. Then he calmed down and made himself a cup of tea. He took a sip of the green tea and couldn't help frowning. This tea, the taste has changed. It is no longer so sweet, but has a hint of bitterness. Johnson, who had followed him for many years. That boy is really loyal. He was already in jail, but he still dared to use his party spirit to guarantee himself. Where does a deputy section-level official get the courage to guarantee a deputy department-level official? Qian Lingyun smiled unconsciously. It had been almost a month since the last time they met. He wondered how Johnson was doing in Weishui Township recently. Are you still being bullied and excluded by others? Is there still no way out? It's my fault that he got into trouble. I have lofty ambitions, but fate is beyond my control. Qian Lingyun smiled bitterly and sighed. Chapter 030, Am I Qualified? In the evening, Johnson returned to Weishui Township. Because it was close to the end of the working day, there were not many people in the township government yard. Johnson parked the car and prepared to go upstairs. At this time, organization committee member Zhao Jie and deputy township chief Chun Hao suddenly came over. Johnson upstairs and ran down to greet him. Brother Lin, are you back from your work in the city? Do you have time in the evening for the three of us brothers to get together? Yes, Brother Lin. They're the new restaurant in the village, the fried chicken. Oh no, the food is especially delicious. Would you mind letting us go and try it tonight? Johnson expectantly. Brother Lin? Johnson was a little disgusted when he heard the two people address him. In the past, they would call Johnson by his name in public, but would use some unpleasant words to call him behind his back. Johnson, so shamelessly today, it gives me goosebumps. If you two have something to say, talk about it. If not, I have to go get busy. Johnson said sternly. Actually, he just wanted to tell them, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, get lost. The two were embarrassed for a moment, then quickly forced a smile. It's okay. I just miss you after not seeing you for a few days. If you have something to do, go ahead and make an appointment another day. The two men nodded and bowed, looking back every few steps and smiling as they walked away. As soon as they turned around, their faces changed instantly. Fuck it, it's actually installed. Isn't it just taking down Roberto? What's so great about it? Hey, I heard he has connections in the province. I think he's Minister Lee of the Provincial Organization Department. So what? This is Shannon County. Why are you so crazy? If you have the guts, transfer him to the province. Hey, you say, this time Secretary Liu? Oh no, Roberto has fallen, and Mayor will be transferred soon. Who will take over? Zhao Jie smiled sinisterly. Who knows who will take over? Anyway, it won't be Johnson's turn. As the Township Organization Committee member, he ranks very high in the Township Party Committee. After learning that Roberto was under investigation and Hu Dawei was about to be transferred, he used all his family connections to campaign for his own promotion. He believed that he still had a chance to take over the position of village chief. At worst, after Yang Ping takes over as village head, he'll be able to smoothly take over the position of deputy secretary of the party committee. Who does Johnson think he is? So what if he has connections in the province? In the township, position and ranking are important. He is a member of the party committee, and at best he can only climb to the position of executive deputy township head. Isn't he still stepping on my feet? Zhao Jie and Chun Hao were chatting privately with their arms around each other's shoulders, their hearts filled with contempt and disdain for Johnson. Walking into the government building, Johnson ran into Ma Xiaoi, director of the party and government office, who was delivering documents. Village Chief Lee, you're back. Ma Xiaoi's eyes lit up when he saw Johnson. Well, Secretary Liu didn't ask about my leave the day before yesterday, right? Johnson asked. Ma Xiaoi was stunned. Only then did he realize that Johnson had no idea what had happened in the village recently. Village Chief Lee, don't you know yet? Roberto has been detained by the organization for investigation. Now village chief, who is in charge of the work in the village. Ma Xiaoi said calmly. Oh, Johnson was also a little surprised. Although he knew that Roberto's style would cause trouble sooner or later, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ma Xiaoi smiled mysteriously and asked, Village Chief Lee, I heard that you were the one who reported the Roberto incident. Johnson was shocked again. Although he wanted to report Roberto, Roberto was always careful in his actions. He had no evidence of his violation of laws or disciplines, so how could he report him? Nonsense. Who told you that? Johnson said seriously. Johnson reported Roberto spreads. It will do more harm than good to Johnson's future career. Just imagine, which leader would dare to reuse a person who dares to report his immediate superior? The people around you will only stay away from you on the surface, but who knows how they will scold you behind your back. This is considered a taboo within the system. As soon as he makes a move, this person is doomed to ruin his future. No wonder Chan Hao, Zhao Jie, and others are so eager to have a good relationship with Johnson. It turns out they are afraid that Johnson will do something behind their backs. Oh, that's good. I just heard it from others. Don't take it to heart. Village chiefly. Ma Xiaoyi scratched his head and smiled, then hurried downstairs. But Johnson has already sensed that Ma Xiaoyi has begun to keep his distance from him. Damn it, I've been involved in something like this. If I was really the one who reported Roberto, I would admit it frankly and would never hide anything. But the current situation is a bit awkward. Not only did I offend people, but I also got myself into trouble for no reason. It makes people feel sick. Not long after entering the office, Yang Ping came over with her slender waist twisted and her chest puffed out. Johnson couldn't help but look at her twice more and found that her cleavage was becoming more and more prominent and her skin was much whiter. Yang Ping met Johnson's gaze and looked down unconsciously, but didn't find anything unusual. Raising an eyebrow, she asked him, "What are you looking at? What's so special about me?" "There's no special place, but there are indeed two places that stand out." "Nothing. I haven't seen you for a few days. You are more beautiful and sexier." Johnson laughed. Yang Ping was so happy to be praised that her pretty face blushed as she said, "How come you become so sweet after going to the city? What's the matter?" Johnson asked with a smile. Yang Ping suddenly became mysterious and approached Johnson and said to him, "Roberto is under investigation. Did you know about this?" "I just found out. Rumor has it that you were the one who brought him down. Is that true?" Johnson seriously asked. "No." Johnson said affirmatively. Yang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and said, "I knew you wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Doing so will not benefit your future career at all." Johnson disagreed, saying with a smile, "If I really had evidence of Roberto's violation of laws and disciplines, I would report him without hesitation. I will not turn a blind eye to a black sheep like him just for the sake of my personal career." Johnson in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Apart from this, is there anything else?" Yang Ping adjusted her mood, held her chin with one hand, and looked Johnson in the eye. She smiled and said, "The party secretary is under investigation, and mayor will be transferred soon. Who do you think will be in charge of Weishui Township?" The two were so close that Johnson could clearly feel the fragrance of her voice when she spoke. "This woman is seducing him?" Johnson smiled and said calmly, "It's not you, is it?" Yang Ping's face lit up instantly, and her joy was beyond words. "My uncle told me that he would do his best to support me in becoming the party secretary. This woman is really heartless. She didn't keep such important information in her heart, but just blurted it out so easily. Whether it is true or false, once it gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. You have to know how many people are competing behind the scenes for the appointment of a township party committee secretary. I'm afraid that these days, the phones of the county party secretary and the county governor have been bombarded with calls, and their doorsteps are about to be broken down. Many of those people are close confidants of provincial and municipal leaders. Once the information is leaked in advance, people will definitely panic. It really proves the saying that a woman's but can't hold a hot fart." Yang Ping, who has been in politics for many years, has not improved his political awareness at all. "If I really become the party secretary, I will recommend you to the county and let you take over my position as deputy secretary." "Me? Qualified?" Johnson smiled calmly. Chapter 031. The mouth is short. Who dares to say that you are not qualified? As long as I successfully take over as the township party secretary, I will definitely recommend you to the county party committee to serve as the township party deputy secretary. Yang Ping thought Johnson didn't believe what she said, so she expressed her determination immediately. Johnson smiled without comment. Of course, she was still very touched that Yang Ping could say such heartfelt words to her. But the look of pity in her eyes. Johnson was disgusted. "Sister Ping, I am deeply moved that you can say this to me. I also wish you a smooth transition to the position of party secretary. As for my personal future, I think we should not discuss it. Let's just wait for the official appointment from the county committee." Johnson said this with a smile, which meant he supported Yang Ping as the top leader. "It is also to show her my attitude that I will not accept any pity or charity. In addition, I also warned her that before the county party committee officially issued the appointment, no one's opinion would count. Johnson, you have changed and become less and less confident. I've said so much, and you are still unmoved." Do you really want me to take out my heart and show it to you? Yang Ping suddenly became sentimental, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. This is obviously due to excessive secretion of female hormones. Sometimes Johnson really wants to persuade her to go home more often and do the things she loves with her husband, to vent. At this time, Yang Ping's round and tender breasts were right in front of Johnson, swaying. That gentle ravine is like a magical canyon, making people want to reach out and explore. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner. Johnson quickly stood up, not daring to tangle with him any further, because he noticed that Yang Ping's eyes began to blur when she looked at him. Yang Ping's body trembled, and her eyes suddenly dimmed. Eat, just eat. Yang Ping raised her eyebrows. A look of dissatisfaction appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she left in disappointment. After leaving the house, she was still complaining in her heart. Why? Am I not charming enough? Or is it too conservative and not sexy enough? Why is this guy not interested in me at all? Do I have to take the initiative? Back in the dormitory, she took out a medicine box from the drawer. I rushed to the toilet. Not many people eat in the township canteens at night. Township leaders above the department level basically have their own drinking parties. Middle-level cadres at the section level basically stay with their supervisors. At this time, most of the people eating in the cafeteria are ordinary employees who have no power. Johnson entered the cafeteria and immediately became the focus. Everyone nodded and smiled at him. Only one person was quite indifferent to him. That is Roberto's sister-in-law, Chui Sinyu. It is said that her family is a scholarly family and all of their members are teachers in the local school. But she was willful since she was young. At the age of 16, she went to work in the South with her boyfriend before graduating from junior high school. As one can imagine, this kind of unsecured love ended up hurting her, and she returned to Shannon County alone. Roberto was thinking at the time, but he actually contracted the village canteen to his beautiful sister-in-law. Many years have passed, and Chui Sinyu is already a girl in her early 20s. When Johnson first came to Weishui Township, Roberto took the initiative to introduce him to the Red Line and let the two get to know each other first. At that time, Johnson and Bai Jia were still in a relationship, and it was impossible for her to have the best of both worlds, so she flatly refused. From then on, Chui Sinyu never gave Johnson a good look when she saw him. When serving rice to others, he always fills a bowl, and after eating, he will take the initiative to ask others if they have had enough. When he met Johnson, his face darkened, and he said, "If you want to eat, serve yourself." Johnson is also helpless. After all, the food in the village is a kind of welfare for the employees. Breakfast is 1 yuan, lunch is 3 yuan, and dinner is 1 yuan, which is equivalent to free. He only gets so little salary a month. He can't give up this benefit just because of a little girl's angry words. Now it is rumored that Johnson brought down Roberto, which is equivalent to him destroying Chui Sinyu's job with his own hands. When she saw Johnson, the resentment in her eyes deepened. Johnson tactfully picked up the spoon and prepared to serve himself the food. Unexpectedly, Chui Sinyu snatched the spoon, threw down 3 words, and turned away, "Not for sale." Johnson was somewhat embarrassed. When the employees who were having meals saw this scene, they did not concentrate on eating, but just laughed quietly. Even some of the braver young people started whispering to each other. Why did Township Chief Lee do this? If he had recruited her, wouldn't everything have been fine? As for women, one more isn't too much. Besides, Chui Sinyu is so pretty. Village Chief Lee is a little worried. She is definitely interested in Mayor Lee. Otherwise, how could she hate someone for so long? Get out. Get out of here. Can't you shut up just for a meal? Chui Sinyu suddenly rushed out and drove the employees who were gossiping behind their backs out of the restaurant. Although she has gotten used to the rumors about her over the years. But every time she heard someone talking about her and Johnson, she couldn't help but get angry. Maybe it was because Johnson looked down on her and hurt her self-esteem. Especially in the past few days, her brother-in-law Roberto was investigated and she was about to lose her job, which made her even more upset. Why are you staying here instead of leaving? Chui Sinyu asked, pointing a spoon at Johnson's head. I'm hungry. Johnson spread his hands. This is not your meal. Go out if you want to eat. Chui Sinyu's eyes were red. She didn't know what sad thing she was thinking about, but it looked like her tears were about to burst out. Are you okay? Johnson asked her calmly. You don't need to worry about it. Chui Sinyu turned her head away. It could be seen that this is a strong-willed girl. Forget it. I don't want to eat food soaked with tears. Johnson smiled helplessly and turned away. As soon as I reached the door, I heard heart-wrenching cries coming from inside the house. Dislike me? You all dislike me? Johnson hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to leave without making a sound. It's not that he is indifferent, but that he doesn't understand her and doesn't want to understand her, so there is no way to persuade her. Life is unpredictable and everyone's situation is different. If you pity her, who the hell will pity you? Let's think about what to eat in the evening. When he walked downstairs to the dormitory building with an empty bowl, Yang Ping appeared again. Are you full? She asked with a teasing look. Johnson shook his head. No. Yang Ping's eyes lit up immediately, and she said with a smile, Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Johnson was very confused as he was dragged all the way to Yang Ping's dormitory. Surprisingly, there was a table full of food prepared in her room early. Roast chicken, beef, cucumber, plus a bottle of white wine from an unknown manufacturer. Is this an early celebration of her promotion to party secretary? Johnson was surprised, but my stomach was growling impatiently. So he didn't hesitate, sat down on the bed, tore off a chicken leg, and stuffed it into his mouth. The dormitories in the countryside are all single rooms. Apart from a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a folding table, there is no place for people to sit. The two of them sat side by side on Yang Ping's pink bed and started eating happily. Johnson, do you think I'm beautiful? Yang Ping asked casually. To be honest, Yang Ping is very beautiful. Both her figure and face are better than 90% of women. As is Johnson's wont, he was about to say, It's okay. But he couldn't help but be sweet, looking in her eyes and saying, Very beautiful. Yang Ping was extremely happy, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Johnson was so sticky that it was about to tear. Then, do you want a girlfriend as beautiful as me? Yang Ping asked again with a red face. Johnson was unable to answer for a moment and just stared at Yang Ping. He admitted that he was not a saint and he also had desires. But whether it is Yang Ping or a beautiful woman like Bai Jie, he always felt that apart from satisfying his carnal desires, he could not feel any love from them. That kind of love is a kind of warmth, a warmth that transcends the four seasons and doesn't make you feel cold even in the ice and snow. That kind of love is an impulse from the bottom of your heart, an impulse that makes you want to protect you all your life. This feeling only appeared briefly during college. Now, whenever I think of that past, whenever I think of that woman, I feel heartbroken. Sister Ping, are you going to introduce someone to me? Sure, I'll accept anyone. Johnson smiled, but the scar in his heart was aching. Man, it turns out that none of them are good, and they accept everything. Yang Ping glanced at him, picked up the wine glass, and handed it to Johnson. Drink it. Johnson looked at the only glass of wine with some doubt. Oh, I'm not available these 2 days, so I won't drink with you. After hearing this, Johnson understood and stopped forcing it. He smiled slightly, picked up the glass, and drank it all. Oh shit. After drinking a glass of wine, I felt a burning sensation in my stomach. This wine is so strong. The first cup is strong. The second cup is smoother. Let's have another cup. Yang Ping filled his glass again and brought it to his mouth. Johnson could usually drink quite a bit, so he didn't take the 1 or 2 glasses of wine seriously at all. He smiled again and drank them all in one gulp. After drinking half a pound of wine, I started to feel drunk. Johnson just felt dazed, and everything in front of him gradually became unreal. He saw a woman smiling at him. Then she took off her clothes piece by piece. In a moment, a flawless white body appeared completely before Johnson's eyes. Johnson's mouth was dry. Chu Yao. He began to hallucinate. The woman in front of me is becoming more and more familiar. That is his past that he can't cut off. He no longer hesitated, pulled the woman over, and pressed her hard under him. Chapter 032. Investigation by the Organization Department. Johnson woke up the next day. He had a splitting headache. I can't even remember how I got back to the dormitory. He couldn't help but suspect that Yang Ping had given him low-quality wine. But her family is not short of money. Anyway, next time I give him this kind of wine, he will never drink it. When he went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, he couldn't help but think back to the erotic dream he had last night. Chu Yao came to him naked. He mercilessly pressed her down. That ecstatic touch feels so real. His mouth was full of toothpaste foam, and he stood in front of the mirror for a moment. After breakfast, on the way back to the office, I ran into Yang Ping. Yang Ping smiled shyly at her. Johnson didn't understand the meaning. Just a casual glance, and I saw her knees were bruised. Sister Ping, what's wrong with your knee? Is it injured? Johnson asked with concern. Yang Ping was startled and quickly pulled her skirt to cover it. But no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't cover it. Her face flushed as she said, I accidentally touched it. I have a blood stasis constitution, and I get bruises when I'm touched. Oh, what posture can hurt both knees at the same time? Oh, then you better be careful next time. Johnson nodded doubtfully and passed her by. Yang Ping rolled her eyes and said, Watch out for your sister. It's you who's responsible for this. How should I explain to my husband when I get home? Forget it. What should I explain to that loser? At worst, I won't go back. Yang Ping thought to herself. As soon as I sat down in the office, Ma Xiaoyi knocked on the door and walked in. He said hurriedly, Village Chief Li, the inspection team led by the organization department director of the county party committee will arrive in the village soon. Village Chief who asked me to inform you to prepare your personal report materials and go to the small meeting upstairs to wait for the inspection. Ma Xiaoyi seemed a little flustered, his brows slightly furrowed, and there was always a look of surprise in his eyes. He knew that the township was about to undergo a major personnel adjustment, but he did not expect that Johnson would also be included in the adjustment. I couldn't help but secretly wonder what position Johnson might be adjusted to. Organization committee member? Propaganda committee member? Executive committee member? That's about it at best. After all, it doesn't matter if Johnson has no one and he doesn't run actively. It's just normal adjustment. This is the upper limit. Johnson did not show much surprise, but nodded calmly and said, Okay, I understand. Huh, you're so calm? You're not surprised at all when you learn that you're about to be promoted? Ma Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes and observed Johnson's expression carefully. She was shocked to see that he looked calm. Such a reaction could only mean that he had known the news in advance. Otherwise, he would not be so calm, Ma Xiaoyi guessed. After Ma Xiaoyi left, Johnson went straight to the small meeting on the third floor with empty hands. When he pushed open the door of the conference room, he saw Hu Dawei, Yang Ping, and Zhao Jia already waiting there. Except for Hu Dawei, who looked normal after seeing Johnson. Yang Ping and Zhao Jia were both a little surprised when they saw Johnson. After being stunned for a second, Yang Ping smiled at Johnson with relief. Johnson's direct promotion will be of great help to her in her future promotion to the position of party secretary. After all, Yang Ping now knows his strengths and weaknesses. In her heart, Johnson is no longer an outsider. As for Zhao Jia, his expression was quite interesting. He first gave Johnson a fake smile. Then he showed an expression of gritting his teeth. He never expected that Johnson was also within the scope of this inspection. But this is not right. It is a foregone conclusion that Hu Dawei will work in a county-level unit. There are only 2 vacant positions, township head and township party secretary. But now we have to examine the 3 of them? What does county mean? Zhao Jie couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although his family had done a lot of work to get him promoted, he always felt unsure about things that seemed to be a sure thing. Could it be that they wanted to expel Johnson from Weishui Township and send him to a deputy position in a county-level unit? Most likely. Zhao Jie felt much better thinking about this, and he also liked Johnson better. Just as everyone was thinking about their own things, Shun Jifei, the organization minister of the county party committee, pushed the door and walked in. Minister Shun, you're here? Please take a seat. Hu Dawei quickly stood up to greet him. He was a little surprised because usually county leaders would greet them in advance before arriving so that township officials would have time to come downstairs to greet them. This time, he actually went upstairs directly, which was a bit abnormal. Looking at Shun Jifei's gloomy face, it seems that today's inspection is not just a formality. Is it going to be serious? While Hu Dawei was thinking secretly, he had already asked Shun Jifei and his group to sit down and pour them some tea. Is everyone here? Shun Jifei didn't even say a word to warm up the audience and went straight to counting the number of people. Oh, we're all here. We're just waiting for your instructions, Minister Shun, Hu Dawei said with a smile. Shun Jifei looked around at everyone. His eyes stayed on Johnson for 2 seconds with a smile on his face. Okay, let's get started. I'll personally hold the discussions one by one. Shun Jifei lit a cigarette and said with a smile, looking unfathomable. Zhao Jia kept looking at Shun Jifei with admiration and a flattering smile on his face. Johnson and Yang Ping were much calmer. They smiled politely and remained unhurried. The discussion officially began. It takes place in the room next to the conference room. Normally speaking, Hu Dawei, as the township head, should be the first to hold the discussion. After all, he is now in charge of Weishui Township. But Shun Jifei waved his hand and asked him to sit down first, and called Johnson to come in first. Johnson was not too surprised when his name was suddenly called. He stood up calmly and walked into the discussion room. There were two people in the room. Shin Jifei, the questioner, was smoking leisurely and smiling at Johnson with interest. The other one was the recorder, a young man with glasses. He looked gentle and polite. He nodded and smiled when he saw Johnson. Please sit down. Let's have a brief chat. Shin Jifei pointed to the sofa opposite and motioned Johnson to sit down. Johnson, huh? Yes, my name is Johnson. After Johnson sat down, Shun Jifei began to ask questions. What are you mainly responsible for in the village? Have you made any achievements? Johnson looked calm and smiled as he said, I am only the village cadre in charge of Shangshui village and 4 surrounding villages. I have no other work in the township. Oh, Shin Jifei was a little surprised, and then a hint of intriguing smile flashed in his eyes. Then, during your tenure as a village cadre, have you achieved any results? No, Johnson shook his head calmly. Shin Jifei couldn't hold it in any longer. He raised his lips slightly and sneered. It's really rare to see township officials like you. In other words, you have been hanging around in Weishui Township for more than half a year for nothing? You could say that. Johnson continued, smiling calmly. Shin Jifei looked at the recorder and said to him with a smile, Xiao Zhang, write all this down. Yes, Minister. Everything has been recorded. Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement. Johnson, with contempt, and continued to ask him, I remember you were sent here by the city to take up a temporary post. Did you also slack off like this when you were in the city? I really don't know how a cadre like you managed to get a leadership position. By flattering others? By scheming and seeking personal gain? That's ridiculous. Then let me ask you again, with your current qualifications, what position in the village do you think you can still be qualified for? Johnson put away his smile and asked calmly, Then Minister Shun, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Ever since he entered the discussion room, Johnson discovered that Shun Jifei had never looked at him straight in the eye. Moreover, he directly recorded the questions after asking them, without even asking him why he had wasted half a year in Weishui Township. From the contemptuous smile on his lips, it can be seen that he looks down on Johnson. Johnson really hates leaders who don't know how to respect others. He decided to end the conversation with one sentence and not get entangled with it anymore. Of course it's true. Shin Jifei was stunned for a moment, then laughed disdainfully. True and false, real and fake. These are the common tactics used in official circles. Shun Jifei looked down on Johnson from the bottom of his heart and didn't think that he could say anything earth-shattering. Johnson lightly with a smile on his face. Johnson slowly stood up and said to him seriously, I have enough confidence in my abilities to be competent for any position assigned by the organization. I hope Minister Shun can ask why after asking a question next time. If Minister Shun has no other questions, you can call the next person in. Johnson blankly, his face full of shock, not even realizing that the cigarette was about to burn his fingers. The recorder, Xiao Zhang, also looked up at Johnson, his mouth wide open in surprise, and he forgot to close it for a long time. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck, this guy's so awesome. He even dares to confront Minister Shun. Chapter 033, Don't be afraid. Be open and honest. Shin Jifei was stunned for a while before realizing that his authority had been challenged by Johnson. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable anger and shock in his heart. As a man who had always been respected and held a high position, he had never thought that someone would be so bold as to disrespect him. Johnson sharply and angrily said with a cold face, How can you talk to me in such an attitude? Do you know who you are? Do you know who I am? Do you think you are still Qianling Yun's secretary? Let me tell you, this is Shannon County. Even if Qianling Yun came here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a tone. It turns out that Shun Jifei knew something about Johnson. This is enough to show that he is well aware of what happened to Johnson in Weishui Township. Since he knew that Johnson was ostracized in Weishui Township, why did he ask even though he knew the answer? Obviously, this is a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for Johnson. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiao Zhang quickly stood up and persuaded Shun Jifei. Minister Shun, please don't be angry. Shun Jifei didn't even look at him and yelled, Get out of here. It's not your turn to speak here. What a great official power. Xiao Zhang sat back in his original seat pitifully, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Johnson turned to look at Shun Jifei and said calmly, Minister Shun, please be careful with your words. How can you behave so badly in front of us subordinates? As a department-level leader, is this the only manner you have? You're the only one who is qualified to talk about manners with me. Shun Jifei had a gloomy face and sneered contemptuously. Johnson smiled and reminded him, "You just said that Mayor Qian must be respectful in front of you, right? Don't worry, I will help you convey this sentence to Mayor Qian in full." You. Shun Jifei was choked, and his face turned red. Although he said that Qian Lingyun didn't dare to do anything to him, in fact, he was just bluffing. After all, Qian Lingyun is now a director-level official. Who knows if he has any connections? If someone wants to kill him, wouldn't it be easy? When did I say that Mayor Qian was always respectful in front of me? Don't slander me. Shun Jifei touched his forehead guiltily, and his tone weakened. Whether I have told you this or not, you know it yourself. Besides, I also tell you that I know who I am and who you are, so I don't need you to remind me. After saying that, Johnson walked out of the discussion room without looking back. The three people waiting outside all looked at Johnson in shock, their faces full of disbelief. They just clearly heard Johnson and Minister Shun arguing in the room. Johnson, you. Yang Ping opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. Her eyes revealed deep worry. Minister Shun is the leader of the organization department. He holds the power to decide the career fate of these people. And Johnson dares to quarrel with him? What consequences will this bring to him? Hu Dawei shook his head helplessly. He would no longer be the head of Weishui Township, so there was no need for him to care about Johnson S. affairs. If you get involved in Johnson S. affairs, there's a high probability that you will not end well. You will either offend your boss or be on your way to offending your boss. Hu Dawei has seen through it. Given his small size, it's better to stay away from him. Zhao Jie was smiling, and his smile was so bright. Johnson in his heart, calling him an idiot. You are just a deputy section chief. Do you have the qualifications to argue with someone at the deputy division level? He was also glad that Johnson was an idiot, because this way, no one would compete with him for the position of village chief. Johnson glanced at everyone calmly, ignored everyone, and walked out of the small meeting room. Shun Jifei walked out of the discussion room angrily, pointed at Hu Dawei's nose, and started scolding him, taking out all his anger on him. Hu Dawei, take a look at what the cadres in your township are like. As the village head, how do you manage your subordinates? I will report this matter in detail to Secretary Liu, and the county committee will also reconsider your appointment as township cadres. Xiao Zhang, let's go. Xiao Zhang remained silent and followed Shun Jifei closely. What do you mean by reconsider? Zhao Jie was dumbfounded. Hey, Minister Shun, you haven't inspected me yet. Why are you leaving now? Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him, shouting with a bitter face. Shun Jifei glared at him coldly. Get lost. Who the hell is still in the mood to inspect? Just wait. There will be other comrades coming to inspect you tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait. Zhao Jie's heart finally settled down. Johnson in my heart. Sitting on the bus back to the county town, Shun Jifei showed a smug smile on his face. A fellow like Johnson is worthy of fighting with Minister He? He really doesn't know his own limitations. The real reason why he came here in person today was to follow He Shuping's instructions. The purpose of this instruction is very clear, to find various excuses to prevent Johnson from passing the inspection. Originally, he was racking his brains to find a legitimate reason to make a fuss about Johnson's slacking off. However, unexpectedly, he succeeded in angering the other party, which exposed Johnson's own flaws. Having been a county-level leader for such a long time, and having experienced many ups and downs, what kind of people have you not seen? What kind of things have you not experienced? How could I easily quarrel with a subordinate who is far lower in rank than me? The reason why he did such a thing that was humiliating to his own status and position was simply to find some handle on Johnson. After all, how could a man as shrewd as him do something that is of no benefit to himself for no reason? With this inspection record, when he reports the inspection results to Liu Yong, he can vividly and in detail report Johnson's arrogant attitude that disrespects the leader. I believe that no leader would be willing to use such a troublemaker who dares to contradict his superiors. Just then He Shuping called. Ha. Hello, Minister He. Shun Jifei said with a smile as he answered the phone. Old Shun, how are you doing with the task I asked you to do? He Shuping asked in a flat tone. Don't worry, leader. This kid is still far from being good at cultivating his temper. He was angered by just a few words from me and even quarreled with me in person. In this way, I can report directly to Secretary Liu and say that this kid has no respect for the leader and is not suitable for promotion. Well, you did a great job. I'll remember this favor. If you need any help from me in the future, just let me know. You're welcome, boss. I'm supposed to follow your instructions. If you have any plans for the next step, please feel free to contact me. After hanging up the phone, he crossed his legs proudly. He looked at Xiao Zhang in the passenger seat and found that he liked him much more. He couldn't help but give him a few words of instruction. Xiao Zhang, don't be impatient like Johnson in the future. People like him will never achieve great things. If you are the minister, I will definitely learn with an open mind. Xiao Zhang had a smile on his face, but he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't think Johnson had gone too far. He just felt that the officialdom was too complicated and sinister. This is full of intrigue and deception, and everyone is doing whatever it takes to pursue their own interests. On the contrary, Johnson was the most eccentric person he had ever met. He was completely different from the corrupt officials in the officialdom. He is not flattering, not hypocritical, not afraid, and open and honest. Chapter 034 Discussion Record. Return to the County Party Committee. Shun Jifei rushed to Liu Yong's office without stopping. Liu Yong was reviewing documents at the time. When he saw him come in, he put down his pen and asked him with a smile, "Have you finished the inspection so soon?" Shun Jifei pretended to be angry and sighed. "Secretary Liu, you don't know that Johnson from Weishui Township really pissed me off." "Oh." Liu Yong frowned slightly, with a bad feeling in his heart, and asked with concern, "Tell me quickly, what happened?" Shun Jifei took out the inspection record and placed it in front of Liu Yong, then sat on the sofa and said with an unhappy look on his face, "I just asked him a few personal questions, and for some reason, he suddenly got angry. He started arguing with me in front of so many people. I was so angry that I almost had a heart attack." "Oh, is there such a thing?" Liu Yong was slightly surprised. He quickly flipped through the inspection records, trying to find some reasons from them, but he soon found something puzzling. Generally speaking, for the assessment of cadre appointments, the minutes of the discussion should be detailed and comprehensive, covering all aspects of the situation. However, when he carefully looked through the record of the conversation with Johnson, he was surprised to find that the content was extremely monotonous. The record seems to focus on just one topic, whether Johnson was just hanging around in the township government. What is even more puzzling is that in the records, Shun Jifei only raised a few routine questions and did not further explore other related issues. In stark contrast, Johnson's own words and deeds take up almost 80% of the entire record. Moreover, these remarks were without exception full of insults and abuses against Shun Jifei. It is obvious that this record has been carefully modified by Shun Jifei. He deliberately deleted his own part of the speech and then exaggerated Johnson's words, portraying him as a person who completely disrespected leadership and was arrogant. This deliberate operation is undoubtedly intended to leave a certain impression on people, making them mistakenly believe that Johnson is a hopeless person. Liu Yong laughed secretly in his heart. With his many years of experience in politics, how could he not see the clues? There must be some people who don't want Johnson to pass the inspection and are deliberately smearing him. But he still showed an indignant look, frowned, and said, "This Johnson is too outrageous. Old Shun, don't be angry. Your health is important. Don't let yourself get sick from anger. I will meet this guy in person and give him a serious reprimand. Let's see if he doesn't want to be the deputy township head anymore." Shun Jifei was secretly happy to see that Liu Yong really felt disgusted with Johnson and criticized Johnson from his side. But he did not show it, and still looked worried as he said, "Secretary Liu, if I had not personally gone to inspect today, and someone else had gone, I'm afraid Johnson would have succeeded. I personally believe that cadres like him who disrespect their leaders and have bad conduct should never be promoted or reused. Once such cadres are allowed to hold important positions, it will definitely bring disaster to our Shannon County and affect the harmonious development of the entire county." Shun Jifei looked at Liu Yong seriously, hoping to hear a few more affirmative answers from him. After listening to Shun Jifei's statement, Liu Yong nodded solemnly, picked up the meeting record in his hand, and glanced at it again. Finally, he sighed and said to Shun Jifei in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, old Shun. I will take this matter seriously. I will give you a satisfactory answer after I talk to Johnson in person. He bumped into you, so he was definitely wrong. But shouldn't we be more tolerant of our own comrades?" Our own comrades? Shun Jifei was completely stunned and shocked. Could it be that Johnson is Liu Yong's confidant? He couldn't believe it and stared at Liu Yong in a daze. Liu Yong smiled calmly and said to him, "Don't get me wrong, Johnson and I don't have any special relationship. No special relationship does not mean no relationship. Aren't you just trying to cover up the truth and making indirect comments?" Shun Jifei has been a county leader for so long that he still has some sensitivity. Liu Yong's words and actions were reminding him that Johnson was someone in his circle. Holy shit. If that's the case, wouldn't all his efforts to discredit Johnson be in vain? However, if I don't stand firm on my stance, how can I explain this to Minister He of the Municipal Organization Department? He concentrated his mind and made up his mind. He stood up and said in a very serious tone, "Secretary Liu, regardless of whether Johnson has a special relationship with you or not, my opinion remains unchanged. Such cadres must not be promoted or reused." I thought this would force Liu Yong to change his attitude. But he miscalculated after all. Liu Yong smiled calmly and said nonchalantly, "Minister Shun, I repeat again, Johnson and I have nothing to do with each other. As for whether Johnson can be promoted or reused, it is not for me, the county party secretary, or you, the organization minister, to decide. Of course, I respect your opinion, but I also maintain my attitude. Based on my understanding of Johnson, I am sure he is qualified for the position of party secretary of Weishui Township." Boom! Shin Jifei felt as if he was struck by 5 thunderbolts, and his head exploded. The party secretary of Weishui Township? He was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. What a joke. Even if he passed the inspection this time, with Johnson as qualifications, he could only be promoted to the position of executive deputy township head. From a party committee member and deputy township head, he was directly promoted to township party committee secretary. This is absolutely unprecedented in the history of cadre appointments in Shannon County. What kind of terrible background does Johnson have? Why would the county party secretary set such a precedent for him? Shocked and puzzled, "Old Shun, do you have anything else to say?" Liu Yong asked with a smile. "Oh, it's okay now," Shun Jifei said with a gloomy face, completely without any momentum. "Okay, I'll keep this record of the discussion with you first. I'll then meet with County Magistrate Ma and Secretary Chun. Once it's finalized, we'll bring it to the standing committee for discussion." Liu Yong picked up the minutes of the discussion and shook them in front of Shun Jifei with a smile, as if to warn him, "Don't fucking think I don't know what you're planning." Since Liu Yong took office in Shannon County, this is the first time he has seen Shin Jifei treat him with such a tough attitude in the past 2 years. He had a clear mind. If he had not adopted gentle means to deal with problems in the past 2 years and never forcibly interfered with the interests of those local powerful figures, how could these people show him the proper respect? What he never expected was that this time, the promotion and appointment of Johnson would arouse such fierce opposition and resistance from these people. After Shun Jifei left, Liu Yong sat back in his chair, feeling uneasy. He didn't know whether his decision would be beneficial or harmful to him. The next day after returning from Dongsheng Hotel, Peng Yutao called him. Tell him clearly that Johnson must be given a new position no matter what, whether as village head or party secretary, and let him make the decision himself. He thought about it over and over again. Since Secretary Peng had already spoken, if he didn't show some sincerity, when he went to the provincial capital to meet Minister Li Lan in the future, there would be no friendship at all. How can you have a nerve to ask others for help if you don't have any feelings for them? So he finally decided to directly put Johnson in the position of the top leader of Weishui Township. But judging from Shun Jifei's performance today, Johnson's appointment may not be so smooth. The originally planned surprise promotion now seems to have missed the opportunity. The final decision can only be made through full discussion and research by the standing committee. Going to the meeting for research is like a battle. Liu Yong fell in a deep thought. Chapter 035 Passion Returns. Weishui Township Government. Zhao Jie thought for a long time in his office and felt more and more that something was wrong. There are only 2 positions, township head and secretary, so why are these 3 people being examined? I feel uneasy. No. He decided to test Johnson's attitude. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on Johnson's office door. "Come in." Zhao Jie pushed open the door, and the moment he saw Johnson, he immediately smiled flatteringly. "Brother Lin, what are you busy with? Do you have time to chat?" Johnson was a little surprised to see Zhao Jie. This guy usually likes to visit, but because he has a bad relationship with Roberto, he has never taken the initiative to step into Johnson's office in the past 6 months. What happened today? Did the sun rise from the west? Or is he holding back some bad farts? And the words Brother Lin that came out of his mouth were so fucking disgusting. Speaking of which, Zhao Jie is a few months older than Johnson. If you have something to say, just tell me now. I'm still busy. Johnson lowered his head and continued to organize the documents in his hands with an indifferent attitude. Zhao Jie smiled and didn't mind at all. He took the initiative to sit on the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. It looks like I'll have to sit for a long time. Johnson couldn't help but frown. Zhao Jie rubbed his hands nervously, gritted his teeth, and tentatively said, Brother Lin, the village is making personnel adjustments. Do you have any plans in mind? Johnson raised his head with a smile in his eyes. It turned out that he was here to find out his movements. Johnson smiled and said, I don't have any plans. I will follow the organization's arrangements. This is indeed what Johnson said. From beginning to end, no county leader ever privately consulted him about his intentions. No insider had told him how he would be arranged. He didn't run around to smooth over relationships like Yang Ping and Zhao Jie did. So he had no idea how the organization would arrange him. Zhao Jie was filled with surprise. He didn't believe that Johnson would be unsure no matter what. The cadres who are able to be examined by the organization basically know where they will be assigned to their next post. There is no reason for him not to know. Is this a prevarication? Zhao Jie thought. Anything else? Johnson's tone was cold, as if he was ordering him to leave. Zhao Jie was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Brother Lin, since you don't want to reveal it, I won't force you. But there is something I must tell you. After much thought, Zhao Jie decided to confront his opponent. Johnson looked at him calmly. Zhao Jie smiled and said, To tell you the truth, I am competing for the position of township head this time. As long as you can support me, when I become township head, I will definitely recommend you to the county to be the executive deputy township head. Oh, then how do you want me to support you? Johnson chuckled. He was just curious about what would come out of Zhao Jie's dog mouth. When Zhao Jie heard Johnson's answer, his eyes suddenly lit up. He thought Johnson had compromised. He smiled excitedly and said, As long as you withdraw from the competition, I can compensate you. He held up 5 fingers and waved them in front of Johnson's eyes. $50,000? Okay. If 50,000 is not enough, how about 100,000? Seeing that Johnson was unmoved, Zhao Jie took the initiative to increase his stake. Johnson smiled disdainfully, then suddenly glared and shouted angrily, Get out! Zhao Jie was so frightened that he jumped up from the sofa, his face flushed. He was so angry that he said, Johnson, 100,000 is not a small amount. How much do you earn a year? Besides, you're a poor kid from the countryside. Why are you pretending to be noble? Are you qualified to compete with me for the position of township head? Do you have a background? Do you have a backer? How many county leaders do you know? I'm afraid you don't know any of them. To tell you the truth, the county leaders have already given me a reply. I am sure to get the position of township head. I am here to see you today because I think highly of you. Noisy. Just as Johnson was about to kick Zhao Jie out, someone suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Johnson was a little surprised to see the person coming. It was Liu Yong. Zhao Jie was stunned for a moment when he saw Liu Yong coming in. He just felt that this person looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu? Why are you here? Come and sit down. I'll pour you some tea. Liu Yong glanced at Zhao Jie indifferently, ignored him, walked in, and said to Johnson with a smile, Johnson, what are you busy with? Do you have time to accompany me to the village? Little. Johnson? Zhao Jie's eyes widened in surprise. Johnson is just a country bumpkin. How could the county party secretary know him? And, judging from Secretary Liu's tone, the two seemed to be very familiar with each other. Is this a dream? Zhao Jie felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. Johnson in disbelief. Thinking of the humiliation he had just given Johnson, he felt so ashamed that he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Secretary Liu, why didn't you say hello in advance? Johnson smiled and walked up to him and shook hands. I was just passing by, and suddenly I wanted to go to the village you are in charge of to see the poverty alleviation results. Liu Yong responded with a smile. Well, I'll go to Shangshui village with you now. The two of them talked and laughed and walked out of the office one after the other. At this time, Zhao Jie was still standing there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed. Johnson yelled at him, Why don't you leave? Zhao Jie suddenly woke up and nodded repeatedly. Let's go, I'm leaving now. Standing downstairs of the township government building, Zhao Jie watched Johnson get into Secretary Liu's car and drive away in a cloud of dust. At this moment, he felt a huge wave of shock rising in his heart. How is this possible? Isn't Johnson a poor kid from the countryside with no background? How could he be so familiar with the county party secretary? And looking at the way they are chatting casually, they seem to have a close relationship. I really don't know the real talent. I even look down on Johnson. What should I do? Should I apologize to him? Will he forgive me? At this moment, Zhao Jie wanted to die. When he arrived at Shangshui village, Lu Yong said he would not go to the village committee and would go directly to the households. This time, they came from a poor family where both members were disabled. Johnson knocked on the door and called for help. Soon, the gate opened and a middle-aged man on crutches walked out. Village Chief Li, please come in quickly. Xiuji. Village Chief Li is here. Please come out quickly. His wife Wang Xiuji heard the shouting and ran out from the kitchen in a hurry. Village Chief Li is here. Come on, please take a seat. I'll go get you some water. Wang Xiuji enthusiastically invited Johnson and Lu Yong into the house, handed them 2 cups, and started pouring water into them. It was then that Lu Yong noticed that one of her sleeves was empty. Sister, how are you doing lately? Are you having any difficulties? I remember your child is in high school, right? Has he received the education subsidy? Johnson picked up the worn-looking teacup and put it to his lips without any hesitation. Lu Yong no longer felt thirsty after taking a look at the teacup. Although it was cleaned very well, he still had some psychological barriers. Wang Xiuji also sat down. When talking about the education subsidy, she smiled with satisfaction. My family is doing well, and my child has received the education subsidy. If it weren't for the subsidy, I'm afraid my child wouldn't even be able to go to school. She was not exaggerating. Both of them were disabled and completely unable to work, and the family of 3 had completely lost their source of income. Prices are high now, and the monthly living expenses for a child in high school are at least 500 yuan. Even though it's only 500 yuan a month, it's a huge problem for the 2 of them. Since his family was identified as a poor family, 3 of them have been included in the minimum living security system. 2 of them enjoy disability benefits. Their children go to school for free, and they also receive nutritional meal subsidies. All these government subsidy incomes combined are barely enough to keep the family going. Sister, in addition to these basic policies, are there any other assistance measures? Lu Yong asked with a smile, his eyes gentle. Johnson then quickly introduced, "Oh, this is our county." Lu Yong raised his hand to interrupt Johnson's introduction and introduced himself with a smile. I am an ordinary employee of our Weishui township government. I came here today to learn from Mayor Li how to carry out poverty alleviation work. Wang Xiuji looked at Lu Yong with a smile and said seriously, "So you are the leader of the township. Seeing that you are so old, I thought you were a big leader from the county." Lu Yong laughed when he heard this. "Oh, according to you, when you're older, you should be a leader in the county and you can't hold a position in the township. Well, what I mean is that there are so many people and things to do in the village, and young people like Mayor Li can only have the energy to manage it if they are leaders in the village. If they are older, they will not have so much energy to do business, and they should return to those idle units in the county." Lu Yong's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that a rural lady would have such a profound understanding of township cadres. He couldn't help but say with emotion, "What you said makes sense, elder sister. Nowadays, towns and villages are like a needle in 1,000 threads. All departments' business is directly inserted into towns and villages. It is really difficult to cope with it without a good body. Especially in the past few years, we have been working day and night to fight against poverty. If the township leaders were all 50-year-old men like me, they would have been defeated long ago." Wang Xiuji laughed again. "Oh, from the way you sound, you really sound like a county leader. At least you must be the deputy county magistrate, right?" Lu Yong and Johnson couldn't help but smile at each other when they heard this. After leaving Wang Xiuji's house, Johnson and Lu Yong walked side by side on the village path. Lu Yong looked at Johnson carefully and suddenly asked seriously, "Johnson, do you plan to stay in Weishui Township, or do you want to return to the county to be a director?" Now we get to the point. Johnson was originally wondering why Lu Yong came to see him suddenly, but now it seems that he came to talk to him on behalf of the organization. However, the form of this conversation was quite unique. Just walking around and chatting in the village made Johnson feel relaxed. "Secretary Lu, to be honest, if I don't make some achievements in the village before leaving, I will not be willing to leave." Johnson's expression was serious, and it was obvious that he had thought carefully before saying this. Lu Yong nodded solemnly. "Good. You have great ambition. I was worried that you couldn't stand the exclusion of these people in the village and that you would desert. Now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. You are able to withstand pressure, are motivated, and have courage. I am really impressed by you. What the lady just said is very right. Today's towns and villages need young people like you to govern them. Johnson was deeply encouraged, and the passion in his heart returned. Chapter 036, Begging for Forgiveness. After the conversation, Liu Yong sent Johnson back to Weishui Township and returned to the county without stopping. Johnson was about to turn around and go back to the office. He found Zhao Jie standing cautiously downstairs of the government building, looking at him nervously. The moment he saw Johnson, he quickly ran to Johnson and said sincerely, "Brother Lin, you're back? I apologize for what I said to you just now." Apologize? This arrogant second-generation rich kid actually took the initiative to admit his mistakes? He actually bowed his head and apologized? "I don't need your apology," Johnson said coldly, without paying much attention, and just walked past him. Zhao Jie panicked when he heard this. It was obvious that Johnson didn't forgive him. He shamelessly followed him all the way to Johnson's office, pleaded with Johnson with a sad face. "Brother Lin, I am blind. Can you please forgive me this time? From now on, I will follow your lead and never say anything wrong, okay?" The reason why he bowed to Johnson was actually because he had his own little thoughts. When he saw that Johnson had a close relationship with Secretary Liu, he knew in his heart that something bad was going to happen. Now it's not a question of whether Johnson competes with him or not, but the question is whether he can continue to serve in the village. If Johnson had said something bad about him in front of Secretary Liu, he would have been transferred back to the county and would have found an insignificant and idle unit to waste his life. In that case, his rank would be fixed at deputy section chief, and his career would end here. Johnson calmly tidied the desk. How could he not understand what Zhao Jie was thinking? He is the county party secretary, the top leader of Shannon County, who can decide people's fate with just one word. Not to mention Zhao Jie. Even any township cadre would be moved when they see that Liu Yong has a close relationship with him. They were afraid. They were afraid of offending Johnson and thus indirectly offending Liu Yong, thus ruining their careers. "Brother Lin, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Don't worry, Zhao Jie, will keep my word. From now on, I will be your dear little brother. I will fight wherever you point your finger at me, even if it means going through fire and water. Brother Lin, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first." Zhao Jie carefully walked out of the door, nodding and smiling at Johnson before leaving. Johnson laughed disdainfully. Although Zhao Jie is a bit of a bad mouth, sometimes he looks down on others because his family is rich and powerful. But since I have chosen to continue staying in the village, sometimes I can't be too fussy. As long as he doesn't bother me anymore and behaves like a good dog by my side, it won't be a big deal if I turn a blind eye to him. As soon as Zhao Jie left, someone knocked on his office door again. "Kumein." Squeak, the door opened a crack. A slender figure squeezed in. Johnson looked up and couldn't help but wonder. "Bye, Jie." Smiled immediately when she saw Johnson sitting at the desk. "Johnson, I finally found you. How about it? Are you surprised to see me?" Bai Jie showed a crescent-shaped smile at the corner of her mouth and looked at Johnson with confusing eyes. "How dare she come to me? What are you doing here?" Johnson asked in a deep voice. "Don't be so serious. Aren't you happy at all to see me?" Bai Jie came over and smiled shamelessly. "Stay away from me. If you have something to say, just say it." Johnson frowned slightly. It was obvious that he had no good feelings towards this woman at all. Faced with Johnson's cold attitude, the smile on Bai Jie's face froze, and she gradually showed an aggrieved expression with slightly red eyes. She slumped down on the sofa in a daze, just staring at Johnson, neither saying a word nor leaving. When Johnson looked up at her again, he found that her face was covered with tears. Damn it, what annoys me most is when a woman cries in front of me for no reason. He slammed the pen in his hand on the table and turned away, not wanting to look at her. Bai Jie sobbed and said, "Ever since the incident in front of the Dongxing Hotel that day, I have been assigned to teach in this shabby township primary school. I've been here for 2 days. I'm unfamiliar with the place, and it took me a long time to come to you. I never expected that you would treat me like this. I'm really cold, but you're all I can think about now. Johnson, I know I was wrong before. Now I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Can you still forgive me? Don't ask. If you ask, it's impossible. Humph. This woman is really shameless. She cheated on He Tian-ming while she was in a relationship with Johnson, and now she has the nerve to come at Johnson and ask for forgiveness? Shut up. Johnson was angry when he saw his hypocritical performance. If she wasn't desperate, would she think of looking for him? What happens to you has nothing to do with me. If you have nothing else to do, please leave my office now. Johnson really didn't want to even look at her anymore, he said with disgust. Bai Jie was stunned, with tears streaming down her face, and looked at Johnson in surprise. Is he really so heartless? I'm so humble in front of him, but I can't get any comfort from him? Johnson, you have such a cruel heart. I have served you wholeheartedly in bed for more than a year. Only now did she understand what it meant to be ruthless in the future. She was frantic and angry. Johnson, are you sure you want to do this to me? All right, you are awesome. Today I, Bai Jie, finally see through you completely. You are a shameless bastard. Aren't you just the deputy head of a poor town? Someone who doesn't know you would think you are the head or secretary of the town. For a loser like you who has no background or connections, don't even think about climbing up one step in your life. Just right here and be the deputy village chief. Don't worry, what happens to me, Bai Jie, has nothing to do with you. I won't ask you for anything again. Bang! Bai Jie stood up angrily, closed the door, and left. Standing in the doorway, with his back to Johnson's office, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that Johnson would rush out of the house and stop her, hold her in your arms, and comfort her. But after waiting for 2 full minutes, Johnson still didn't come out, and her fantasy was completely shattered. She stamped her feet in anger and cursed Johnson countless times in her heart before leaving in disappointment. Sitting in the room, Johnson was silent for a long time. If Bai Jie had not cheated on him during their relationship, he might not have been so heartless to her. Now, when I think of the way she and He Tian-ming colluded in front of the Dongsheng Hotel, I feel sick. A person who is unfaithful to you doesn't deserve even a shred of mercy. Just then, he received a call from his Aunt Li Rong. Auntie, how are you feeling lately? I was planning to go back to see you in the next 2 days. Johnson, I have something urgent to tell you. Your cousin got into a fight and was arrested by the police. You should go back to your hometown to check on him. Chapter 037, Riots in Li Village. My hometown is Li Village, Kaohsiung Town, north of Shannon County. This is where Johnson lived since he was a child. As far as he can remember, he lived here until he graduated from elementary school, and then he moved away with his Aunt Li Rong. Li Rong was originally a doctor at Kaohsiung Town Health Center. Later, due to some reasons, Li Rong had to retire early. She used her life savings to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in the county town and settled there. She had no relatives in her hometown except a distant sister, so she almost never went back home throughout the year. The cousin who got into trouble was the son of my aunt's distant sister, Xiaoan. Joan's fate is similar to Johnson's. After giving birth to him, his mother went to work in another place and did not return for several years. As the only relative, Xiaoan was naturally raised by Li Rong. In other words, Johnson and Joan are brothers who grew up together. In Johnson's opinion, there are no relatives in the world closer than Li Rong and Xiaoan. So when I heard that he had an accident, I drove back to Li Village without saying a word. Xiaoan dropped out of school in the 3rd year of junior high school. It was also in that year that his parents returned from out of town. He returned to Li Village with his parents. After dropping out of school and returning to Kaohsiung Town, Xiaoan started working as a waiter in a restaurant in the town, earning 300 yuan a month, and he worked there for more than a year. After saving some money, he followed his parents' example and went to work in other places, and he stayed there for 3 years. During this period, he called Li Rong and said that he was working as a welder in the south and earned more than 300 yuan a day. Aunt Li Rong was very pleased at that time. 7 or 8 years ago, an income of 300 yuan a day was more than most people. A few years ago, when Johnson was still studying at Hanjiang University, Joan went to see him. At that time, he was dressed fashionably and looked like a wealthy man. He took Johnson out for a day of eating, drinking, and having fun near the university town and forced $5,000 into Johnson's pocket before leaving. I remember he said something very touching to Johnson at that time. He said, "Brother, I don't have much of a future. I can only earn some hard-earned money by working hard. Brother, you are well-educated and will definitely be more successful than me in the future. Study hard and don't let my aunt down. I know it's not easy for my aunt to raise you to go to college. You can keep this money. It will at least reduce my aunt's burden." From that moment on, Johnson began to rethink his cousin. In fact, his appearance is not that glamorous. His palms were covered with thick calluses, and his face looked more weathered and helpless than his peers. Looking at his back, which he kept looking back, I was surprised to find that his back was hunched due to years of welding work. Johnson still can't forget the day when he held the $5,000 in his hand and stood there in a daze for a very long time. When Joan's back completely disappeared from Johnson's sight, he realized that he had already burst into tears. He swore at that time that no matter whether he had the ability in the future or not, he would make sure his aunt and Xiao and lived a good life. Back in the village, Johnson pushed the door and walked into Xiaoan's house. Xiaoan lives in a two-story building with a separate courtyard, which is the result of Xiao An's hard work for many years. When he built this building 2 years ago, Johnson had already started working and gave him $20,000 without hesitation. He said he didn't want anything, but Johnson forced it on him. When you push the door open and enter the house, what catches your eye is the chaos. Scattered items were scattered all over the floor, and the coffee table and sofa were placed in a mess, obviously having been rummaged through. Johnson shouted several times before a figure slowly walked down from the second floor. "Aunt, what happened?" Johnson asked urgently as soon as he saw Joan's mother. Joan's motherly Ling burst into tears when she saw Johnson. He cried out heart-wrenchingly, "Johnson, you're finally back. Please save Joan. What the hell is going on?" Johnson asked again. Joan went out drinking with a few friends last night and didn't come back drunk until this morning. Not long after he came back, a few idle guys from the village came to his door. They said Xiaoan lost more than 100,000 yuan to them last night, and they want Xiaoan to pay them back now. My God, where can we get so much money to give them? They just rummaged through boxes and cabinets like a bunch of robbers, and even broke down the door. Xiaoan was furious at the time, and took a knife from the kitchen and injured 2 people, and was then arrested by the police station. "Johnson, I heard that you are now a township leader. You should think of a way to save your brother. Your brother must have been cheated. You know he never plays cards. How could he lose hundreds of thousands?" Johnson knew that Joan never played cards. Besides, how could one lose hundreds of thousands of dollars just by playing cards in the village? He guessed that he was definitely tricked by someone. In the past 2 years, Xiaoan worked hard outside to earn some money and upgraded his 3-tiled houses into a small building, which must have aroused envy. In the village, every Chinese New Year, there are idle hooligans who organize gambling games to cheat the villagers who have returned from working outside. Many villagers worked hard for a year, and their savings were defrauded away overnight. This kind of thing is common in other towns and villages, and also exists in some villages in Weishui Township. These bastards cheated the villagers of their hard-earned money to feed themselves. What a fucking beast. "Auntie, don't worry. Tell me where that group of people are now. I will go and ask them first. If Xiaoan really owes someone money, don't worry. I will pay him back even if I sell everything I have." Li Ling nodded heavily, as if she had seen a savior. He stretched out his hand and pointed to an abandoned pig farm at the south end of the village. She said, "Those idle guys are well known for being scoundrels in the surrounding villages. They often gather at the pig farm to eat, drink, and have fun. You should go there and talk to them nicely. There are many of them." A trace of worry flashed across Li Ling's eyes. Johnson comforted her and drove to the abandoned farm at the south end of the village. The breeding farm is a product of the last century, covering more than 2 acres of land, and is a collective asset of the village. From the outside, the place looked so dilapidated that it was hard to imagine that anyone would live here. But the more inconspicuous a place is, the more likely it is to become a den of filth and dirt. The rusty iron door was locked. Johnson knocked hard at first, but no one responded. Then he kicked hard a few times, but still no one responded. But he clearly heard footsteps in the yard, but no one answered. He stood at a distance and observed the layout of the farm, then started the car and pretended to leave. After parking the car on a remote road, he came to the north wall of the farm. He stepped back several meters, then suddenly accelerated, jumped, grabbed the top of the wall with his hands, and flipped over. The scene in the courtyard was truly shocking. In the deepest open space, there were 5 simple houses neatly arranged. There really is something fishy going on. Johnson dusted himself off and headed straight for the shack. Just as he passed the first shack, he heard a woman's terrified scream coming from inside the house. "If you're not close, you really can't hear clearly. Stay away from me, you bastard. If you dare to touch me, my man will not forgive you when he comes back." So what if your man, that loser, comes back? I'll kill him if he dares to resist. Don't struggle. You lost so much money to me. So what's wrong with letting me play for a bit? How about I give you 1,000? With 1,000 yuan, you can find 2 in the county town. Don't be so ignorant. Hey, get lost. I was tricked by you guys. You are all liars who teamed up to trick me. I'm gonna call the police. I'm gonna call the police to arrest you. Call the police? Ha! Don't you know that the director of our township police station is my cousin? Go ahead and report it. At most, I'll be taken back and questioned for a few minutes, and then let go. When I come back, I'll do the same to you. Ha ha ha. Help! Help! There's a sound of 2 people tearing each other's clothes from inside the house. The woman's clothes seemed to be torn off forcibly. Johnson's face darkened, and he felt furious. He kicked the door open and strode in. Huh? Who the hell are you? Johnson looked cold and didn't respond. He just kicked the naked fat man several times. The fat man fell to the ground in pain, holding his stomach. His face was distorted, and he kept cursing, "You fucking. Do you know who I am? My father is the village party's secretary. You dare to hit me. You're looking for death." Johnson, who had broken in with a look of horror on her face, obviously stunned. "You better leave now," Johnson said to the woman with a stern face. The woman nodded at him gratefully and was about to run out wrapped in the torn bed sheet. However, the door was already blocked by a group of shirtless young men with tattoos. "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit our big brother? You're looking for death." A group of people rushed in with sticks without saying a word. Chapter 038, The Mob. "Come on, kill this bastard," the naked fat man shouted ferociously. 7 or 8 young men holding sticks, with fierce eyes, approached Johnson step by step. The space inside the hut was narrow and cluttered, and a huge threat loomed head-on. In this environment, even if he is very good at fighting, he can easily suffer a loss. His eyes scanned the enemies around him coldly, but he was quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Just then, his eyes fell on the fat man who was groaning in pain and shivering on the ground. Johnson reached out and grabbed the fat man by the back of his neck and lifted him up. What the hell are you doing? Let me go." The fat man struggled in fear, but Johnson paid no attention. He pressed the fat man hard in front of him and used him as his meat shield. Seeing this, the gangsters couldn't help but pause and looked hesitant on their faces. However, the fat man shouted loudly, "Don't worry about me. Just come at me." When the gangsters heard the order, they gritted their teeth and rushed towards Johnson again. Johnson saw this and no longer hesitated, kicking the fat man out of the door like a cannonball. The fat man's huge body knocked away the group of thugs at the door and cleared a passage. Moreover, he knocked down 2 or 3 people who were pinned to the ground by the fat man and could not breathe, wailing in pain. Opportunity cannot be missed. Johnson jumped out of the house. "Damn it, you still want to run? Chase me." After the gang of thugs realized what was happening, they immediately started chasing after him. They shouted loudly from behind and waved sticks in their hands, as if they wanted to eat Johnson alive. Johnson ran. He observed the surrounding environment, looking for any terrain and objects that could be used. Suddenly, he found an abandoned iron rack. He ran over without hesitation and kicked the iron frame, knocking it to the ground. The iron rack made a harsh metallic friction sound and stood in front of the gangsters. They had to stop and dodge the fallen iron frames. Johnson took the opportunity to turn around and rush towards the person closest to him. Before the man could react, Johnson's fist had already hit him hard in the face. There was a scream, and blood immediately flowed from the man's nose. His body fell backwards, knocking down a group of people. Everyone was shocked. They began to realize that the guy in front of them was not trying to run away, but was trying to separate them and deal with them one by one. Damn it! Everyone showed nervous expressions, hesitated for a moment, mustered up their courage, and rushed towards Johnson again. They were like a group of ferocious tigers, baring their teeth and claws. Johnson was forced to perform a Wu Song fighting the tiger drama. Instantly, these thugs fell to the ground one by one, curled up in pain. Johnson dusted himself off and looked at the thugs on the ground with disdain in his heart. He knew that alcohol and sex had already drained the bodies of this mob, and they were completely vulnerable. The naked fat man, who was also known as the boss by everyone, was now huddled in a corner, looking at Johnson, approaching him with fear in his eyes. "I'm warning you. My father is the party secretary of this village. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely find a chance to kill you. I have just notified my cousin at the police station. You'll be here soon. If you know what's good for you, you still have time to escape now." Johnson was unmoved. The fat man saw that his threat had no effect on Johnson and swallowed nervously. Johnson walked up to him and said sternly, "Answer whatever I ask you, or you will suffer." Johnson picked up a wooden stick from the ground, stood it in front of the fat man, and said with a smile, "It's okay if you don't cooperate. I will beat you until you tell the truth." The fat man had long lost his previous arrogance, and looking at Johnson's murderous eyes, he was so scared that cold sweats broke out. "You ask. Just stop hitting me, and I'll tell you everything. Did you guys team up to defraud Xiao's money?" The fat man then realized why Johnson came. It turned out that he came to avenge Joan. He shook his head desperately and denied it. "No, absolutely not. He was drunk and came here to play with us for money. I lent him 150,000 yuan, but he lost it all. No one forced him to do anything. How dare you quibble?" Johnson waved the stick at his pig-like head. Don't, I said. The fat man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and begged for mercy repeatedly. "One of my brothers got him drunk and tricked him into coming here. In the past 2 years, seeing that he had become rich, the brothers wanted to rip him off. I didn't expect this guy to be such a scoundrel. When we went to his house to ask for money, he actually stabbed 2 of my brothers with a knife. I then notified my cousin and had him taken to the police station." "I see." Johnson took out his phone and said to him, "I recorded everything you just said. Come with me to the police station later and explain it clearly." Okay. I'll go to the police station with you later." When the fat man mentioned the police station, he was not afraid, but looked relaxed. Even if his cousin is the director, would he still dare to confuse right and wrong? Just then, sirens sounded outside the farm. 3 policemen rushed in. The leader frowned when he saw his younger brothers lying all over the ground. Johnson's foot was still on the fat man's face. The policeman locked his eyes on Johnson, his eyes blazing with fire. He waved his hand and ordered the 2 policemen behind him, "Catch the thug who beat people." Without saying anything, the 2 policemen walked up to Johnson, took out a pair of silver bracelets, and put them on Johnson's hands. "Come on, come with us to the station and explain everything clearly." Johnson's expression became serious. The police officers from the police station arrested him as a criminal without even asking any questions. It is obvious that they are bending the law for personal gain. While the 2 policemen were talking to each other, he quickly took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Long Gang, Kaohsiung Town Police Station. When the police found Johnson was operating his cell phone, they snatched it away and said viciously, "Damn it, still want to find someone? It's too late." Just like that, Johnson was escorted back to the police station by the 3 men. "Name? Johnson. Are you the deputy head of Weishui Township?" "That's right." The leading policeman was visibly stunned when he heard Johnson's name, and then he revealed an intriguing smile. "Lock him up first." Without any trial or questioning, they put Johnson directly into the detention room. There was already 1 person in the detention room. Seeing that person, Johnson called out in surprise, "Joan." Xiaoan slowly turned her head, and when she saw Johnson, she burst into tears. "Brother, why did you come in too?" Outside the detention room, the director's office, the fat man's cousin, the police station chief, Liang Xiaoshan, was laughing at his cell phone. "Director do you know who I caught? Johnson. He's the deputy head of Weishui Township who beat up your cousin before. Don't worry, I'll arrange for a few auxiliary police officers to go in and give him a good lesson and vent your anger on your behalf." Chapter 039, The Mob 2. The midday sun was very strong, but the detention room was very quiet. Johnson sat cross-legged on the cold floor and talked to Joan in a flat tone. "Brother, I injured 2 of them. Do you think I can't get out?" Xiaoan asked with a frustrated look on his face. "I also injured 8 or 9 of them. Don't worry, someone will come to take us out," Johnson said calmly. Joan stared at Johnson in surprise. He knew that Johnson was now the deputy village chief and had some power in his hands. But that is a crime of serious injury, and the offender will be sentenced. But Johnson was so calm when he said this, which shocked Joan greatly. However, the power of a deputy township head is far from enough to control the police stations in handling cases. Is Brother Lin trying to comfort me? Or is he really confident? Xiaoan couldn't help but feel confused. However, another sentence from Johnson instantly made his blood boil and filled him with hope. "They're all a group of criminals. We are both acting in self-defense. Don't worry, the law will stand on the side of justice." Upon hearing this, Xiaoan nodded solemnly. At this moment, the iron gate outside the detention room made a harsh metal friction sound. A series of heavy footsteps, thump thump, came towards the detention room where Johnson and the other man were. The two men looked up at the door and saw four auxiliary police officers wearing patrol uniforms and holding rubber batons appear in their sight. The eyes of the four auxiliary police officers were full of disdain and contempt, as if the people standing in front of them were not people, but ants. The corners of their mouths slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible grin that made people feel chilled. I saw them holding the batons tightly in their hands and tapping them gently from time to time, making a pa-pa sound. The voice echoed in the silent air, sounding particularly harsh, as if it was protesting to Johnson and the other two, or mocking them. The atmosphere in the detention room is weird and tense. Four auxiliary police officers walked into the detention room arrogantly, looked at Johnson and Joan, and began to tease and laugh at them. "Fuck, where did you come from, you idiot, to dare to show off in our Kaohsiung town? It seems you are tired of living. You two ignorant fellows, I will teach you a lesson today," an auxiliary police officer said jokingly. "That face looks like a gangster. What do you want to do? Don't forget, this is the police station and you are police officers," Xiaoan asked. When the auxiliary police heard Xiaoan's question, they were not afraid at all, but were happy instead. "Don't you understand? You guys have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. We brothers are here to teach you a lesson. We want you to be more low-key when you go out and do things in the future. Don't be so damn ostentatious." Education? Joan's brows were tense, and he turned to Johnson for help. Johnson had a blank expression on his face, staring coldly at the auxiliary police officers in front of him. He knew that the police regulations had little restriction on these auxiliary police officers. Even if they made a serious mistake, the worst that could happen was that they would just take off their uniforms and walk away, then ask someone to find them a similar government-funded job. As temporary workers, their salaries are not high. The reason they're willing to be auxiliary police is simply because they value the little power they gain from this job, which allows them to follow their leaders and bully ordinary people. To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of hooligans wearing the uniforms of regular soldiers. As long as the leader gives an order, they will execute it without any scruples, because the cost of making mistakes is too low. There's no point in reasoning with these ragtag troops. When the auxiliary police saw that Johnson and Joan did not react, they thought they were scared and became even more proud. "Are you scared? I heard you guys are good at fighting, right? Come on, stand up and let me see you. Ha ha, I don't think you dare to fight back. Brothers, come on together and teach them a lesson." The four men surrounded them, raised their rubber batons, and hit Johnson and the other two mercilessly. However, they never expected that the brothers Johnson and Joan were not lambs to be slaughtered. At the moment when the auxiliary police's batons were about to fall, Johnson and Joan quickly stood up and fought back. Before the other party could react, they rushed out like lightning and punched the other party in the face. The two auxiliary police officers' heads jerked back and blood spurted out from the corners of their mouths. Then, Johnson raised his leg and kicked the opponent to the ground, and then the attacks continued like a storm. Every punch and every kick contains endless power, which makes people feel frightened and shocked. The other two auxiliary police officers were stunned by this scene. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe what they saw. They could never have imagined that someone would dare to attack the police and knock down two people in an instant with one move. Who are these two people? Why are you so good at fighting? Damn it. The two angry auxiliary police officers roared and rushed towards Johnson and Joan. One of them hit Joan hard on the back with his baton, but it was like hitting a piece of steel plate, and Joan didn't move at all. He turned around and glared at the auxiliary police officer with bloodshot eyes. His aura alone was enough to scare the auxiliary police officer so much that his legs were shaking. "Fuck you." Xiaoan raised his leg and kicked with such force that the auxiliary police officer was sent flying and hit hard on the iron gate. At this time, the only auxiliary police officer still standing had been killed by Johnson with a single slash of his hand. A guy like this can be a policeman? I don't know how he got in. There was disdain in Xiaoan's eyes. Johnson, he had been practicing martial arts since childhood and had great skills under the careful training of Aunt Li Rome. Liang Xiaoshan was in the office at the moment, listening to the noise coming out of the detention room. He thought that Johnson and the other two were being severely punished, and he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. He imagined Johnson and Joan begging for mercy, and his heart was filled with pleasure. He also thought that he had vented his anger for Director He, and when Director He came, he would definitely praise him highly. Ha! I've helped Director He so much this time. From now on, I'll have Director He as my pillar of support. With the help of the Bureau in this year's assessment, I will definitely excel. If I can continue to work at the grassroots level for another 2 years, I'll be promoted to a full-time section chief. Ha ha ha. Liang Xiaoshan laughed triumphantly. Just then, Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, He Tianying, rushed to the police station. Liang Xiaoshan hurried out to greet him. Director He, you're here? Where are the people? He Tianying asked seriously. In the detention room. I'm having someone teach them a lesson. They must have been beaten so badly that they can't even stand up now. Liang Xiaoshan said with a flattering smile. Well, you did a great job. I will do my best to help you get the evaluation at the end of this year. He Tianying showed a smile. Thank you. Thank you, Director He, for your cultivation. Don't worry, I will never let these two little bastards walk out of Kaoshan Town Police Station in one piece. Liang Xiaoshan expressed his determination happily. Okay, it's about time. Let's go check it out. As he spoke, He Tianying strode towards the detention room. He couldn't wait to see Johnson, who was beaten black and blue and in a miserable state. However, when he walked into the detention room and saw 4 auxiliary police officers unconscious on the ground, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Damn it, how dare you two hit the police? He Tianying felt furious. Upon hearing the sound, Liang Xiaoshan hurriedly chased in. When he saw the 4 auxiliary police officers on the ground and the 2 Johnsons were safe and sound, his face turned pale. Ow, how is this possible? These 4 guys are the best fighters in the station. How could they be knocked down by just these 2? Liang Xiaoshan was so shocked that his 2 big eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Useless. What a bunch of useless people. Still want this year's excellence? Do you deserve it? Fuck. He Tianying turned around and cursed at Liang Xiaoshan. Yes, Director He is right. I will go and gather some people right away. I don't believe that the 2 of them can beat 20 people. Liang Xiaoshan nodded and bowed, sweat pouring down his forehead. Get out. No matter how many trash you come, they are still trash. Open the door for me. He Tianying unbuttoned his shirt, veins on his forehead exposed. He was furious. Director He, what are you going to do? Humph. I'm going to teach these 2 bastards a lesson myself. He Tianying is a famous fighting expert in the police force, and he is very confident in his skills. He couldn't believe that Johnson dared to hit him, a former police officer. In anger, He Tianying picked up a baton on the ground and was about to go in and attack Johnson and the other man. He thought Johnson and Joan would be intimidated by his majesty and would not dare to resist. However, Johnson and Joan did not back down at all and stared at He Tianying with cold eyes. That gaze was like an eternal iceberg, freezing cold. He Tianying's heart trembled and he was shocked. He recognized this look. It was the look one would have when fighting a life-and-death battle in the ring. How dare he look at me like that? Isn't he just a minor deputy section chief? Damn, where does he get the courage? He Tianying couldn't help but murmur in his heart. At this time, Liang Xiaoshan opened the iron door of the detention room with trembling hands. He Tianying walked in with a baton in hand. Johnson stood there fearless, not moving an inch. Joan stood silently behind Johnson, her cold eyes staring directly at He Tianying. The 3 of them confronted each other. The atmosphere in the detention room instantly dropped to freezing point. Chapter 040, The Mob 3. He Tianying's eyes were cold and his face was as gloomy as water. He tore open several buttons on his chest, revealing his strong chest muscles. Johnson intently, as if he wanted to eat him alive. His frightening aura was extremely oppressive. Johnson clenched his fists and responded to He Tianying with the same cold look, refusing to give in. In the cold detention room, there was no other sound except the heartbeat. It was terrifyingly silent. Liang Xiaoshan lay cautiously outside the iron gate. Looking at the scene in shock, his eyes dumbfounded. Humph, I will soon let you experience the pain that my cousin He Tianming felt when he was beaten by you. It turned out to be because of He Tianming. No wonder this policeman, whom he had never met before, was full of hostility towards Johnson. Brother, what should we do? He was a little worried when he saw a formal police officer suddenly appear, and his rank was not low. Johnson shook his head at him and ordered him, stand aside and don't interfere. He knew that He Tianying's target was him, so he didn't want to involve Qiao. Johnson knew he couldn't escape, so he faced He Tianying and said coldly, if that's the case, stop talking nonsense. Arrogant. He Tianying's pupils shrank sharply, and he was furious. He vowed to make Johnson pay the price. To vent anger from my cousin, He Tianming. At this moment, his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. He pushed the iron door open, walked in regardless of anything, raised the baton in his hand, and hit Johnson. Bang! A muffled sound. Joan received a heavy blow to the head. At the critical moment, he pushed Johnson away and took the lead himself. At this moment, blood was gushing out of Joan's head, and no matter how hard he pressed, it was of no use. Johnson rushed over, took off his shirt, and pressed hard on the wound on Joan's head. At this moment, he felt furious and looked at He Tianying with resentment. He Tianying was not afraid when he saw this scene. Instead, he laughed wildly. Did you see that? This is what will happen to you next. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might go easier on you. Haha, aren't you very arrogant? Where did your aura go? Johnson slowly stood up and looked at He Tianying coldly. That look was like an iceberg, freezing cold. Seeing that Johnson looked upset, Xiaoyan quickly grabbed his arm and said, Brother, don't be impulsive. We are now on his territory, and he has the advantage. We can't take advantage of him. He Tianying laughed again. Haha, this kid really knows the situation. Johnson, don't you see where you are? Don't you see who I am? You dare to confront me head-on? You are courting death. Why don't you go out and ask around to find out what position our He family holds in Pingyang? You're just a lowly deputy section chief, and you dare to go against us? You don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. If you just kneel down and beg me now, I will spare you this once today. Otherwise, humph. Facing He Tianying's relentless pressure, Johnson laughed disdainfully. The He family. I thought they would use some powerful means to punish me. So it's just like this. What? He Tianying couldn't believe it. Johnson was forced to this point, but he still didn't give in? How dare you look down on his He family? Johnson, you don't seem to understand your situation. This is Kaohsiung Town Police Station. It's full of my people, He Tianying. As long as I don't give the order, no one dares to let you out. As long as I give the order, I guarantee that you will have someone to serve you here every day. You will want to die. In He Tianying's opinion, Johnson was just putting on airs. He was just a small deputy head of the village, with neither connections nor power. There's no need for his uncle, He Shuping, to step in. He can crush him to death with just his little finger. It was at this moment that the fenced door outside the detention room made a friction sound again. A loud voice suddenly came. Director He, you are so arrogant. Is it your family that owns the Public Security Bureau? He Tianying was stunned when he heard the voice. This voice was very familiar to him. It was the captain of the criminal police team of the Municipal Bureau, Long Gang. He frowned, wondering why Long Gang suddenly appeared in Kaohsiung Town Police Station at this time. When he saw Johnson's calm expression, he was shocked. Damn, is this for Johnson? Impossible. Long just went to the Municipal Bureau for a 2-month assignment. How would he know Johnson? Besides, how could Johnson, a guy with no backing and no background, no Long Gang, a famous figure in the Provincial Public Security Department? It must be a coincidence. Only then did he let down his guard and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he handed the baton in his hand to Liang Xiaoshan and hinted to him with his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Liang Xiaoshan nodded woodenly, looked at the baton in his hand, then looked at Xiao, and who was bleeding profusely, and suddenly felt that he was being wronged. If a police officer beats someone, it is a violation of police regulations. In serious cases, it is a violation of the law, and they will be held accountable. He Tianying handed the baton to Liang Xiaoshan, obviously wanting him to take the blame for him. Fuck, who the hell did I offend? What if I get punished again? It won't be worth it. Liang Xiaoshan couldn't help but complain in his heart. But the position of deputy director He Tianying is there, and he's also in charge of the leadership, plus the He family's reputation. He can't afford to offend him. I can only swallow my anger. Captain Long, what brings you to Kaohsiung Town? He Tianying immediately greeted him with a smile. Long Gang didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with him. He walked straight into the detention room and came in front of Johnson. When he saw Xiao uncovered in blood, he frowned and asked Johnson, Brother Lin, are you okay? Johnson shook his head, the anger still in his eyes. Luckily you arrived in time. Officer, he just threatened me that I would be beaten 3 times a day. Lin, Brother Lin? He Tianying and Liang Xiaoshan were stunned for a moment. Long Gang actually came here, just for Johnson? Could it be that they really have some kind of relationship? Director He, How dare you beat people in the police station? Moreover, the person you beat was a civil servant? You were so brave. Long Gang pointed at He Tianying's nose and questioned. He Tianying had a gloomy face and said nothing. Liang Xiaoshan understood and quickly stepped forward to say, Captain Long, don't misunderstand. This prisoner, oh no, this person had some friction with the auxiliary police, so he accidentally hit his head. It has nothing to do with Director He. He. Is that so? Long Gang turned and asked Xiaoan. Xiao uncovered his head with one hand. No matter how fiercely Liang Xiaoshan threatened him, he still spoke out the truth loudly. It's not like that. It was him. He was the one who beat me with a baton. Xiaoan pointed at He Tianying angrily and said, Director He, do you have anything else to say? Long Gang asked with a cold face. Unexpectedly, He Tianying smiled sinisterly and said, So what if it was me? He attacked the police, so I fought back. Captain Long, this doesn't violate the regulations, right? Nonsense. It was obviously you who came in and started the fight without any explanation. Xiaoan struggled to get up, glaring at him. Humph. Director He, you don't have to explain to me. When the comrades from the police inspectorate come, you can explain to them. Long Gang laughed coldly. Long Gang, don't go too far. He Tianying, have made contributions and have a high position in the bureau. You actually want the inspection team to investigate me now? Are you qualified? He Tianying and Long Gang are both regular officials with equal power, and they have no direct subordinate relationship. So He Tianying dares to speak to Long Gang without fear. I'm not qualified, but I guess this person is qualified. Long Gang took out a cell phone and handed it to He Tianying. When I saw the name displayed on the phone, it turned out to be the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Wan Jinting. It turned out that from the very beginning, Long Gang had called Wan Jinting, and Wan Jinting heard their conversation clearly. Director Wan. He Tianying was stunned and began to tremble unconsciously. Wan Jinting's voice came from the phone. He Tianying, you are so bold. How dare you disregard our police regulations and commit crimes in the police station's detention room? Don't you want to wear this outfit anymore? You must report to the inspection team immediately. As for how we deal with you, it all depends on your attitude towards admitting your mistakes. Director Wan, beep beep. As soon as He Tianying opened his mouth, Wan Jinting hung up the phone. At this moment, He Tianying looked ashen and stood there stupidly, his mind blank. Liang Xiaoshan, you beat him up like this. Why don't you release him right away? Oh, yes. I'll let him go right now. Liang Xiaoshan was so nervous that he was a little incoherent and quickly arranged for someone to send Johnson and Xiaoan out. Johnson said to him, Director Liang, you have arrested us, so why don't you just give us a trial and let us go? I have some very important criminal clues to give you. The criminal gang in Li Village oppresses the people and commits heinous crimes. Don't you want to hear about it? Liang Xiaoshan was speechless, staring at Johnson in a daze, sweating profusely from nervousness. Chapter 041, Collecting Evidence. He Tianying was taken to the Municipal Bureau inspection team by Long Gang's colleagues for investigation. Before being taken away, he turned back and glared at Johnson. He never expected that he would fall into the hands of a nobody like Johnson. His heart was filled with resentment. Xiaoan was sent to the town clinic for bandaging by the police. Liang Xiaoshan sat in the office, looking very uncomfortable, facing Johnson and Long Gang. He offered cigarettes, poured tea, and smiled, but he never talked about Li Village. Johnson lost his patience and said sternly, Director Liang, I want to report a case. The group in Li Village is involved in organized crime and evil. Please arrest them immediately. Liang Xiaoshan glanced at Long Gang with a guilty conscience and said to Johnson with a smile, Comrade Johnson, you misunderstood. Our Kaoshan town has always been peaceful, and there is no way that evil forces exist. Misunderstanding? I saw with my own eyes the fat guy who claimed to be your cousin raped a female villager, and now you tell me it was a misunderstanding. Johnson was furious. If it involves rape, we can only accept the case if the person involved reports it. It's really difficult for me to arrest someone based on just your words. Liang Xiaoshan tried his best to explain, cursing his disappointing cousin 1,000 times in his heart. What about their conspiracy to defraud my cousin Joan? The facts of this matter are clear. Isn't that enough to file a case? Oh, now this incident can only be classified as mutual fighting. The other party was injured more seriously. If they hold your cousin responsible, I'm afraid he will have to face lawsuit. Liang Xiaoshan, said with a wry smile. Damn it, you're talking to me about the law? Don't think you can do anything to me just because you know a little bit about the law. The right of interpretation is in my hands. Liang Xiaoshan was very satisfied with his own explanation and couldn't help feeling proud. Facing Liang Xiaoshan's sophistry, Johnson and Long Gang knew that this guy was determined to protect that group of people. Since he won't cooperate, I have no choice but to find evidence myself and then file a case. Long Gang said to Liang Xiaoshan coldly, "You were also involved in what happened just now. Now, come with me to the municipal bureau to explain the situation." Ah, Captain Long, all this was hinted to me by Director He. I have not made any subjective mistakes. Liang Xiaoshan showed horror on his face. In order to protect himself, he did not hesitate to betray He Tianying. It's no use telling me. Go to the inspection team and explain it yourself. Long Gang said impatiently. After Liang Xiaoshan was taken away, Long Gang asked Johnson, "Brother Lin, what should we do next? Should we continue to pursue him?" Johnson said firmly, without hesitation, "We must get to the bottom of this. This group of people has been causing trouble for the village for many years. If we keep them here for one more day, who knows how many kind people will be bullied by them. Now that we have alerted the enemy, I guess this group of people are very honest now, and it is unlikely that we will catch them in the act." Long Gang guessed based on his experience in handling cases. Johnson pondered for a moment. "I do have an idea. Maybe I can make these people reveal their true colors. I wonder if it's feasible." Johnson curiously. Johnson leaned over and whispered his plan in his ear. Long Gang smiled when he heard this. "Brother Lin, you've got it. It's a shame that you don't come to the police station to be a police officer." Afternoon, Lee Village. Johnson drove Joan back home in a swagger. On the way, he attracted the attention of many villagers. "Joan? Why is he back? Wasn't he arrested by Li Meng's cousin? Could it be that he was released through some kind of connection?" As more and more villagers gathered and talked about it, Johnson simply asked Joan to get out of the car. As soon as Chow got out of the car, he rushed into the crowd and pointed at his head and said, "Did you see it? Li Meng's cousin is Liang Xiaoshan, the director of our town's police station. He beat me in the police station and made me sue him. Now he has been taken away by the city bureau leaders for investigation. The backer of Li Meng's family has completely fallen this time. If any of you have been bullied by him, please tell me, and I will file a complaint with the municipal bureau on your behalf. This time, we must bring Li Meng and his gang to justice." Everyone looked at Xiao and in surprise. Although a large number of them have been deceived, beaten, and bullied by Li Meng. However, they were afraid of the influence of Li Meng's family in Li Village, and they remained silent about the fact that they were being bullied. Looking at the numb and pitiful faces in front of him, Xiao and felt extremely disappointed. He thought that now that Li Meng's backer had fallen, the villagers would no longer be afraid and would tell their stories of being bullied and bring the evil Li Meng to justice. But the fact is, they are still afraid, especially since Li Meng's father is still the branch secretary. Who dares to offend him? Joan smiled bitterly, shook her head, and returned to the car. "Brother, is it because I didn't act like it that they don't believe me?" Chowan said helplessly. Johnson shook his head and said, "No, they're just worried that they will be retaliated against if they can't bring Li Meng down. The vast majority of these villagers are native Litsuan people and have lived and multiplied here for generations. It can be said that they are full of deep affection and attachment to this land. There are both elderly and frail people in the family who need support and care, as well as young and ignorant children who need care and love. If they fail to sue Li Meng, they will face Li Meng's vicious revenge. By then, they will be in a difficult situation. Not only will they be unable to continue living peacefully in Li Village, they may even be forced to leave their homes and become displaced. What's worse is that this situation will bring endless fear and anxiety to their families, making their loved ones always worried and restless. What's next? Keep on acting." Chow and couldn't vent her anger and felt as if there was a huge stone blocking her heart. So no matter whether Johnson's plan is effective or not, he will carry it out resolutely. Back to Chow Ann's house. Johnson took out a stack of pre-printed white paper and asked Joan and her aunt to fill in the names of the villagers in the signature column and finally press their red fingerprints. When everything was ready, Chowan secretly carried the papers with signatures and fingerprints on them and started going door to door. Every time he came out of house, he would pretend to casually show the papers in his arms in front of everyone. When the villagers on the street saw the paper with his signature and fingerprints in his hand, they would gather together to discuss it out of curiosity. Could it be that Li Meng's family's backer has really fallen? How else could Joan have collected so many testimonies? If this is true, it looks like Li Meng will be finished soon. He cheated me out of 5,000 yuan last year. No, I have to write some documents and send them to Xiao and to get my hard-earned money back. My daughter was bullied by Li Meng and his gang. Damn it, I can finally vent my anger. Let's go and write a report. The villagers were outraged, and their attitudes changed one after another. Li Meng's home. After being severely beaten by Johnson, Li Meng was still lying on the bed groaning. His father, Li Taizhu, was so angry when he saw Li Meng's disappointing performance that he started cursing. You little bastard, I told you to be more restrained, but you kept causing trouble for me. Well now, your cousin was taken away by the inspection team because of you. Joan is looking for evidence of your crimes again. He has already collected a thick pile. Hey, just wait until you're arrested. Our family is doomed. Li Taizhu sighed, his eyes flashing with helplessness towards his son and resentment towards Xiaoan. Damn it, how dare that kid Xiaoan go against me? Fuck it, I'm gonna take people to his house right now and kill him. Li Meng struggled to get up, not caring about the pain in his body, picked up a machete and went to Xiaoan's house. Li Taizhu stopped him, slapped him hard on the head, and cursed, "Don't you think you haven't caused enough trouble for me? Just stay at home, and I'll go check it out first. I'll be guarding his door. I don't know who dares to file a complaint with him." Li Meng suddenly realized that Xiao had the support of his cousin Johnson, so he would not provoke her if she was not easy to deal with. But those villagers who filed the complaint can be easily dealt with, right? Whoever dares to go to Xiao An's house will be dealt with. Let's see who dares to go there again. Dad, what if Xiao An has really collected a lot of evidence against me? His cousin is so cruel. Li Meng looked at Li Taizhu eagerly and asked. Li Taizhu was also very disappointed. How could he have given birth to such an unpromising son? Even his mother didn't have a brain. You were usually quite brave and aggressive when bullying honest people, but why are you so cowardly at the critical moment? If Xiao An really has collected evidence of your crime, then we can destroy his house tonight and burn the evidence, right? Li Taizhu suddenly revealed a sinister face. Li Meng slapped his head and suddenly realized. Chapter 042, The Fish Bites the Hook. Joan returned home, looking depressed. He wandered around the village for more than 2 hours without any results. Whenever Xiao An mentioned the names Li Meng and Li Taizhu, the villagers would hurriedly avoid the topic. It's as if mentioning these two names will bring disaster upon oneself, so one should avoid them as much as possible. It is not difficult to see that Li Taizhu and his son have committed many evil deeds and have planted the seeds of fear in the hearts of the villagers. Looking at Joan's dejected look, you can tell without asking that things are not going well. Johnson comforted him. Don't worry, let the bullet fly for a while. Xiao An began to feel suspicious. As night was approaching and no one had taken the initiative to submit a letter of complaint, how could he be so confident? Brother, this tactic of luring the snake out of its hole is useless. It must be that old guy Li Taizhu came to threaten everyone, so no one dared to report it. Xiao An said listlessly. At this time, Xiao An's mother came in from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. Xiao An, it's a great blessing that you can get out of the police station. You two don't know that in the past, no one who was arrested by cousin Li Meng ever came out intact. Either he becomes a dull idiot soon after coming out, or he becomes a dog of the Li family. You are lucky to be able to come out with only minor injuries. Don't even think about bringing down the Li family. If you don't bring him down, he will take revenge on our family. Our life will be over. We will live in fear all day long, and our life will be worse than death. Stop working and eat some noodles, Li Ling said with a sigh. She didn't want to vent her anger. She just wanted to live a peaceful life in Li Village. Don't the villagers think so too? Joan helplessly took out a stack of testimonies from his arms and placed them on the coffee table, then picked up a bowl of noodles and started eating. Just at this moment, a light cough was heard in the yard, and a smiling voice called out, "Is anyone there? I'm here to visit." Li Ling shuddered when she heard the voice. She was very familiar with this voice. It was the village party secretary Li Taizhu. "It's over. They came to my house so soon, Xiao, and hide quickly, hide quickly." Li Ling urgent nervously. Xiao and was a fearless and stubborn person. She threw the bowl in her hand onto the coffee table and said angrily, "Why should I hide? If anyone should hide, it should be Li Taizhu." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Taiju walked in. Oh, are you all home? Where's Qiaoen's dad? Why isn't he here? Li Taiju smiled so hard that his teeth were showing, and he disguised himself very well. Secretary Li, you're here? His father has been away from work for a few days and won't be back until soon. Please take a seat. Have you eaten? Li Ling was relieved to see that Li Taiju came alone. She is still frightened by the scene this morning where a group of people beat and smashed things in his house. I've eaten, you guys continue eating. I'll just walk around, don't worry about me. Li Taiju laughed with the kind tone of a village elder. When his eyes fell on Johnson, the smile on his face paused for a moment. Then he continued to smile. Johnson, do you still recognize me? I'm your Uncle Taiju. I heard that you've become the deputy township head now. Young people are really formidable. Johnson smiled calmly. This old guy has not changed at all over the years, except for the wrinkles on his face. His tone of voice and that sinister face have not changed at all. It's disgusting. He didn't want to exchange pleasantries, but in order to find out Li Tieju's intention, he smiled and responded, Remember, I didn't expect that you have been the village party secretary for 30 years. It shows that Secretary Li has a high prestige in the village. Li Village was originally called Li Village because 80% of the people in the village had the surname Li. People with the surname Li are divided into two branches. One is the native locals, and the other is the outsiders. As the leader of the local Li family, Li Taiju has been suppressing outsiders overtly and covertly over the years to ensure that his local Li family has absolute say in Li Village. Therefore, among the cadres of the two committees in the village, more than half are from his local Li family. Every time the two committees meet, it's like a family meeting. As long as he makes the decision, the matter is settled. If any of the cadres of the two committees dared to express different opinions, someone would invite him to drink that night. And if he got drunk, he would be severely beaten up. In addition to these, there are even more despicable means. Anyone who dares to compete with him for the position of village leader during the change of term will be punished. The next morning, there would be several dead chickens and dogs in the yard of that person. Ordinary people would be terrified if they encountered such a thing. Even if they knew who did it, they would not dare to call the police. Over time, who would dare to compete with him? Li Taiju has relied on these dirty tricks to remain firmly in his position as the top leader of Li Village. At this time, Li Taiju laughed shamelessly and said, "Haha, it's all because of the villagers who think I've done a good job in the past few years that they have been recommending me to sit in this position. Fraud, rape, coercion, humiliation. I don't know how many families the Li father and son have brought disaster to in the village over the years. And you still have the nerve to say you did a good job? Fucking shameless." Johnson put away his smile and asked coldly, "What's the matter with Secretary Li?" The smile on Li Tieju's face gradually faded, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. He said, "Johnson, can you please spare Li Meng's matter and let him go this time? Can you please do me a favor?" Johnson smiled, looked at him coldly, and said, "Save him? Ask the people of Li Village if they agree." Li Tieju's face instantly darkened, and he snorted coldly. "I don't need to ask. I can guarantee that no one in Li Village dares to say a word against my Li family." "Oh, are you so confident? Then look at what I have in my hand." Johnson picked up the testimony on the table and shook it in front of Li Taiju. Just when Li Taiju wanted to get closer to take a closer look, Johnson suddenly put away a stack of testimonies. Li Taiju couldn't see the content clearly. He only saw the scribbled signature and the red fingerprints on it. Based on his more than 30 years of experience as a village party secretary, he guessed that the stack of materials might really be the material reporting Li Meng. He was shocked, and his brows frowned instantly. He knew very well that if these testimonies were handed over to the Public Security Bureau, his son would be finished. Not only that, he, as the village party secretary, will also face investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Damn it! If I can't live a good life, no one else can live a good life. A surge of anger suddenly surged in Li Tieju's heart, and a big word, kill, instantly appeared in his mind. He smiled calmly and said, "Johnson, you must have been deceived by those people with bad intentions. If my Li family were the kind of unforgivable criminals, how could I have been the village party secretary for so long? Wouldn't we have been driven out of office long ago? Besides, you and Li Meng just had a minor conflict. There's no need to make it a life and death situation. As long as you stop pursuing Li Meng's faults, I will make him come to you in person tomorrow to apologize. Do you think it's okay?" As he said this, veins in Li Tieju's temples throbbed, and he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Johnson looked gloomy, staring at Li Taiju closely, and said in a deep voice, "If everyone who does something bad can just apologize and get away with it, then what is the use of laws?" Li Tieju's only remaining fantasy was shattered. A malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Johnson and said, "Humph, Johnson, you are so ungrateful. Don't say you're just a deputy township head. Even if you're the township head or secretary of a township, what can you do to me? I'm telling you the truth. In Li Village, I, Li Taiju, am the king. Whoever I want to live will live. And if I want you to die, you must die tonight. Don't blame me for not warning you. You're fucking dead." After making the threat, Li Taiju turned and left. Li Ling was completely frightened by Li Tieju's terrifying aura. She stood there trembling, muttering, "It's over. Our Qiao family is going to be in big trouble. Mom, don't be scared by this old bastard. What did he do to us? Does he even dare to kill people?" Xiaoan said, unconvinced. Li Ling's eyes were dazed, and she said hysterically, "Child, you haven't been home these years. You don't know. There were several families in our village who opposed him, and in the end, they all ended up with their families broken up." Johnson saw the fear in Li Ling's heart and quickly comforted her. "Aunt, don't be afraid. With Xiao and I here, nothing will happen to our family." Johnson and Joan meaningfully, her eyes full of worry, as if she had a premonition that something ominous was about to happen to her. Johnson and Joan looked at each other with extremely firm eyes. He guessed that the fish had taken a bait. Chapter 043, Rotten Fish and Shrimp. Li Taiju came out of Xiaoan's house, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he stopped in a hidden alley not far from Xiaoan's house, staring at the door of Xiaoan's house. His purpose was simple, which was to confirm whether anyone would take the initiative to send reporting materials to Johnson. At around 6 or 7 o'clock, a woman walked into Xiaoan's house cautiously. When Li Taiju saw this woman appear, his heart sank instantly. Because this woman was the one whom Li Meng had attempted to rape at the farm that morning, Wang Wan. Wang Wan's visit to Xiaoan's house at this time made Li Taiju deeply worried. He also began to believe the thick stack of report letters in Johnson's hand. He did not hesitate for a moment. Tonight, this matter must be resolved once and for all. When he got home, he kicked Li Meng, who was lying on the bed, to wake him up. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is sleep. Do you know that disaster is about to happen?" Li Meng got up in a daze and looked at Li Taiju in shock. "What's wrong, Dad? Do Xiaoan and his cousin really have evidence against me?" "Humph. I just saw Wang Wan go to his house to deliver the report. The evidence he has collected now is enough for you to stay in jail for half your life." "Ah!" Li Meng instantly collapsed, with deep fear in his eyes. "Dad, what should we do? We have to go all out. Tonight, take your brothers with you, break into his house in the dark, and seize the evidence." Li Taiju said with a fierce look in his eyes. "This is the only way." Li Meng nodded vigorously, as if he had made up his mind. Suddenly, he said viciously, "Wang Wan, that stinky bitch, actually dared to sue me? I'm gonna fuck her right now." Bang! Li Taiju slapped him hard in the face. "What the hell time is it? And you're still thinking about that? There's so many people in the village who are suing you, and you can handle it. Don't think too much. Go gather people now and start at midnight." Li Meng covered his face and nodded blankly. After Li Taiju left Xiaoan's house, Johnson called Longgang and told him the whole story of the current situation in Li Village. "Brother Lin, it seems like these people are desperate. You better be careful." "Well, I know it's dangerous, but for the sake of the people of Li Village, I have no choice but to do this." "Okay, I'll send someone to guard it, so we can catch them in the act." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After hanging up the phone, Johnson looked at Xiaoan with a serious expression. Whether he could punish the Li father and son depended on tonight. Joan already knew Johnson's entire plan at this time. It turned out that he was just forcing the Li father and son into desperate measures under the guise of collecting evidence. As long as the Li family father and son dare to come to Xiaoan's house tonight, they will never return. Just then, a beautiful woman in a red dress walked in. When she saw Johnson, her eyes immediately filled with tears of excitement. It was this man who saved her this morning and prevented her from being defiled by the beastly Meng. Johnson looked at the woman who suddenly broke in and examined her for a moment before recognizing her. When we rescued her in the morning, she was naked and looked very miserable. Now she is wearing a red dress and light makeup. She is completely different from then. The woman's eyes were red, and she kept biting her lips as she stared at Johnson. At this time, Chowan came out and saw the woman. She shouted in surprise, "Sister Wan, why are you here?" Wan Wan wiped her tears and said, "I am here to report Li Meng and his gang. This is the report I wrote. Please take a look." Joan handed the report materials to Johnson, asked the woman to sit down, and poured her a cup of tea. Johnson looked at the contents of the report and was shocked. It turns out that group of people not only cheated and molested women, but also sold DP. He looked at Wang Wan in surprise and asked, "How do you know all this?" Wang Wan lowered her head in shame and was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke. "Li Meng and his friends often ask me to play cards, sometimes right at the card table. I've seen people come to buy this kind of thing from them, but I'm not sure if it's true. I'm just guessing. Whether it is true or not is not important now. At least it is a clue, and the police have plenty of ways to follow the clues. As long as the final investigation results are true, these people will have another serious crime. Li Meng might have to spend half his life sewing in there." Johnson is looking through the complaint materials. Wang Wan said softly, "Also, thank you for this morning. If you hadn't shown up in time, I would have been killed by that group of people." Johnson was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this woman named Wang Wan would speak of this matter in public. "I can't help but admire this woman's courage. After all, a woman's reputation is more important than her life." Johnson just nodded at her lightly without saying much. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Wang Wan stood up and said goodbye to Johnson. Chowan was just about to see the guest off. Johnson raised his hand to stop him and suddenly said, "You can't leave." "Huh? Why?" Wang Wan was surprised. Johnson said seriously, "You're the first person in Li Village to send us a letter of complaint. When you came here, you were probably seen by Li Meng's spies. If you go back now, I'm afraid they will retaliate against you. I'm the first one to submit the reporting materials, but I clearly saw Xiao and holding a thick stack in her arms." Wang Wan was extremely surprised and spoke incoherently. Johnson didn't intend to explain and said with a smile, "This is the fact. For your safety, I suggest you stay here tonight." Wang Wan's report did provide many clues, but except for Li Meng's attempted rape, none of the others could be considered evidence. If such a thin letter of complaint is delivered to the Public Security Bureau, it will most likely be sent back to the police station for processing and will not attract the attention of higher-ups. Now we just need to catch this group of people in the act and put them under criminal detention first. Let the people of Li Village see them being arrested with their own eyes, which will motivate the villagers to report the crime. By then, there will be a mountain of reports piling up there, and they will have no choice but to admit their guilt. Wang Wan was still a little confused. It was only when he saw Xiao and collecting so much evidence of Li Meng's crimes on the street that he made up his mind to come and report it. She thought she was careful enough, but she never expected to be the first to report. "What is going on? It's inconvenient for a woman like me to live in the home of two men like you, right?" Wang Wan looked embarrassed. "My aunt is at home. You can sleep with her. No one will gossip." Out of consideration for Wang Wan's safety, Johnson had to make this decision. As long as these people are captured after tonight, the villagers will no longer have to worry about being retaliated against. Wang Wan was a little hesitant, but seeing Johnson's serious look, she knew that this was not a joke. If it was true as Johnson said, and he was alone at home, if Li Meng and the others broke in, the consequences would be unimaginable. "It's up to you. If you have someone at home with you, remember to lock the door before you go to bed," Johnson said seriously. "No, I'll stay here tonight and live with my aunt." Wang Wan bit her lip and finally made up her mind. She would rather be gossiped about than risk being raped. Xiao and listened to the conversation between the two and was surprised to realize that Wang Wan, the village beauty, was going to stay at her house tonight. He couldn't help but look up and down at Wang Wan's curvy figure, and his mind was a little distracted. Seeing his stunned look, Johnson kicked his feet and glared at him. Only then did Xiao and retract his staring gaze. He has been making money outside all these years and has never had a serious girlfriend. It is normal for him to be distracted after being single for so long. I'll go upstairs first." Wang Wan lowered her head shyly and ran upstairs. 10 o'clock at night. Johnson and Joe waited quietly downstairs, ready for action. Chowan sat in the living room, listening to the sound of the shower upstairs, and a tender white body emerged in her mind like a conditioned reflex. He was distracted again. At 12 o'clock, all the lights went out. In an instant, Joan's house was dark inside and out. At 2 o'clock in the morning, there was a rustling sound outside the house. Johnson and Joan suddenly opened their eyes and realized that someone came in. A moment later, The door handle was turned slightly, and then it opened silently. I saw a group of thugs wearing masks and holding sticks walking in one after another. There were so many people that they filled half of the living room. Just as the thugs were about to search, the lights in the house suddenly came on. The thugs were startled and almost screamed. They were all shocked when they saw Johnson and Joan standing in the living room with smiles on their faces. Li Meng, who was wearing a mask, was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he raised the iron rod in his hand and pointed it at Johnson and the other man. Fuck, I was worried that I couldn't find you two bitches. Tell me, where are the report materials hidden? I thought Johnson would not easily hand over the collected evidence. Unexpectedly, Johnson walked to the coffee table with a smile, took out a thick stack of materials with fingerprints on them, and walked in front of Li Meng. With a swish, all the materials were thrown on Li Meng's face. This is the material you want. Johnson looked at the brainless Li Meng in front of him with a mocking look. Li Meng was just surprised, thinking that this kid was quite sensible and handed it over so quickly. He was skeptical, so he squatted down, picked up one, and began to verify its authenticity. The first line reads, "The trick to raising pigs to make them grow fat instead of lean meat is to stuff alcohol cotton balls in their ears." The more Li Meng thought about it, the more he doubted his life. What the hell was this? Damn it, I was teased. When he realized what was happening, he cursed angrily and raised his hand to hit Johnson. Johnson smiled contemptuously and kicked him out, just when everyone was ready to rush forward. There was a shrill sound of sirens outside the house. Chapter 044. Catch them all. Hearing the sirens, Li Meng and others in the house were instantly panicked. They were like frightened birds. Their heartbeats quickened and their faces turned pale. There was fear and anxiety in everyone's eyes, as if the end of the world was coming. "Brother Meng, what's going on? Why are there police?" Li Meng was also confused. Even if they were police officers from a township police station, it would be impossible for them to come so quickly after receiving a call. What is going on? Could it be? Johnson, who looked calm, and a look of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that he had arranged this in advance? Impossible. He is just a small deputy township head. He will never have such power. Run. Run quickly. It will be too late if you don't run now. The younger brothers scattered and rushed out of the yard. No one cared whether Li Meng was dead or alive. Even so, they still cannot escape the law. The police have surrounded Xiao An's house, and not even a fly can fly out. Hold your head and squat down. You all squat down. If you run again, I'll shoot. After a burst of noise outside, it gradually quieted down. At this time, Li Meng and several of his younger brothers were so frightened that their legs were shaking, and they stood in the house at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, a team of police officers rushed in, immediately pinned Li Meng and several others to the ground and controlled them. The leading police officer walked up to Johnson, saluted with a serious expression, and then said solemnly, "Hello, Mayor Li. I am Wu Xiongfei, the criminal police captain of Shannon County Public Security Bureau. Thank you very much for the important clues you provided. It is because of your help that we were able to successfully capture this group of..." His voice paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about how to describe these criminals. But he quickly regained his firm tone and continued, "This gang of vicious and cruel criminals. Their actions have brought great harm and instability to society. If you had not provided us with key information in a timely manner, I am afraid that more innocent people would have been harmed. Here, please allow me to express my heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of all the police officers of Shannon County Public Security Bureau." After that, Wu Xiongfei saluted Johnson again to express his respect. After that, he walked up to Johnson and said with a smile, "Village Chief Li, Captain Long told me to ensure your safety, so I led people to ambush around your house until we spotted the movement of these criminals. Then we turned on the police lights and rushed over. Captain Wu, you arrived just in time. Thank you for your hard work." Johnson smiled and shook hands with him. At this time, Li Meng, who was pressed to the ground, looked at the scene of Johnson and Wu Xiongfei shaking hands. He instantly showed an expression of astonishment and disbelief. Who the hell could have thought that a small deputy township chief could mobilize the public security of the county bureau? Not only that, the county bureau's criminal police captain actually saluted and greeted him. Who exactly is Xiao An's cousin? Li Meng was stunned and shocked. Just at this moment, Wang Wan and Li Ling upstairs heard the noise and hurried down. When Li Ling and Wang Wan saw that Li Meng and his gang were all subdued by the police, They were both excited and shocked. They both looked at Johnson at the same time, with deep gratitude in their eyes. At this moment, Wang Wan saw Li Meng being pinned to the ground by the police and unable to move, and the humiliation in her heart instantly burst out. She ignored the police's obstruction, rushed forward hysterically, grabbed Li Meng's hair, and scratched his face. When Wu Xiongfei saw this scene, he instinctively wanted to stop it, but when he saw Johnson's calm eyes, he waved to the police officer who was blocking Wang Wan. The policemen were tactful enough to turn their backs and let Wang Wan ride on Li Meng and scratch him as much as she wanted, without trying to stop him. Seeing that Wang Wan had almost vented her anger, Johnson nodded to Xiaoan and asked him to pull Wang Wan away. "This is a good job." Xiaoan ran over excitedly and put his arms around Wang Wan's slim waist. "Sister Wan, stop making trouble. He will soon receive the punishment he deserves. Let's vent our anger. You son of a bitch. I'll let you bully me. I'll let you bully a left-behind woman like me." Ooh. Wang Wan was dragged up by Qiao Anxing, and she stomped on Li Meng several times before doing so. Qiao, on this little bad guy, instead of helping someone with his arms, he actually grabbed their chest with both hands. Wang Wan, who was still angry, didn't feel anything unusual in her chest until she stood up completely and saw Qiao and hands firmly clasped on her chest. Her face flushed, and she struggled to break free. "Sister Wan, anger is harmful to your health." Joan looked serious, but also wanted to laugh, with a funny expression. Wang Wan glared at him unhappily, straightened her clothes, turned around, and went upstairs. At this time, Li Meng's face was covered with bloody scratches. He lay on the ground, crying and shouting in pain. It really fucking deserves it. How much pleasure it felt when Wang Wan's clothes were torn off. How much pain it feels now. The police officer ignored him, grabbed his arms, and dragged him out. "Village Chief Li, all the suspects have been arrested. I'll take my leave first. I'll inform you as soon as the interrogation results come out." Wu Xiongfei said politely. "Thank you for your hard work today. I'll treat you to a drink later," Johnson said with a smile. Wu Xiongfei whispered into Johnson's ear with a smile. "Call Captain Long when the time comes. I'll have a couple of drinks with him." "Don't worry, I will." Johnson nodded with a smile. Wu Xiongfei led his men away, and everything was settled. Li Ling and Wang Wan sat on the sofa in the living room and let out a long sigh. Everyone's nerves had been tense for the whole day, and now they finally relaxed. Early the next morning, as usual, Joan got up early, opened the door of her house, and prepared to start a new day. However, the scene in front of the door shocked him so much that he stood there in shock. Hundreds of villagers from Li Village gathered silently in front of his house. Hundreds of eyes looked at Joan in silence. The look in his eyes was no longer as numb as before, but was filled with hope. "Xiaoan, you have eliminated a great threat to our village. You are great. Anzi, this is the evidence that Li Meng defrauded my family. I'm giving it to you. You must not let this group of evil people come out to harm people again. This is evidence that Li Meng bullied my daughter-in-law. We must bring these people to justice. This is evidence that he bullied my family." Joan was completely stunned. Looking at the evidence that everyone was handing over, he forgot to take it for a moment. Johnson hurried out when he heard the sound. When he saw hundreds of villagers blocking the door, he was shocked. It turns out that these people are not numb, but they have to choose to endure for the sake of their families and lives. When one day they find that the time for revenge has come, they will stand up at all costs and avenge their previous humiliation. Johnson slapped Joan on the back of the head. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and collect evidence." Qiaoan finally came to his senses and hurried into the crowd, taking the evidence materials handed over by the villagers one by one. At noon, Wu Xiongfei called. "Tell Johnson that Li Meng and his gang have been criminally detained on the charge of illegal trespassing and are awaiting further interrogation." Johnson also informed Wu Xiongfei that the villagers of Li Village had sent a large number of testimonies in the morning. Wu Xiongfei was very excited after hearing this. He said that with these witness testimonies, this group of criminals will definitely not be able to escape legal punishment. After hanging up the phone, Long Gang called again. "Brother Lin, I have good news for you." Liang Xiaoshan confessed to shielding Li Meng's illegal behavior, which also implicated Li Taizhu, the village party secretary of Li Village, in his illegal activities. The municipal bureau has reported this situation to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. The Shannon County Commission for Discipline Inspection responded quickly after receiving the news and has detained Li Taizhu and other village committee cadres for investigation. This news was definitely a pleasant surprise for Johnson. Only after removing the cancer of Li Taiju, the lives of the people in Li Village could truly see the light of day again. Just then, Johnson's cell phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. "Are you Johnson, the deputy head of Weishui Township?" "It's me, who are you?" "I'm Yi Xiaodao, the party secretary of Kaoshan Town." "Mayor Li, you really are meddling in other people's business. You haven't even dealt with your own mess yet, and yet you come to show off in Kaoshan Town. Because you meddled in other people's business, several of our Litsun cadres were arrested, and the Public Security Bureau even busted a gang involved in organized crime and evil. Fuck it. Our town has lost the flag of an advanced unit in peace building that it has maintained for several years. We have also become a negative example of anti-corruption education for the entire county. Come with me to the county now, and let's talk it out in front of Secretary Liu. As a foreigner, what right do you have to interfere in the affairs of our Kaoshan town?" Johnson smiled coldly. "Secretary Yi, in what capacity are you talking to me? Reporting illegal and criminal acts and maintaining the healthy and stable development of society is the obligation of every citizen. But you, as the head of a township, turned a blind eye to the evil forces that have been entrenched under your nose for a long time. I even have reason to doubt whether you have any vested interests with these people or whether you are in cahoots with them." Yi Xiaotao's nose was crooked with anger, but he didn't dare to continue to pester about this issue, so he could only say viciously, "You have the guts. Let's meet in Secretary Liu's office." Johnson said disdainfully, "I'm sorry, but you're not qualified to give me orders." Chapter 45, Secretary Summons. Johnson didn't take Yi Xiaodao's call seriously. It's nothing more than the Li Village incident, which has brought negative impact to Kaoshan Town, and he's just complaining. But what Johnson didn't expect was that he soon received another call from the County Party Committee office. "Village Chief Li, Secretary Liu wants you to go to his office right now. Please hurry up and come." Damn, I didn't expect Yi Xiaodao to be serious. Such a scandal happened in Kaoshan Town. As the top leader, how could he have a nerve to look for Liu Yong? Johnson shook his head helplessly and walked into the room and said to Qiao, and who was sorting out the evidence, "I'm going to go to the county. After I collect and organize these materials, you can send them directly to the County Public Security Bureau and hand them over to Captain Wu." "Okay, brother." Qiao nodded and said, and suddenly he remembered something and said, "Brother, I have something else to discuss with you." "Go ahead. I don't want to go out to work anymore. I want to find a job close to home and then get married first." I don't know what nerve this kid got stimulated to suddenly figure it out. In recent years, Li Ling and Johnson have urged him to find a partner and get married, but he turned a deaf ear to them and only wanted to make money. Now the building has been built, and he has some savings. Just when I didn't know how to urge him, he suddenly realized something. "That's great. I support you. I'll raise money for you to buy a car. Then you'll become a wealthy man in the surrounding villages, and it will be much easier for you to find a suitable partner." Johnson said happily. Johnson embarrassedly and said, "Brother, it doesn't matter whether I have a car or not. Can you help me find a decent job?" He had met 2 blind dates before through introductions from villagers, but as soon as they heard that he was working outside, they lost all interest in him. Even when a matchmaker told the other party that Xiao and could earn 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month, the other party looked disgusted and turned away. After experiencing 2 setbacks and blows, Joan deeply realized the importance of having a decent job. If he is an employee of the township government or other units, even if he's a contract worker, people will look at him with higher regard just by saying so. At least it proves that someone in his family has a background, and if his relatives get into trouble, he can use his connections to help. Finding a husband like this makes me feel that my social status has been improved a lot, and I will be very respected in the village. In fact, isn't this just vanity? Johnson understood, but didn't say it. With his current abilities, it might not be difficult to introduce him to work as a small supervisor at Dongxing Hotel. But asking him to recommend someone to work for a certain company might be a bit difficult. Seeing Joan's eager eyes, Johnson patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Okay, I'll keep an eye on this matter for you. If there's a position suitable for you, I will definitely help you get it." Hearing this, Chowan said excitedly, "Thank you, brother. I knew you would help me. I'll leave my lifelong affairs to you." At this time, Li Ling also came forward. Chowan excitedly boasted to Li Ling, "Mom, my brother said he would find me a formal job. I, your son, will soon be a government employee." "Really, Johnson? If you can really arrange a job for Qiaoan, I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. As long as you have a clue, you can spend as much money as you want. Just let me know when the time comes. Li Ling said excitedly. Johnson slapped his forehead when he heard this. What is a formal job? Can it be arranged at any time? They overestimated Johnson's abilities. However, looking at the expectant smiles on the mother and son's faces, Johnson didn't have the heart to interrupt. He nodded silently and left Xiao An's house with Xiao An and Li Ling's farewell. Driving to the county party committee, Johnson parked his car in the yard and walked into the elevator. At this moment, Yi Xiaodao had been sitting in Liu Yong's office for almost half an hour. He was furious at Liu Yong's endless complaints about Johnson's meddling. Liu Yong smoked silently and listened to him finish his speech with a calm face. Secretary Liu, you don't know that Johnson, this kid, didn't stay in Weishui Township and actually came to our Kaoshan town to show off his power. It wasn't a big deal, but he contacted the leaders of the Municipal Public Security Bureau privately and handled the case across districts. He arrested innocent villagers of Li Village as if they were part of a gang of evil forces. There is also the village party secretary of Li Village. The leaders of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection directly questioned him, and the comrades of the County Commission for Discipline Inspection detained him without going through the Township Commission for Discipline Inspection. This is obviously looking for trouble and making random accusations. I've been in Kaoshan Town for so many years, and I've never heard of any gangs in Kaoshan Town. Li Taiju was the village party secretary for 30 years, and nothing happened. But Johnson came and brought him down. Secretary Liu, please be fair. Is Johnson doing this intentionally to discredit our Kaoshan Town? Our Kaoshan Town has been an advanced unit in safety construction for several consecutive years. How could such a thing happen? Yi Xiaodao became more and more excited as he spoke, veins on his neck exposed and saliva flying. Liu Yong frowned and was shocked when he heard this. Even he didn't have the ability to invite the leaders of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, but Johnson actually moved the leaders of the Municipal Bureau here with just one word. Moreover, could he alarm the leaders of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to personally inquire into the matter? Although he received the report from the County Discipline Inspection Commission on the detention of the Li Village Party Secretary as soon as possible, he still had only a vague understanding of what happened. Now, after hearing what Yi Xiaodao said, I understand that the root cause of this incident was actually instigated by Johnson. Hissy couldn't help but take a breath. He never expected that Johnson had such great power. Without going through the county party committee and county government, he managed to handle the Li Village issue on his own. This is incredible. But the more this is the case, the more it proves that Johnson may have more than just Li Lan as a backer. Liu Yong began to have a clear understanding of this matter. Although this incident has had a certain negative impact on the image of Shannon County, the illegal and disorderly phenomena in Kaoshan Town are by no means groundless. So Johnson himself did nothing wrong. So we can't blame him. Instead, we should appease him. The reason why Yi Xiaodao dared to confuse right and wrong in front of Liu Yong and Sue Johnson was that he had the confidence in his heart. This confidence comes from Liu Yong's respect for him, which can be seen from the fact that he is able to serve as the top leader of Kaoshan Town, an important economic town in Shannon County. At this moment, Yi Xiaodao laughed secretly in his heart, thinking that when Johnson comes, Secretary Liu will scold him severely. However, Liu Yong put out the cigarette in his hand and changed the subject. Okay, shut up. Huh? Yi Xiaodao froze in surprise. Secretary Liu had never spoken to him in this tone before. He looked at Liu Yong quietly, wanting to hear what he would say next. Liu Yong frowned and said impatiently, such a scandal happened in Kaoshan Town. Why don't you stay in town to deal with the aftermath? Instead, you come to me to complain. What's the meaning of this? Kaoshan Town already has this problem. Comrade Johnson pointed it out to you. But instead of expressing your gratitude, you turned the tables and blamed others for meddling in your affairs. Yi Xiaodao, do you have any psychological problems? How can you say such mean words? Secretary Liu, he Johnson. Yi Xiaodao was dumbfounded and extremely surprised. He never expected that Liu Yong not only did not stand on his side, but also scolded him. He felt as if he had eaten a fly, and for no apparent reason, he had become a villain in Secretary Liu's eyes. What's going on? He didn't act like this when they were together before. Yi Xiaodao fell into a brief period of autism and confusion. It was at this moment that the secretary led Johnson in. Secretary Liu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I wonder if you have any instructions for me that made you come to me so urgently. Johnson asked with a smile. Johnson also saw Yi Xiaotao sitting on the sofa with a sad face, but ignored him. Johnson, who was extremely calm, and suddenly felt furious, but because of Lu Yong, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Lu Yong stood up with the amiable demeanor of senior and took the initiative to walk forward and said with concern, Johnson, I heard that you solved a serious gang-related case in Kaohsiung town and also found several problematic cadres for the organization. You did a good job in this matter. I will commend you on behalf of the organization later. Secretary Liu, you are too kind. As a citizen and a party cadre, this is my duty and responsibility. Johnson smiled and shook hands with him. Still want to commend him? Yi Xiaotao was listening to the conversation between the two and felt a nameless fire surging in his chest and almost vomited blood. You are too modest. I still believe in your ability. However, if you encounter such a thing next time, please report it to me as soon as possible. I will do justice for you and don't bother the city leaders. I'm sorry for causing trouble for the county. Next time, I will follow Secretary Liu's instructions. Okay, come and sit down. This matter is over. I won't talk about it anymore. Ha ha. Lu Yong laughed heartily. Yi Xiaotao showed a look of ashamed again. What do you mean this matter is over? Did Kaohsiung town suffer a loss for no apparent reason? And those words just now, are they a criticism of Johnson? No matter how you look at it, they seem to be expressions of concern and comfort, right? Damn it. What is the relationship between Johnson and Secretary Liu? What is Johnson's background? I have never seen Secretary Liu be so affectionate with his subordinates, and he has never been so affectionate with this popular person around him. He was envious, jealous, and hateful. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Wait until Yi Xiaotao left tactfully. Johnson earnestly. Johnson, keep a low profile these days and don't let anyone catch you in any trouble. The standing committee will be held in the next 2 days to vote on your question. If you cause trouble again and let others expose your problems, I won't be able to speak for you anymore. Johnson nodded seriously. Secretary Liu, I understand. Chapter 46, I'm afraid of hitting someone. County Party Committee. Talked with Johnson for a long time. Johnson earnestly. Johnson, you used to work in the city government, and you don't know many of the county officials. If you run into any more trouble, no matter how big or small, just call me directly. In Shannon County, there is nothing that I can't solve with just a phone call. So don't be afraid to bother me. Lu Yong said this very sincerely. He really hoped that Johnson could bother him more, so that their relationship would become closer. Another reason is that he was afraid that Johnson would trouble the city leaders again, and then he would be in a passive position. Johnson nodded seriously. Don't worry, Secretary. I will report to you immediately no matter what happens in the future. After leaving the County Party Committee compound, Johnson did not go directly back to his hometown, but went back home first. He wanted to tell his Aunt Li Rong what happened in Li Village so that she would not worry anymore. Li Rong currently lives in an old residential complex where each building is 6 stories high, with no elevators, no underground parking garage, and no formal security guards. There is only an old man in his 60s who sat at the door of the duty room all day, playing chess with people and registering visitors. Johnson parked his car in the parking space outside the community, carried 2 bags of fruit, greeted with a smile the old man playing chess at the door, and went straight upstairs. Just as I reached the entrance of the building, a beautiful woman in a long pleated skirt came towards me. When they passed each other, they glanced at each other. Johnson couldn't help but look back at her twice more, wondering when a beauty with such a stunning figure appeared upstairs in his house. The gatekeeper was an experienced man, and he couldn't help laughing when he saw Johnson's look. Johnson, this girl just moved in. She lives downstairs from your house. What do you think? Pretty, right? If you like her, I can introduce her to you. Oh, I'm just curious about who would move into this old neighborhood. I don't mean anything else. I'll go up first. As far as he knew, this community had existed for at least 20 years, and many of its hardware facilities were very backward. Young people generally do not choose to buy secondhand houses here unless they are in financial difficulties. But looking at this woman's glamorous appearance, the handbag and jewelry she is wearing are all branded goods. She doesn't look like a poor person. Who knows? Maybe some people just like the nostalgic feeling. Johnson smiled indifferently and turned to go upstairs. Back home, Li Rong sat quietly on the balcony, holding a cigarette gently in her right hand and gently stroking the cat napping on her lap with her left hand. Her deep and slightly tired eyes silently gazed at the scattered pedestrians outside the window. As time passed, the smoke gradually spread and enveloped her. In this thin layer of smoke, her gray hair was particularly eye-catching, forming a sharp contrast with the black hairpin on her head. The black and white seemed to tell the vicissitudes of time and the hardships of life. "Aunt, I'm back." Li Rong slowly turned around, and a friendly smile immediately appeared on her originally calm face. "Is Johnson back? I'll cook for you later." "Auntie, don't bother. I have to go back to my hometown soon." "Oh, that's fine. Work is important. Remember to eat on time when you're out." Li Rong smiled and sat down again, extinguishing the cigarette in her hand. Johnson put the fruit on the dining table, sat next to Li Rong, and told her about Joan. "Aunt, Xiaoen's problem has been resolved. He said he doesn't plan to go out to work anymore and wants me to help him find a decent job." "Oh, it's good that it's resolved. Xiaoen is an honest child and is easily misled. You're living a better life than him now. Take care of him more and don't let him be bullied," Li Rong said lovingly. Johnson meaningfully, "As for work matters, you can help if you can, but you can't go against the organization's principles for him. You must always remember your identity and know when to act appropriately. Don't try to be stubborn. Don't worry, Andy. I will know how to handle things properly. Besides, arranging a temporary worker does not violate the principle. Temporary workers are also spending the country's money. If they are worth the country's money, you should help them. Otherwise, just ignore them." Li Rong's tone suddenly became serious. Johnson lowered his head in shame. He indeed did not consider that even if he was a temporary worker in the company, it was the country's money that was spent. If Joan just wanted a decent job to satisfy his vanity, then this matter will not help him at all. On the contrary, if he sincerely wants to do something diligently and responsibly, as long as he is worthy of the salary the country pays him, Johnson will choose to do his best to help him. "Good, I understand. I will seriously consider this matter." "That's good." Li Rong smiled with satisfaction, got up and went back to the bedroom, and took out a bank card from the bedside table. She handed it to Johnson and said, "Here is the card. It's time for you to use the money now." Johnson pushed the card to her and said, "Aunt, my salary is enough for me to spend. This money is what you saved with great difficulty. Please keep it for your retirement," and shoved the card into Johnson's hand despite Johnson's objection. "With you here, I don't need any retirement money. Just take it with peace of mind. If necessary, use the money to buy a house in the city or trade in your second-hand car." Johnson looked at the card in his hand with some surprise. According to the current housing prices in the city, any house would cost hundreds of thousands. Is there so much money in this card? If so, my aunt only receives a monthly pension of 3,000 yuan. How'd she get this huge sum of money? Seeing Johnson's confusion, Li Rong smiled and said to him, "Don't think too much. I don't have that much money, but you may have forgotten that I have the habit of buying lottery tickets. This is an unexpected gain. Just use it with confidence." Johnson's eyes were even more shocked. So, his aunt had won the lottery? Johnson couldn't believe that winning the lottery happened in his own home. "Andy, you are so lucky." Johnson smiled widely. "You are lucky. I bought the lottery ticket using your birthday." Li Rong also smiled. With this huge sum of money in hand, Johnson didn't know whether he was happy or heavy. He dreams of having so much money. With money, he can do a lot of things he wants. But when he really took over this huge sum of money from Li Rong, his mood suddenly became heavy again. He knew that Li Rong did not give him this money for him to enjoy. Instead, we should make sure that the money can play its due value in Johnson's hands. After Johnson left, Li Rong took out several lottery tickets she had bought yesterday from the drawer in her bedroom. Looking at the number on it, she smiled self-deprecatingly and threw it into the trash can. After leaving home, Johnson drove back to the township government. Who could have thought that today was destined to be a mixed bag of joy and sorrow? Just as he drove into the main road of the county town, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind him and the car body shook violently several times. He quickly got out of the car to check and found that he had been rear-ended by a brand new luxury car. Without waiting for him to go up and ask the other party why he was driving so fast, the four doors of the luxury car suddenly opened at the same time, and two men and two women walked out of the car one after another. "Can you fucking drive? You drive like a turtle. If you can't drive, don't fucking drive around. I spent over 600,000 yuan to buy this car. Now it's in such a bad shape because of you. You have to pay me for it. Brother Hua, this is not a matter of compensation. Your car is new. It became an accident car after the collision. The damage is very high. You must let him compensate you with a new car. Yes, you must compensate me with a new car, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The two men and two women were talking to each other, pointing at Johnson and his broken second-hand car and complaining. At this moment, one of the four women suddenly walked up to Johnson and shouted in surprise, "Are you Johnson?" as if she had discovered a new world. Johnson from the senior class. How did you end up like this? Johnson with mockery, expressing her utmost contempt for him and his junky car. Johnson looked at the woman who claimed to be his high school classmate, but despite his face blindness, he couldn't recognize who she was. He left the woman behind, walked up to the two men, and said in a cold voice, "I was driving normally and you rear-ended me. You are fully responsible. It's up to you to decide whether to settle it publicly or privately." One of the men frowned, gave Johnson an insulting nudge on the shoulder, and said contemptuously, "What do you mean it's all our fault? It's obviously you who drove too slowly and got in our way. You know that. Whether it's a public or private matter, you have to pay the money." Johnson laughed. The man in front of him was obviously ignorant of the law. He brushed off the shoulder that had been touched by the man's fingers and said again, "Then let's get it over with. I'm calling the police now." Unexpectedly, the man didn't care at all and even said smugly, "Don't be ridiculous, you country bumpkin. Do you know who my uncle is? My uncle is the captain of the accident handling squadron. Why the hell did you call the police? Since you won't give up, let me call the police. Don't cry when my uncle comes, huh?" Mocking Johnson in front of them. Johnson shook his head helplessly, took out his cell phone, and called Lu Yong. "Secretary Lu, my car was rear-ended, and now I'm being extorted by a group of people who claim to have connections in the traffic police team. Chapter 047, how about a new car for you?" Johnson hesitated for a moment as to whether he should ask Lu Yong to solve this small matter. After all, if you can't even solve such a small problem by yourself, people will look down on you. But what Lu Yong said this morning is still ringing in my ears. "Don't be afraid of trouble. You can come to me for any small matter." Is this a hint? A hint to strengthen the relationship between the two? Many times, relationships are enhanced through one or two insignificant little things. Johnson immediately decided to ask Lu Yong to resolve this small matter and see what his attitude was. Johnson is calling the office. He muttered to himself, "How long have we been apart? Is there something you forgot to say?" He answered the phone with a smile on his face. "Johnson, what's up?" When he heard Johnson say someone was blackmailing him for money and he wanted to beat him up, he was stunned for 2 seconds and then laughed heartily. He thought that Johnson was really a sensible guy, as he stopped treating him as an outsider so quickly. He was also happy to help Johnson solve this little problem, as it was just a matter of making a phone call for him. So he first asked Johnson if he was injured and then asked about his location. Then he said cheerfully, "Johnson, just wait there. I'll call the head of the traffic police department right away." "Okay, thank you for your help, Secretary," Johnson said calmly. "Johnson, you did the right thing. If something happens in Shannon County, who else can you turn to if not me?" Ha ha ha. Lu Yong laughed heartily. Johnson was very satisfied with Lu Yong's attitude. After hanging up the phone, Johnson stopped arguing with the four men and went back to his car to wait for the traffic police to come and deal with the situation. The four people were a little embarrassed and angry when they saw Johnson got into the car directly after finishing the call and completely ignoring their presence. "A poor bastard is showing off in front of us. Damn it." Johnson's car window aggressively and knocked on it several times. He said viciously, "Why the hell are you pretending to be so arrogant? Don't think you're so great just by calling someone. Don't you see how poor you are? Who can you find? I'm warning you. Get out of the car right now. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Johnson S-head and cursed through the car window. Johnson's anger was ignited. He rolled down the window, grabbed the man's extended finger, and flicked it hard. "Ah, pain. Let me go." The man in sunglasses let out a scream and immediately shrank down. Johnson let go and pushed the car door open with force, which happened to hit the man in sunglasses who had lowered his body, knocking him to the ground. "I advise you to be more careful with your mouth. Don't say your mother's mother's mother." At this time, another man and two women saw the situation and quickly surrounded them. The man called Brother Hua came up and wanted to push Johnson, but was frightened by Johnson's cold eyes and did not dare to get close. He could only help the man in sunglasses up while cursing in his heart. The man in sunglasses no longer had any of his arrogance at this point. His body was hunched like a shrimp, and he kept wailing. Who claimed to be Johnson's high school classmate looked at Johnson in surprise. In her memory, Johnson was an honest student in high school. Why are you becoming so tough now? She secretly took out her cell phone, took a photo of Johnson, and sent it to her high school classmates group. The woman sent a message in the group. Look who this is? Johnson from the senior class. He's the man Lu Yuan loved so much. Look at how miserable he is now. He drives a scrap car, wears shabby clothes, and has a bad temper. My friend just said a few words to him, and he wanted to hit me. It's what they deserve. People like this are worse off than dogs. Wait till my boyfriend's traffic police uncle comes and see how I deal with him. Everyone help me curse him. Soon the group exploded. Fuck, our school's former top student has ended up like this. How fucking funny. Do you think studying is useful? I can't even make as much as I do carrying bricks. Don't be so sarcastic, Mr. Yang. Are you just moving bricks? You inherited the family construction company. A poor bastard like him deserves to be loved to death by our school beauty, Lou. Don't be ridiculous. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Okay, shut up. Lu Yuan suddenly said in the group. The group suddenly became extremely quiet, without even a punctuation mark appearing. Lu Kiki also tactfully stopped belittling Johnson, although she was very dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's strong attitude. But what can we do about it? She is the eldest daughter of a listed company. Just at this moment, a traffic police patrol car slowly drove towards the accident site. After the car stopped by the roadside, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a greasy face was the first to get out of the police car. When Brother Hua saw the man, he excitedly ran over to greet him. Uncle, you're here. Not only did that guy crash into my car, he even arrogantly attacked my friend. You have to take charge of this for me. Okay, Uncle knows. Just wait and see how I deal with him. The greasy-faced man looked at Johnson and smiled disdainfully. With his hands behind his back, he, along with a police assistant, walked around the two accident cars in a serious manner. Then he walked up to Johnson and said arrogantly, I saw the accident. It's obvious that you were driving too slowly, causing the car behind you to rear-end you. You are fully responsible. Do you have any objections? If not, why don't you apologize and pay the money now? If you have any objections, that's easy to talk about. Tow your car back to the accident handling center, and I'll slowly sort out for you. Johnson, with ill intent, a look of contempt and disdain on his face. He has handled many accident scenes like this, and he always says whoever is fully responsible should be held fully responsible, right? What is the basis for your decision? Where's the evidence that I was driving too slowly? Johnson asked calmly. The greasy-faced man frowned suddenly and said with a grim smile, What I said is the evidence. If you're not convinced, you can sue me. But before you sue me, pay the compensation for the car behind you first. Everyone stood aside and looked at Johnson with a sneer on their face. They all believed that Johnson was just a small fry, and they had no choice but to accept their fate. Johnson smiled and said disdainfully, What if I don't accept it? When the greasy-faced man heard this, his expression suddenly became interesting. He laughed and said, I've seen a lot of troublemakers like you. If you don't give me the money, then we'll tow your car back and impound it indefinitely. You could drive away when you pay the money. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that you have to pay for the towing as well, huh? Johnson's face remained calm. He knew that the leader of the traffic police department that Lu Yong contacted would arrive soon. So I don't mind playing with these idiots for a while longer. Hey, I didn't expect there would be a scum like you in the traffic police department. I wonder if you will still be so arrogant when you see your leader later. Johnson laughed. Brother Hua got angry when he heard that. Relying on his uncle's presence, he suddenly became courageous and asked, What the hell are you talking about? You think you can call my uncle superior? If you can really call me, I will stand upside down and eat shit. The greasy-faced man also laughed contemptuously and said, Hey, tell me, what are the young people thinking about nowadays? I have to call ahead to make an appointment if I want to see our leader. How dare you, a little jerk like you, talk so brazenly about calling my leader over? How funny. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill siren sounded slowly, and an off-road police car slowly stopped by the roadside. The moment the greasy-faced man saw the police car, his heart skipped a beat. That was the car of the traffic police captain Tian Wayman. Johnson, in horror, wondering if this guy was really that capable to have called Captain Tian over. No, it can't be. It must be a coincidence. When he saw the off-road police car stop steadily on the side of the road, his heart sank to the bottom and he broke out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Captain Tian is so busy? How could he personally handle such a minor incident? Tian Wayman opened the door and got out of the police car, then walked straight to the accident site. Behind him, there were three people following closely, namely the deputy captain of the accident center and the captain of the urban order management squadron, including the greasy-faced man, the captain of the accident center. Almost all the middle-level and above traffic police brigade members have gathered together. How could it be such a big deal? The greasy-faced man was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. He hurried over to greet them. "Captain Tian, why did you come in person? I can still handle this minor incident." Tian Wayman glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, "Deal with your mother's LGB. You're just looking for trouble with me. Get out of here and stand somewhere where no one is around." "Yes, yes." The greasy-faced man was so shocked that his mind went blank, and he kept nodding. The two men and two women were all dumbfounded at this moment. Why did the uncle, who was so imposing just now, suddenly become so willful? They couldn't help but think of what Johnson had just said, and their hearts were shocked. Could it be that the boy really found Uncle's immediate boss? Holy shit, isn't this too incredible? Johnson, who had a calm expression, in disbelief. Tian Wayman strode towards Johnson and shook Johnson's hand with a smile on his face. "You are Mayerly, right?" "It's me." "Excuse me, it's a shame that such a scum has appeared in our traffic police team. That's your internal matter. I won't comment on it. Just help me resolve the accident dispute as soon as possible." Johnson said seriously. Okay. Please wait a moment, Mayerly." Tian Wayman turned to the three squadron leaders who were accompanying him and said, "You guys, hurry up and investigate the scene and get the identification results as quickly as possible." "Yes." The three of them agreed, picked up their tools, and began to survey. The greasy-faced man and the four men and women were shocked beyond words when they saw Tian Wayman being so polite to Johnson. Especially Lu Kiki, who claimed to be Johnson's classmate, was so shocked that his mouth opened wide, and he forgot to close it for a long time. How is this possible? That person actually called him the village chief. Johnson is the village chief? I just laughed at a village chief. Lu Kiki was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Soon, the three of them completed the inspection of the accident scene and reached a conclusion. "Captain, the accident site has been investigated and the responsibility for the accident is clear." The front car was driving normally, but the rear car was speeding too fast and caused a rear-end collision. "The rear car is fully responsible." Tian Wayman listened to the report, nodded seriously, and then said to Johnson with a smile, "Village Chief Lee, the facts are clear. It is the fault of the car behind you. They should compensate you for your loss." He walked around Johnson's car, frowned, and said seriously, "The back of your car is so dented that it's basically scrapped. Let them compensate you with a new car." Johnson smiled. He understood what Tian Wayman meant. The market value of his car is only about 10,000 yuan, which means that the car behind him should pay 10,000 yuan as compensation. But Johnson flatly refused, because it was just a small accident and the repair would only cost a few $100s. If he accepted the compensation of 10,000 yuan, wouldn't he become a blackmailer? No need for that. Let them pay me $300 to repair the car. I have something else to do and need to go back to my hometown urgently," Johnson said calmly. Tian Wayman showed a strange expression. How could there be people who complain about having too much money? However, he had already done his job to save face and had given Secretary Liu enough face, so he did not force it. He smiled and said, "Okay, as long as Mayor Lee is satisfied. Go back and say hello to Secretary Liu for me. This is my phone number. If you have any traffic troubles in the future, just call me directly." Chapter 48. Liu Yuan is afraid of getting her butt dirty. Who claimed to be Johnson's high school classmate, and her boyfriend, Brother Hua, insisted on giving Johnson 1,000 yuan as compensation. Johnson again and again, asking him not to take it personally. Johnson smiled nonchalantly, took out 300, stuffed the remaining 700 back in his pocket, got in the car and drove away without looking back. The group of people were left behind, staring in amazement as they watched the scrap car drive away. "Who is your classmate? Why does he look so cool?" Brother Hua said in a daze. "Didn't you hear? Your uncle's leader calls him the village chief. He is the village chief in charge of tens of thousands of people. How could he not be cruel to nouveau riche like us?" Lu Kiki stared at the direction where Johnson left and said meaningfully, "Oh, today we were too arrogant. Find an opportunity some other day, and I'll formally apologize to them," Brother Hua said with regret and shame. Lu Kiki shook her head. "I don't have that kind of face. Even the billionaire in our class doesn't have that kind of face in front of him." Brother Hua looked at Lu Kiki in surprise and found it unbelievable. Johnson drove the second-hand car with a dented rear end toward the countryside. When they arrived at a car repair station in the town, Johnson drove the car in. Lu, please help me fix my car. How long will it take? The repairman named Lu took the car keys with a smile, then looked around the car and said, it will take at least 3 days to repair the sheet metal, paint, and replace the parts. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Call me when you're done. By the way, how much? Oh, Mayor Lee, you don't have to give any money. Just put in the township account, right? Lu grinned. Johnson smiled meaningfully and said to him, first of all, I don't have the power. Even if I have this right, I can still distinguish between public and private matters. Just tell me how much it is, and I'll give it to you now. Lu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, since it's at your own expense, I'll give you $350. Johnson didn't waste any words. He took out $300 from his pocket and handed it to him. That's $300. Thank you for your hard work. Okay, 300 is 300. Mayor Lee has already spoken. How can we not give him this little bit of face? Lu smiled naively, and his words were full of worldly wisdom. Nowadays, if you don't have some emotional intelligence, you really can't do any business. After coming out of the repair shop, Johnson called Yang Ping. Are you busy? Come pick me up. Where are you? Sure, I'll be there right away. Yang Ping hung up the phone and drove out of the township government. Looking at the hundreds of government employees in Weishui Township, Johnson could count them on one hand. And Yang Ping, the deputy secretary of the party committee, is one of the best among them. Just one phone call, and we'll be there anytime. It sounds ironic that a deputy township head orders the deputy secretary around. Not long after, Yang Ping drove to the auto repair shop. When Johnson got in the car, she asked with a smile, what happened to your car? I was pretty unlucky. I got rear-ended and was almost blackmailed. As soon as he got into Yang Ping's car, Johnson felt indescribably relaxed and spoke more casually. Why didn't you call me? I have an acquaintance in the County Traffic Police Accident Handling Squadron. Yang Ping said proudly. Johnson became interested and asked her with a smile, isn't your acquaintance the captain of the Accident Handling Squadron? Yes, it's him. How do you know? He asked me to help him with something before, and he owes me a favor. Just give me a phone call, and I guarantee no one will dare to blackmail you. Yang Ping said with a proud smile. I'm afraid he won't be able to repay you for this favor in the future. Johnson couldn't help but laugh. Johnson clearly remembered that after he shook hands with Tian Wayman and said goodbye, Tian Wayman pointed at the squadron leader and scolded him, and then suspended him from his post on the spot to reflect on his actions. What do you mean? What's wrong with him? Yang Ping was curious. Johnson didn't reply. You always speak half of your words. It's annoying. Yang Ping's curiosity was aroused, but she felt itchy somewhere because she couldn't hear the answer. After arriving at the township government, Johnson and Yang Ping went back to the office together. Johnson made her a cup of tea, and they started chatting. It was at this time that 2 luxury cars suddenly drove into the township government yard. A luxury business car and a valuable black off-road vehicle. The 2 cars stopped one after another in the center of the government courtyard. The 4 doors of the SUV opened, and 4 bodyguards wearing black shirts and wearing walkie-talkies walked out in unison. 4 well-trained bodyguards trotted to the side of the business car, and one of them reached out and opened the door. A woman in a white dress slowly walked out of the car under the careful protection of bodyguards. She glanced at the shabby Weishui Township government building and frowned slightly. Ma Xiaoi, director of the party and government office, was stunned when he saw the scene of this group of people. Based on his experience in receiving distinguished guests, this woman must be of some importance. He quickly walked up to her and asked, hello, who are you looking for? The woman looked at Ma Xiaoi, whose face was wrinkled and smelled of sweat, and was obviously disgusted. The bodyguard beside him stepped forward and introduced coldly, hello, we are from Hanjiang Longjian Group, and this is our group's vice president, Lu Yuan. Longjian Group, did you hear it right? Ma Xiaoi was shocked and felt like he was dreaming. He remembered that Roberto had visited Longjian Group many times before, hoping to get an investment through his personal connections. But every time I went there, I was turned away. Either I didn't see the person in charge, or I couldn't even get in the door. It can be seen how difficult it is to enter Longjian Group. But no one expected that today Longjian Group would take the initiative to come to Weishui Township government, and the person who came was a vice president. This is truly a huge fortune for Weishui Township. With the tens of billions of assets of Longjian Group, As long as they can persuade them to invest in a project in Weishui Township, it will be a great political achievement for the leaders. Oh, Mr. Liu. Hello, hello. Come on. I'll take you to the reception room first. Township chief, who will be here soon. Ma Xiaoyi was very respectful and stretched out his hand to lead the way. At this time, there were already quite a few people watching in the government compound. They were all shocked. With the luxury cars and bodyguards, the scene was no less spectacular than that of the top stars on TV. And this girl called the vice president looks like a character from an anime. So pretty that it seems unreal. Just when everyone was expecting what the girl would say first, she opened her mouth slowly. I'm here to look for Johnson. Could you please show me the way? Ma Xiaoyi paused, as if struck by lightning, and stood there in a daze. The onlookers were also shocked. The vice president of Longjian Group specifically asked for Johnson. Johnson is just a deputy township head. What qualifications does he have to receive such a distinguished guest? Could it be that the two of them know each other? How is this possible? How could a multi-billion-dollar enterprise like Longjian Group know a country bumpkin like Johnson? Everyone was stunned and shocked. Ma Xiaoyi recovered and said carefully, Boss Liu, our township chief who is now the top leader of Weishui Township. I think you should meet him first. Lu Yuan said impatiently. I came here today for personal matters, not to discuss business. I only saw Johnson. Where's he now? Johnson specifically for personal matters? Everyone was stunned again, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Ma Xiaoyi's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, You know Township Chiefly? He's in the house. I'll take you there now. Amidst everyone's surprise, Lu Yuan followed Ma Xiaoyi into the government building. The four bodyguards were divided into two groups. Two of them stood guard on the left and right sides of the government gate, and the other two followed Lu Yuan in. Arriving at the door of Johnson's office, Ma Xiaoyi knocked on the door a few times and said in a gentle tone, Village Chiefly, you have a friend who wants to see you. Come in. After getting a response from Johnson, Ma Xiaoyi made a gesture of invitation to Lu Yuan. The bodyguard beside him stretched out his hand and pushed open the door. Johnson was chatting and laughing with Yang Ping in the house with a big smile on his face. When he looked up and saw Lu Yuan, his smile froze instantly and gradually became cold. Why are you here? Johnson asked in surprise. Aren't you surprised to see me suddenly? Lu Yuan smiled gently. Johnson smiled and said awkwardly, The eldest lady of Longjian Group came to visit me, the deputy township head, in person. I was really surprised. Please come in. Lu Yuan seemed a little excited. She stared at Johnson in front of her, pursed her lips tightly, as if she had entered a state of ecstasy and did not hear Johnson's words at all. She only felt that Johnson in front of her was glowing with brilliance, and everything around him was dwarfed and dull. At this moment, there was only Johnson in her eyes. What are you standing there for? Come in and sit down. Johnson said again. After all, guests are welcome, so we should be enthusiastic. Lu Yuan finally woke up from her dream and slowly walked into Johnson's office. Ma Xiaoyi did not leave immediately, wanting to lean against the door to find out what the relationship between the two was. Johnson knew what he was up to when he saw his sneaky look. Director Ma, go ahead and do your work. Please help me close the door. Hey, okay. Merrily, call me anytime if you need anything. Turning around, Ma Xiaoyi left reluctantly. You two wait at the door. Yes, Mississippi. The two bodyguards responded and stood guard at Johnson's door. Yang Ping, who was standing by, was a little dumbfounded watching this scene. Her family is well off, and she is a typical second-generation official. But even for her, it was the first time she saw someone going out with so many bodyguards. Lu Yuan looked around the layout of Johnson's office and finally stood by the sofa and was reluctant to sit down. She was a bit of a germaphobe, and looking at the simple office sofa, she felt a bit disgusted and was reluctant to get down. At first glance, she is spoiled and not down-to-earth at all. Maybe she is a little mentally abnormal. Yang Ping couldn't stand Lu Yuan's squeamish and affected behavior and looked disdainful. It could also be because she was Johnson's classmate, had a good family background, and was so beautiful, so he was a little jealous. So he said unhappily, These were all wiped this morning, just sit there peacefully, you but won't get dirty. Lu Yuan looked at Yang Ping unhappily and asked tentatively, Are you Johnson's girlfriend? What do you think? Yang Ping showed no sign of weakness, neither admitting nor denying. Lu Yuan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and she felt mixed emotions. In her eyes, although Yang Ping looked okay, her clothes were ordinary and she had no taste at all. And he is older than her, not even 1,000th of her age. She really couldn't understand why Johnson found a girlfriend like this. Johnson with aggrieved eyes, wanting to hear the answer from him. Otherwise, she would not give up. Johnson spread his hands and said with a smile, "I'm just kidding. This is Sister Ping, my colleague." Only then did Lu Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 49 made the miss cry. "Are you kidding? You asked me to pretend. What's wrong?" Johnson with resentment on her face. Johnson couldn't afford to offend those sharp eyes, so he could only pretend not to see them. "Okay, then I, an ordinary colleague, will not disturb you two from talking about private matters. Goodbye." Yang Ping didn't get a response from Johnson, so she stood up and was about to leave angrily. Before Johnson could ask her to stay, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Sister Ping, right? Thank you very much for creating a space for us to be alone together. Goodbye." Lu Yuan was a little proud and waved at Yang Ping repeatedly, wishing she would leave immediately. Yang Ping felt uncomfortable looking at Lu Yuan's smug expression. She really wanted to hear Johnson's request to stay. Even if it was just a polite remark, she would sit down without hesitation to annoy this Miss Lu. She turned her head and looked at Johnson again, with more resentment in her eyes, as if she was rebuking Johnson for forgetting his friends for the sake of beauty. "Sister Ping, I'll come find you later," Johnson said with a smile, without trying to force him to stay. This is also the way to entertain guests. When guests come from afar, you should always give them some time to talk alone. Yang Ping walked out angrily, twisting her slender waist, and her buttocks were shaking with anger. The bodyguard tactfully closed the door, leaving only Johnson and Lu Yuan in the room. "I heard that you were in the provincial capital, right? You came back suddenly. Is there something wrong?" Johnson asked casually, taking a sip of his tea. "I've been back in Pingyang for 2 days. I've been hesitating whether to come and see you. Suddenly, I saw your photo in the group this morning, and I couldn't help but come and see you." Lu Yuan sat down and said affectionately. Johnson quickly changed the subject, not intending to discuss their relationship in depth. "I heard that your family is in the new building materials business. How about it? Are you interested in investing and building a factory in Weishui Township?" Lu Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and stared into Johnson's eyes as if talking to herself. "I have been unable to forget you all these years. You're the first person who rejected me. I hated you because I couldn't get your love, but when I saw you today, I suddenly couldn't hate you anymore. Johnson, can you give me a chance?" Her eyes were red and seemed about to burst out at any time. Johnson was a bit confused. He didn't like seeing women cry, but he wasn't good at comforting them either. Lu Yuan, don't be like this. With your status and position, you can definitely find someone who is a good match for you. We are two completely parallel lines. You are on top, and I am on the bottom. There is no point of intersection. So, even two parallel lines will intersect one day when time and space are distorted. From the day I met you, my time and space have been distorted. Lu Yuan said with tears in her eyes and full of affection. She admitted that their identities were very different. Johnson was on Earth, and she was in heaven. But she was unwilling to give in. She didn't believe that Johnson had no feelings for her at all. Johnson put away his smile and calmed down. He could feel it no matter how sincere and eager Lu Yuan appeared. In her heart, she always thought that Johnson was a person of low status. Her arrogance has penetrated into her bones. This is also the reason why Johnson keeps his distance from her. He can't follow this woman around all day and act according to her mood. What if this line always avoids you and is unwilling to intersect with you? Johnson said calmly. Lu Yuan was stunned. Yes, even if time and space are distorted, it cannot bring closer a heart that wants to stay away from you. She gave up and burst into tears. Except for my father, you're the first man who makes me cry, Lu Yuan said with a wry smile. Johnson took out a tissue and handed it to her, saying casually, "Okay, isn't it good to be friends?" Lu Yuan took it, but did not wipe her tears. Instead, she suddenly stood up and threw herself into Johnson's arms. Johnson was stunned, feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, and was at a loss as to what to do. "Can't you just hug me and comfort me? Don't worry, I won't pester you. After today, I'll let it go. Give me a hug, okay?" Lu Yuan's hot tears wet Johnson's chest. Johnson took a breath, smiled, and patted her on the back twice. "Okay, I'm not as good as you think. I hope you can find your ideal boyfriend soon. Don't worry, I will definitely find a boyfriend who is 100 times better than you." Lu Yuan left Johnson's arms, sat down again, and tried her best to calm herself down. That's natural. You're the eldest daughter of Longjin Group. The people chasing after you must be lined up in outer space. Johnson joked, trying to lighten the mood. Lu Yuan forced a smile and said, I'm going back to the provincial capital tomorrow. I'm going to treat our high school classmates to dinner tonight. Can you do me the honor? Johnson is in a bit of a dilemma. Since the regulations were introduced, class reunions, comrades in arms reunions, have become topics that civil servants try to avoid. Besides, apart from Gao Chong and Shun Lingli, he was only familiar with the faces of the others in high school. For example, when he met the woman this morning who claimed to be his high school classmate, he had no impression of her at all. Is it meaningful to attend such a class reunion? Johnson smiled and declined. It's not easy for you to come to Weishui Township. So, how about I play the role of a good host and have a simple meal in our township cafeteria tonight? Lu Yuan looked at Johnson with confusion and surprise. I just wanted to invite him to dinner. Don't you have any sense of courtesy at all? She is the president of a multi-billion-dollar company, and getting her invitation is something many people dream of. However, in the eyes of this man, it is so worthless. It turned out that I had overestimated my position in his heart. She tried her best to suppress the resentment and humiliation in her heart, and said as calmly as possible, I also invited Gao Chong and Shun Lingli. Having a simple meal can be regarded as a perfect ending to the fate between us. Do you really want me to regret it for the rest of my life or miss you for the rest of my life? I'd rather forget about being remembered for the rest of my life. Johnson nodded helplessly. Well, let me treat you to this meal. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment and wondered, was he a gentleman, or did he not want to owe her even a meal? However, she soon felt relieved, as her goal had finally been achieved, so she smiled and said, Okay, see you at the Dongsheng Hotel tonight. Johnson smiled and nodded, watching her leave. Although she tried her best to calm down, her eyes were still red from crying. As soon as she walked out the door, the bodyguard noticed that she was in a bad mood and asked quickly, Miss, has anyone bullied you? Lu Yuan shook her head and said, Let's go. Johnson fiercely. Lu Yuan walked to the car, surrounded by a group of people. Ma Xiaoi, who came to see them off, saw Lu Yuan with red eyes and felt shocked. Damn, Johnson actually made Mr. Lu cry? Holy shit, what the hell is going on? Johnson actually made a billionaire lady cry. He only felt the mountains shaking and the earth trembling, and was terribly surprised. After seeing Lu Yuan off, he hurried back to the big office and gossiped to everyone. Damn it, didn't you see that President Lu left in tears? Township Chiefly is too unkind to women. No, I have to report this to Mayor Hu. This matter may have a negative impact on our township's investment attraction. Amid the crowd's surprised sighs, Ma Xiaoi passed the gossip to Hu Dawei's ears. When Hu Dawei heard the news, he spat out the water he had just drunk. What did you say? Johnson made President Lu cry. Fuck, this kid. He couldn't think of an adjective. He just felt that Johnson was too evil. Others were begging investors to come, but he made them cry? This guy's so cruel. Or maybe he has foresight. It's better to stay away from this guy. You never know if you will fall into his hands one day. The eldest daughter of Longjin Group was made to cry by Johnson. The county has asked so many high-ranking people for help, but failed to establish a relationship with Longjin Group. Now the meat that is at hand is gone just like that. If Secretary Lu knew this news, who knows how he would beat his chest and stamp his feet. Johnson calmly returned to the dormitory amid the astonished gazes of the township government employees. He knocked on Yang Ping's door. Sister Ping, are you going back to the city tonight? Yang Ping didn't give him a good look. She looked at her bruised knees and replied to him unhappily. Why go home? I'm not going back. Johnson can understand that he is very angry. After all, he is still very young and often doesn't go home, so he has no place to vent. Johnson smiled cheekily. I'm taking my car to be fixed. If you're going back to the city, give me a ride. I'm going to a party in the city tonight. Hearing about the party, Yang Ping perked up. She looked at Johnson for a moment and asked sourly, Who are you with? That woman just now? You must be very capable. You managed to hook up with her so quickly. Sister Ping, you misunderstood. She is my high school classmate. She is going back to the provincial capital tomorrow. I'm just treating her to dinner tonight. You have such a rich classmate. Yang Ping was a little surprised, but it was only for a moment. She seemed to suddenly think of something, turned around, and said with a smile, Okay, don't drink too much tonight. Go out with me for a while. If you agree, I will be your driver at night. Johnson had never realized that Yang Ping was so playful before, but suddenly he felt that the woman in front of him became playful and charming. I won't drink too much. It's just a formality and will be over soon. Yang Ping smiled brightly upon hearing this. At this time, Gao Chang called. Johnson, where are you? Lu Yuan is inviting our high school classmates to dinner tonight. She said she invited you specifically. When are you coming? Looking at the watch, it's only 4 o'clock. Don't worry, I'll go straight to the hotel in a while. Gao Chang pondered for a moment, with a worried tone. There is something I want to tell you in advance. I heard that Yang Hongsheng and his gang will also be attending tonight. He is now pursuing Lu Yuan. Chapter 050 Honorable Black Card User. Yang Hongsheng? Hearing the name, Johnson couldn't help but frown. A feeling of disgust welled up in my heart. When you are in school, there are only 2 types of people who are easily remembered: top students and poor students. Yang Hongsheng is that typical scumbag student. Not only was he a poor student, but he also relied on his family's wealth and looked down on everyone at school. When the teacher criticized him, he argued with the teacher. If a classmate dares to show disrespect to him, he will find someone to give you a lesson. Johnson remembered this name was thanks to Lu Yuan. At that time, almost everyone in the school knew that the campus beauty Lu Yuan was pursuing Johnson. As Lu Yuan's bootlicker, Yang Hongsheng repeatedly caused trouble for Johnson. The most outrageous incident I remember was in the school cafeteria. Johnson had just filled his bowl of rice when he was surrounded by Yang Hongsheng and his men. Instead of beating him, they overturned Johnson's bowl to the ground, stomped on the food, and forced Johnson to eat it. Johnson didn't eat it, so he was beaten up by several people. Johnson was angry at that time. His aunt had repeatedly told him not to fight in school. No matter how angry you are, you're not allowed to fight in school. Because Li Rong knew Johnson has skills, the other party would definitely be seriously injured if he attacked. In that case, Johnson is likely to face the risk of being fired. In order to ensure that Johnson could successfully complete his studies, Li Rong asked Johnson to swallow his anger at school. From then on, throughout his 3 years of high school, Yang Hongsheng thought Johnson was a weak and cowardly person, so I would cause trouble for him no matter what. Until the day I graduated from high school, Yang Hongsheng and his men surrounded Johnson in the bathroom again, wanting to humiliate him one last time. But that time, he kicked the steel plate. Johnson quietly took off his school uniform, clenched his fists, and beat up Yang Hongsheng and his gang. He kept punching Yang Hongsheng, as if paying off the 3 years of humiliation all at once. After graduation, Johnson never met Yang Hongsheng again. Later, I heard from Gao Chang that he seemed to have inherited his family's construction company and became a multimillionaire boss. But in Johnson's eyes, scum is scum. Even if he wears clothes made of silk, he is still scum. Johnson didn't take him seriously at all. On the contrary, I feel that tonight's party is quite interesting. What on earth is this woman, Lu Yuan, thinking? Knowing that he was not on good terms with Yang Hongsheng and his people, why did he invite people from both sides? Ulterior motives? Johnson couldn't help but speculate. He wanted Johnson to see in person how popular the person he looked down upon actually was. Childish. Johnson couldn't help but laugh. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Are you hysterical? Yang Ping suddenly asked. Oh, nothing, just thinking of something funny. Johnson laughed. Yang Ping didn't say anything, but took out a sexy tank top, held it in front of Johnson, and asked, Do you think this one is beautiful? Wouldn't it be too revealing? Wouldn't that give way to the perverts on the street? Johnson laughed. Yang Ping blushed and said coquettishly, I didn't wear it on purpose for them to see. I just want to ask if you are pretty or not. Beautiful. Johnson could already imagine how sexy Yang Ping would look in a tank top with such a perfect figure. Yang Ping smiled brightly when she heard Johnson's comments. Well, I'll wear a full set for you to see. With that, she walked into the bathroom and started changing her clothes. The bathroom light was on, and Yang Ping's hot body was reflected on the glass door. I believe any normal man would have a reaction when seeing this erotic scene. Soon, she changed her clothes and walked out of the bathroom, and Johnson's eyes lit up. Tank top, hip skirt. The round breasts are looming, and the plump buttocks outline the charming lines. Johnson just felt his throat was very dry. After breaking up with Bai Jia, I haven't touched a woman for several months except for that wet dream. X is like Pandora's box. Once opened, it will release endless temptations and desires. That unforgettable feeling seems to be imprinted deep in the soul, difficult to control and hard to forget. How about it? Does it look good on me? Yang Ping deliberately twisted in front of Johnson. Her black hair fluttered in front of his eyes, and a faint fragrance made people feel excited. Johnson had an urge to press the woman in front of him hard. Yeah, it's beautiful. Johnson took a deep breath and tried to relax. Then I'll wear this on my date with you tonight, okay? Johnson tenderly. This is a blatant hint. Johnson smiled and said, okay, just don't be afraid that I'll eat you when the time comes. You've already eaten it, so why should I be afraid that you will eat it again? I'm not afraid of you. Yang Ping smiled shyly. At 5 o'clock, Yang Ping drove him to the city. Because it was Friday, there was nothing special going on, and they didn't have to worry about going to work the next day, so they were both very relaxed. At 5:40, Johnson arrived at the Dongsheng Hotel ahead of time. As soon as he entered the door, a sexy Cheongsam-dressed lady bowed and greeted him, then led Johnson to the front desk. No matter who Lu Yuan invited tonight, since she said she would treat her to dinner, she must keep her promise. The worst that can happen is that if you're not happy with the meal, you can just pack up and leave early. It also brings a perfect end to the dispute between the two. As the top hotel in Pingyang City, Dongxing's food prices are naturally top-notch as well. A simple meal for 3 or 5 people, plus drinks, would cost at least several thousand. Since it was a private invitation, he had no intention of using the black card Lin Yanin gave him. So he took out his salary card and handed it to the girl at the front desk. Book a box. Your name? Johnson. Musi Li Yulin. Yes. The receptionist returned the salary card to Johnson and told him with a smile, Mr. Lee, you're a black card user, so all your purchases here are free of charge. No need for a black card this time. I'll pay for it myself. The young lady shook her head and smiled softly. Mr. Lee, you're the most distinguished guest of Dongsheng. If I ask you to pay for it yourself, the boss will fire me if he finds out. Johnson nodded and smiled, but said nothing more. Because of Johnson's distinguished status in Dongsheng, he was naturally given the most luxurious box, the Tianziho. Gao Chang called and said he would be there soon and asked Johnson to wait for him in the lobby. Johnson sat down on the sofa in the lobby, and the receptionist quickly made him a cup of tea and brought it to him. Johnson picked up the teacup and took a sip. He felt it was refreshing and definitely top-notch tea. After waiting for a few minutes, Gao Chang still hadn't arrived, but a group of extremely arrogant guests came into the hall. Johnson took a quick look and was shocked. Damn it, Yang Hongsheng. This arrogant guy walked straight to the front desk with 2 well-dressed younger brothers following him. With a cocky look on his face, he said shamelessly, Beauty, please get me the best private room. I want to entertain my sweetheart tonight. Please don't embarrass me. Okay, sir, VIP lounge. Is that okay with you? Yang Hongsheng frowned and said coldly, Are you deaf? I'm talking about the best private room in your hotel. Sir, our private rooms are all very luxurious. This VIP luxury room is specially prepared for regular customers like you. It is the best among them. You're talking nonsense. Yang Hongxing's face darkened and he flew into a rage. Don't think I don't know that the best private room in Dongsheng is the Tianziho. Give it to me right now. As a native of Pingyang and a boss worth tens of millions, Yang Hongxing had naturally heard of Dongxing's top private room, the Tianziho. Of course, he also knew that this private room of Dongsheng was only reserved for the big shots in Pingyang's upper class. He knew that, with his level, he was still far from being able to use this private room. But in order to show his strength in front of Lu Yuan, he was determined to book the top-level box tonight. I'm sorry, sir. The number 1 box is not open to the public. The receptionist smiled professionally, but in fact she already despised Yang Hongsheng in her heart. Most of the people who come here to eat are either rich or noble, but they all have a clear understanding of their own status. No one has ever had the crazy idea that they can claim to sit in the best box just because they have some money in their hands. Yang Hongsheng didn't believe it. In his opinion, the purpose of opening a restaurant is to make money, and he didn't believe that there was anything that couldn't be done with money. He immediately took out a bank card from his brand-name purse and threw it to the receptionist, saying with determination, Serve me food tonight at the standard of 50,000. Now, can you give me the top-ranked one? The lady at the front desk smiled softly and handed the bank card back to him politely. I'm sorry, sir. The Tianzi store is not open to the public. Yang Hongsheng was furious when he saw the receptionist was not willing to listen. He threw his bank card heavily on the bar and said through gritted teeth, Where's the 100,000? Open it for me. The receptionist still smiled and shook his head. The younger brothers behind Yang Hongsheng were stunned when they heard that their elder brother was going to spend 100,000 yuan on a meal. When they heard the front desk reject Yang Hongsheng, they were shocked beyond words. Damn, I spent 100,000 yuan and couldn't even book a private room here. This store is so awesome. 100,000 is already the limit of Yang Hongxing's pretense. With a net worth of tens of millions, how many hundreds of thousands are there for him to squander? But tonight, in order to perform in front of Lu Yuan, he has to try his best. He gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and said, 200,000. Is that okay? The receptionist still smiled and shook his head. The two younger brothers behind Yang Hongsheng were so shocked when they saw this scene that their eyes almost cracked. They stood there like fools, speechless. At this moment, the guests around were all looking at him and laughing because of Yang Hongxing's arrogant remarks. Everyone is laughing at him. What the hell? What kind of idiot is this? Do you want to order the Tianzi brand of Dongsheng just because you have money? If 200,000 can book one night, then I'm willing to keep him for a month. These guests were not simple people. Seeing Yang Hongxing's ignorant behavior was like watching a clown show. Yang Hongxing seemed to feel the contempt and ridicule of the people around him. He was so ashamed and angry that in order to save face, he actually hit the receptionist. He grabbed the slender and fair arm of the front desk lady and said with a shameless smile, "Okay, I don't want the number one box anymore. I suddenly found that you are more attractive than the box. If you accompany me for one night, I will give you the 200,000. Okay?" The lady at the front desk was frightened by Yang Hongxing's rough behavior. She screamed, "Let me go," and tried to break free from Yang Hongxing's hand. Yang Hongxing seemed to enjoy the sight of the woman struggling in front of him. He went even further and stretched out his other hand to pinch the young lady's delicate face. "Oh, so white," Yang Hongxing said with a lewd expression. Johnson couldn't stand it anymore as he was pretending to be so arrogant. He slowly stood up and said coldly, "Yang Hongxing, do you still have any shame?" Yang Hongxing paused and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Johnson, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. "It seems like I found a new object to vent my anger on." Chapter 051, his status is more honorable than all of you. Johnson stepped forward. Yang Hongxing let go of the receptionist's arm and directed his attack at Johnson. The lady at the front desk got rid of the entanglement and looked at Johnson with gratitude. Sensing that Johnson might have a conflict with this man, the receptionist quickly picked up the phone and called Lin Yanan. Yang Hongxing, accompanied by two younger brothers, swaggered towards Johnson, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. He laughed arrogantly. "Johnson, I never thought I'd run into you here. What a narrow road for enemies. Oh, looking at the way you're dressed, are you working as a waiter or a chef? TSK tisk. Otherwise, how would a poor bastard like you have the nerve to come to such a high-end hotel? This is Dongsheng, the largest and most luxurious hotel in Pingyang City. Can you afford it?" Johnson smiled indifferently and said coldly, "If an idiot like you who thinks you can sit in the top box just because you have a few bucks and come here, why can't I come?" The onlookers burst into laughter when they heard Johnson's teasing remarks. In their hearts, they all thought that Yang Hongsheng, this jumping clown, was a fucking idiot. Johnson angrily, "Fuck, I can afford to pay 200,000 to book a private room, which shows that I am capable. How can you, a poor bastard, afford 200,000? I'm afraid you won't be able to earn that much money in your lifetime, right? Ha ha ha. 200,000 is a lot. Did you book the number one box?" Johnson chuckled. This sentence directly tore off Yang Hongxing's fig leaf. He felt ashamed and looked at Johnson angrily. "I didn't get a reservation, but I will be able to sit in the top box one day. But what about you? You're dressed like a beggar. You will never be able to step into the top-level box in your life." "Poor bastard, huh?" His two younger brothers also started laughing at this time. "Brother, who is this guy? Is he your classmate too? How come he is so different from you? He looks like a shoe boy at most. And he dares to pretend to be a bachelor in front of you. It's so funny. Ha ha ha." Another younger brother even shouted directly, "Waiter, how come you accept everyone in your restaurant? Even a beggar can come in. This is really lowering our standards. Kick this guy out right away." A front desk clerk ran over in response. He took one look at Johnson and knew that he was a Dongsheng black card customer, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Johnson. He turned around and said solemnly to Yang Hongsheng and the others, "Hello, 3 guests. Please do not act unreasonably in this hotel. If you dare to bump into the gentleman behind me again, the security will ask you to leave immediately." "What did you say? You want to kick us out?" Yang Hongsheng and others looked incredulous. "Boy, let me tell you, I've spent no less than $1 million in your hotel over the years, and you dare to threaten me and kick me out? Is your brain stuck in the door?" "Yes, our brother Sheng is your big customer. You don't speak up for us, but you speak up for the poor guy behind you. Can't you tell who is the VIP? Fuck. Waiter, explain yourself clearly. How dare you help a beggar and drive us guests out? Go call your boss. I want to get an explanation from him in person. The waiter put away his professional smile and called 4 security guards in without saying anything. These 3 people are disrespectful to our distinguished guests. Please ask them to leave now. Upon hearing the order, the 4 security guards immediately surrounded Yang Hongsheng and the other 2 and stretched out their hands to invite them in. 3 of you, please leave our hotel immediately. Yang Hongsheng and the other 2 were completely confused and speechless. What's going on? Johnson, a poor bastard, is actually the most distinguished guest of Dongsheng. Dongsheng Hotel is actually going to kick out regular customers like them just for this insignificant guy like Johnson. Yang Hongsheng was so angry that his teeth ached. In order to maintain his dignity, he roared, "All of you get out of here. Tell your boss to come out and tell me clearly, why is Johnson more noble than me? Why does he have the right?" Yang Hongsheng was very angry. He might not dare to confront other guests, but he could not tolerate losing face in the hands of Johnson, a poor student who had been bullied by him for 3 years in high school. At this time, Lu Yuan and his group walked in. When she saw Johnson and Yang Hongsheng arguing, she was a little surprised at first, and then she felt a sense of secret joy. She thought to herself, were they quarreling over me? Johnson keeps saying he didn't like me. Why did he have to argue with Yang Hongsheng because of me? Is he saying one thing and thinking another? In fact, he has feelings for me, but because of the huge difference in status between us, he refuses to admit it for the sake of his dignity. I understand, it must be like this. As Lu Yuan thought about this, a smile slowly appeared on her face, and the sadness she had felt after being rejected by Johnson was also diluted a lot. At this time, a tall and handsome man came up to her, smiled, and asked her, Yuan, why are these 2 people arguing?" The man's name was Huang Xiao, and he was also Johnson's high school classmate. Huang Xiao was a celebrity in school back then. He was handsome and a good basketball player. Whenever he appeared on the basketball court, he would arouse cheers and screams from the girls. It is said that he is also a staunch pursuer of Lu Yuan, and he also regards Johnson, his love rival, as a thorn in his side. Lu Yuan smiled and shook her head, indicating that she had no idea why the 2 were arguing. Huang Xiao took the opportunity to chuckle and said, "These 2 were fighting each other when they were in school, and they still haven't stopped even after entering society. How childish. Don't talk about Johnson like that." Lu Yuan glared at Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao's eyes were filled with jealousy, and he thought, after all these years, Lu Yuan is still obsessed with Johnson? Feel jealous and hateful toward Johnson, and it increased a lot. Johnson, damn him. At this time, Gao Chong and Shun Lingli arrived one after another. Johnson, like a mad dog, they became furious. The 2 of them rushed up regardless of anything and stood beside Johnson, scolding Yang Hongsheng. "Yang Hongsheng, are you fucking sick? Don't bully others just because you have a little money." Shun Lingli rolled up her sleeves and cursed at Yang Hongsheng. "You bullied Johnson for 3 years in high school. If you dare to bully him again today, I will beat you to a pulp today, even if I have to go to jail," Gao Chong said angrily. Yang Hongsheng was stunned by the 2 people's retorts, and his anger was rising. He pointed at Gao Chong and Shun Lingli and said, "It was Johnson who took the initiative to provoke me. I was just trying to book a private room at the bar, and this guy suddenly popped up and started scolding me, and even made fun of me for not being able to book a top-notch private room. I can't book it," asked Johnson. "Does he have the ability to book it? Damn, this is so fucking stupid. Yang Hongsheng, watch your fucking mouth. Was it because I didn't hit you lightly in the toilet that year when I graduated? Try scolding you again." Gao Chong got angry and roared with a stern face. "Gao Chong, are you sick?" Yang Hongsheng was very sensible. He clearly remembered how he was beaten up by Johnson that year, and he still felt scared. He immediately lost all his courage. Huang Xiao heard it clearly and thought that the 2 people were arguing over the top box. As an outstanding young man in Pingyang City, his net worth has long exceeded 100 million yuan. Naturally, he is also a frequent visitor to Dongsheng. He even met Lin Yanin once. Naturally, he is very clear about the rules of Dongsheng Hotel. He knew in his heart that even if he came, he might not be able to book a top-notch box. These 2 people actually wanted to book the best box to perform in front of Lu Yuan. It was really a fantasy. He smiled and wanted to try to book a top-notch box so that he could show off his strength in front of Lu Yuan. So he immediately took out his cell phone and called Lin Yanin. "Mr. Lin, I'm Huang Xiao. I'm in a hotel now, Lin Yanin said in a cold voice. I'll be there soon. Let's talk if you have anything to say. Beat before Huang Xiao could say anything. Lin Yanin hung up the phone in a hurry. Huang Xiao smiled awkwardly. He was one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Pingyang, but he was hung up on. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by others. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Lu Yuan walked between Johnson and Yang Hongsheng, frowned, and said to them, "We are classmates. Stop arguing." Yang Hongsheng quickly explained to her, Yuan, I was willing to pay 200,000 to book the best private room for you, but Johnson started to mock me right away, so I started arguing with him. It's really not my fault. Johnson with a questioning look. Johnson smiled calmly, not intending to explain anything, and said calmly, "Okay, I won't treat him to a meal. He has money, so let him come." It seemed that this group of people were not here to eat at all, and Johnson was too lazy to waste time with them, so he just found an excuse to leave. Yang Hongsheng laughed contemptuously and said, "You are a poor guy. Why are you pretending?" Huang Xiao also walked up with a smile. He finally got a chance to discredit Johnson, and he certainly wouldn't let it go. So he sarcastically said, "Johnson, do you know how expensive this place is? And you still have the audacity to come and treat us? The most ridiculous thing is, you dare to think of booking a top-notch box? Don't you even consider your status?" Everyone laughed so hard because of Johnson's overestimation of his own abilities. At this moment, a cold voice, like a thunder, exploded out of nowhere, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. "His status is more noble than yours." Lin Yanin walked over hurriedly, cold as ice. Chapter 052, Women's Competitiveness. Huang Xiao arrogantly thought that Lin Yanin was talking to him. I thought he was the most distinguished guest that Lin Yanin mentioned. After all, among the people present, except himself and Lu Yuan, no one else was worthy of knowing Lin Yanin, the general manager of Dongsheng. He took the initiative to greet him with a smile on his face. "Boss Lin, you are finally here. It is not easy to see you." Huang Xiao stretched out his hand with a smile on his face and wanted to shake hand with Lin Yanin. Everyone stared in amazement as Huang Xiao and Lin Yanin greeted each other warmly. I thought to myself, he is indeed an outstanding young man who even knows the boss of Dongsheng. Everyone couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Huang Xiao himself was also very proud, as he finally showed his strength in front of Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, Lin Yanin ignored him completely, didn't even look at him, and walked straight past him. "Mr. Lin?" The smile on Huang Xiao's face froze instantly, and he stood there in a daze with an embarrassed look on his face. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lin Yanin walked straight to Johnson and smiled softly. "Uncle Lin, why didn't you say hello when you came?" She turned back and glared at Yang Hongsheng and the others, then said to Johnson with a smile, "If I had been here just now, I would have chased these guys out long ago. Let's go, Uncle Lin. The Tianziho has been prepared for you. A batch of fresh seafood has arrived in the store recently. I'll ask the kitchen to make some for you to taste." Johnson with admiration. Her charming smile was lovely. Everyone present widened their eyes, and the hall fell into deathly silence in an instant. The CEO of Dongsheng actually called Johnson, "Uncle? Holy shit, this is unbelievable. How did poor Johnson get such a powerful niece?" Huang Xiao was so shocked that his eyes almost burst open on the spot. It turned out that the distinguished guest Lin Yanin mentioned was not him, but Johnson. How is this possible? On what basis did Johnson do this? Everyone was extremely shocked. Lu Yuan, Gao Chong, and Shun Lingli all looked up at Johnson in confusion. Johnson slowly smiled from the moment he saw Lin Yanin. "Yanin, I originally wanted to treat them to a meal, but now it seems that these people are not worthy. Let's go ignore them and go upstairs to eat." Johnson turned around and nodded to Gao Chong, Shun Lingli, and Lu Yuan, then took them to the number 1 box on the second floor. Huang Xiao and Yang Hongsheng still wanted to struggle. After all, there were not many opportunities to have a meal with Lu Yuan. They were about to beg Lu Yuan to say a good word for them, but before they could open their mouths, they were surrounded by security guards with cold eyes. "You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately, or we will have to force you to leave." The head of security said in a stern tone, You guys." Huang Xiao and Yang Hongsheng were so stunned by the security guard that they didn't know how to argue. He had no choice but to let the security guard drive him away dejectedly. Huang Xiao and Yang Hongsheng were still confused until they walked out of the hotel in embarrassment. They are both well-known figures in Pingyang City, but today they were not even qualified to sit at the table. Frustrated, angry. They both looked back at the Dongsheng Hotel at the same time. Their eyes were pitiful and their figures were desolate. Johnson and others were led by Lin Yanin personally to the number one box. Wait for everyone to sit down. Lin Yanin ordered the waiter to serve wine and food. When everything was arranged, she smiled and said to Johnson, "Uncle Lin, today is your class reunion, so I won't accompany you. Just call me if you need anything. Xiaoya, thank you for your hard work. Uncle Lin, I'll be angry if you keep being so polite to me." Lin Yanin pretended to be angry and smiled playfully. Soon, the seafood carefully prepared by the hotel chef was served on the table. The waiter also brought in 2 small bottles of white wine and 2 bottles of red wine. The quality of this meal is at least tens of thousands. Although Lu Yuan is a wealthy lady with a net worth of tens of billions, she was still a little surprised by the standard of today's reception. After all, she knew that Johnson was just a deputy township head with a fixed salary of several thousand yuan a month and no benefits in his position. Wouldn't this meal cost him 3 months' salary? He is so generous, so willing to spend money, and so concerned about himself. A little bit happy, Gao Chong and Shun Lingli were in a daze as they looked at the delicacies on the table. The most high-end restaurants they had ever been to were nothing more than hot pot restaurants in large shopping malls. This is my first time visiting a top-notch hotel like Dongsheng. What I didn't expect was that I would get to sit in the legendary number one box. I was really excited. Shin Lingli was a little worried and afraid of losing face for Johnson, so she had to lean over to Johnson's ear and whisper a reminder. "Johnson, this dish is so expensive, and you still ordered so much. Are you going to live like this?" Only your loved ones can say such words that truly reflect your concern for them. Johnson looked at Shun Lingli and Gao Chong with gentle eyes and said to them with a smile, "Eat your meal with peace of mind. Didn't you see it just now? The boss is my relative. She'll give me a discount. It's all cost price, so it won't cost too much." "Oh, that's good." Shun Lingli and Gao Chong finally felt relieved, with a relaxed smile on their faces. They began to curiously study the delicacies on the table that they had never seen before. "Johnson, actually you don't have to spend so much money on me. Although I am very picky about food, as long as you can accompany me, I can also eat some home-cooked meals." Lu Yuan smiled gently. One can feel that she has let down her airs a lot in front of Johnson. Johnson looked at her and joked, "Okay, then when we meet next time, I'll treat you to street-side stew and lamb skewers, plus a glass of Mishui City lemonade. How about that? Is the lamb imported from Australia? I've eaten it at home. I remember it was made by a 5-star chef. It tasted great." Lu Yuan was very excited, especially when she heard Johnson mention the next time they met. She couldn't help but look forward to it. When Johnson, Gao Chong, and Shun Lingli heard Lu Yuan's words, they couldn't help but smile at each other and shook their heads. This is class. A lady from the upper class like her doesn't understand the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. I don't even understand how wonderful the street stalls and lamb skewers are. Because there were no people like Huang Xiao and Yang Hongshan to disrupt the meal, the 4 of them had a very happy meal. After drinking a bottle of small white wine and a bottle of red wine, except for Johnson who remained sober, Gao Chong and others were already a little drunk. Under the influence of alcohol, Lu Yuan held Johnson's arm tightly, put her head on Johnson's shoulder, and began to talk nonsense. "Johnson, do you know why I am attracted to you? Do you remember when I was in the first year of high school? One day, I was punished by the teacher to sweep the classroom. At that time, everyone was laughing at me behind my back. Only you, risking being criticized, quietly stayed and cleaned with me. From that day on, you have lived in my heart. I have lacked love since I was a child. My parents have never really paid attention to me except for giving me endless money. It's you who makes me feel warm, even though you've never said more than 10 words to me in the past 3 years. But the more you treat me coldly, the more I want to get closer to you. Hug you. Johnson, I want to cry." Johnson was silent. Because it was his turn to take turns that day, he had to stay and sweep the floor. Unexpectedly, such a coincidence caused Lu Yuan to misunderstand for so many years. But Johnson never took this matter to heart. What is this? Is it fate, or is it torture for another person? He doesn't understand. I don't want to understand either. "You're drunk, come on. Let's go downstairs." "I'm not drunk. Let me hold you for a while." Johnson had no choice but to lift her up by force and help her out of the box. Gao Chong and Shun Lingli watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. What a love story. The bodyguards standing outside the door were surprised to see that their young lady was so drunk that she couldn't even walk. I was pleasantly surprised and thought that I could take this opportunity to have some close contact with my own daughter, but I never expected this. As Lu Yuan left the box, she came to her senses instantly. She raised her head and looked at Johnson with a reproachful look, then reluctantly left Johnson's arms. The bodyguards were instantly lost. A group of people walked out of the hotel. Lu Yuan's luxury nanny car stopped at the door. When they were about to get on the bus, Lu Yuan looked back reluctantly and asked Johnson, "Can I take you there?" "No, my friend will be here soon." The friend he was referring to was Yang Ping. We had already agreed that I would go shopping with her after the banquet. At this moment, Yang Ping's voice suddenly came, "Johnson, I'm here." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Yang Ping was seen sitting in the driver's seat of a luxury SUV, waving at Johnson excitedly. Lu Yuan looked stunned. Yang Ping looked very proud. Johnson tonight. So she specially changed to the best car in the family to pick up Johnson. She just wanted to let the eldest daughter of Longjin Group see that she was not the only rich person. Yang Ping's family background is also not bad. Lu Yuan looked at Yang Ping in the car in surprise. Especially when she saw her smug look, she felt annoyed. Lu Yuan frowned and said disdainfully, "This is the only car your family can afford, right? I'm different from you. I change cars every day, and they're all luxury cars." Yang Ping replied, "Being rich is nothing special. Go home and ask your father who earned your family's money. The big shots I know can make your proud family business difficult with just one word." This is absolutely true. The construction industry will never be able to grow and develop if it cannot obtain projects approved by government departments. Lu Yuan's face was gloomy, and she suddenly transformed from a naive girl into a domineering vice president. She said in a cold voice, "Okay, I'll wait and see how you bankrupt my Longjin Group. Maybe before that, I will have destroyed everything you have with my own hands. We'll see." Johnson resentfully turned around, got into the nanny car, and drove away. Gao Chong and Shun Lingli watched the fight nervously from the sidelines and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Yuan leave. "I'm really afraid that this young lady will do something impulsive in anger." After all, the bodyguards around her looked eager. "Johnson, we're leaving now." Seeing a beautiful woman coming to pick up Johnson, Gao Chong and Shun Lingli tactfully walked away. Johnson and Yang Ping in the car were left. She was wearing that tank top and had delicate makeup on her face. She looked dazzling under the dim light. It was obvious that she had prepared carefully in order to save face in front of Lu Yuan. Women's competitiveness is sometimes more terrifying than men's. Johnson opened the door and got in the passenger seat. A faint body fragrance filled the entire carriage. It makes people addicted. He suddenly felt as if he was drunk and lamented that the little white bottle had a strong after effect. "Where are you going?" "I wanted you to go shopping with me, but now it's late and you're drunk, so you're not going anywhere. I've booked a room in a nearby hotel. Let's go up and chat." "Chat?" Johnson smiled. He has no interest in chatting with a sexy beauty late at night. As soon as you enter the hotel room, Johnson pulled her into a hug. The two eager hearts instantly came together. Chapter 053, Secretary Meeting. Saturday morning, sunny. Shannon County Party Committee, Lu Yong's office. Lu Yong sat in the main seat, calm and composed. The county magistrate and deputy secretary of the county party committee, Ma Ching-yuen, and the full-time deputy secretary of the county party committee, Chun Ank, sat on both sides of him. Lu Yong slowly said, "I called you two here today mainly to discuss the appointment of the first and second in command of Weishui Township. Hu Dawei has been in charge of the work for some time, and his mind is no longer on the post of Weishui Township. Therefore, for the long-term development of Weishui Township and for the harmony and stability of our Shannon County, the positions of secretary and head of Weishui Township must be decided as soon as possible, preferably today. As the top leaders of the county, we three have an unshirkable responsibility for the appointment of cadres. We must keep a close eye on the selection and ensure that we select someone who can truly serve the people, is capable and responsible, so that we can be worthy of being the county's parent official. Comrade Qingyuan, Comrade Ank, if you two have any suggestions or candidates, please bring them up for discussion." After Lu Yong finished speaking, he calmly drank a sip of water and glanced at the two of them out of the corner of his eye. As the county party secretary, if he directly stated his candidate, others would think that he was being arbitrary and did not give others a chance to speak. Therefore, every time he held a meeting with secretaries, he would let Ma Ching-yuen and Chun Ank speak first. If the two of them did not speak, he would speak next. Ma Qingyuan and Chen Ank had also worked with Lu Yong for some time and knew his habits very well. They looked at each other and smiled, but no one said anything. They knew that Lu Yong was just being symbolically polite and demonstrating his democracy. If the two of them really took the lead in proposing candidates, as Lu Yong said, it would definitely cause Lu Yong's dissatisfaction. Ma Qingyuan tactfully said, "Secretary Lu, don't keep us in suspense. Just reveal your candidate and let the three of us discuss it. As long as he is talented and can be put to great use, why wouldn't the two of us support him?" Chen Ank also smiled and said, "Yes, Secretary Lu, we have always supported you. As long as your decision does not violate the organization's principles of employment, I will fully support it." Lu Yong smiled and nodded. This was exactly the result he wanted. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Since you two don't have any candidates in mind for the time being, I will throw out some ideas and talk about them. Regarding the candidates for the party secretary and mayor of Weishui Township, after careful consideration, I propose that Johnson be appointed as the party secretary and Yangping be appointed as the deputy party secretary and mayor. Johnson has little experience. He has the advantage of age, high enthusiasm for work, and the courage to innovate. Most importantly, he once served as a secretary for the main leaders of the municipal government, and his vision and position far exceed many cadres of the same level. I want to employ him and see if his creativity can help change the poor and backward appearance of Weishui Township. If you two have any thoughts on my proposal, please speak frankly." Lu Yong nodded slightly with a smile on his face, showing that he was confident. Ma Qingyan frowned slightly, exchanged glances with Chen Ank, and then said worriedly, "Secretary Lu, it is good to use young people, but it depends on where they are used. I think Johnson is too inexperienced. The work in Weishui Township is complex and arduous, and we need an experienced comrade to take the helm. Comrade Johnson is certainly motivated, but he is obviously lacking in experience in handling complex issues at the grassroots level. As for Comrade Yang Ping, she has served as deputy secretary of the party committee for 2 years. She has adapted to the complex working environment in the village and is able to properly handle emergencies. I have no objection to her serving as the village head." Lu Yong looked like he was listening carefully and nodded continuously, but in his heart, he actually denied Ma Qingyuan's opinion. However, he was not in a hurry to show it, because there was still one person who had not expressed his opinion. At this time, Lewin saw that Ma Qingyuan had already refuted Lu Yong's proposal without any reservation, so he no longer held back and said, "Secretary Lu, County Magistrate Ma, and I basically agree with each other, except that I personally believe that Comrade Yangping is qualified to be the top leader of a township. Johnson, who previously served only as a member of the township party committee and deputy township head, would be able to convince the public if he was directly promoted to the top position. Would other cadres have opinions about this? And would it affect the prestige of the county government and the county party committee?" Faced with the two people's objections, Lu Yong appeared calm on the surface, but in fact he was not panicked at all. All of this was within his expectations. Before the meeting, he had already thought about how to deal with this double reverse situation. His expression became more solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Qingyan, Ank, I personally think that experience is important, but we must also give young people opportunities. As county-level leaders, we must have the determination and courage to use young people. Johnson has demonstrated outstanding coordination and problem-solving skills in previous poverty alleviation efforts. His new ideas and methods have brought new vitality to the development of Weishui Township, especially this time, when responding to the inspection of the Provincial Party Committee's research team. The leader of this time, Minister Lilan, spoke highly of Johnson's work. Isn't this enough to show Johnson's extraordinary ability? By the way, I would like to remind you that according to reliable sources, among the 3 counties and 9 towns inspected by the Provincial Party Committee investigation team, only our Shannon County did not receive any criticism or notice from the higher authorities. On the contrary, Johnson's pioneering adoption measure was praised by Minister Li and many provincial leaders. Doesn't this speak for itself? Ma Qingyuan and Chen Ank both showed surprised expressions. As the best among department-level cadres, their political acumen is extremely strong. What Lu Yong wanted to express implicitly was not how capable Johnson was, but how strong his background was. Dozens of cadres from 9 townships in 3 counties were given warnings and admonishments because of this investigation. However, Shangshui Village, which is backward infrastructure, was praised by its superiors because Johnson was the village cadre there. The hidden message here is self-evident. Since we're talking about the background, Ma Qingyuan seemed to have thought of something, so he spoke straight to the point. Secretary Liu, today we are talking behind closed doors, so I might as well speak directly. Director Yang of the Provincial Department of Transportation called me specifically about Yang Ping's appointment. He made it clear to me that as long as Yang Ping was promoted to the party secretary of Weishui Township, he would immediately add 100 million yuan in special project funds to our Shannon County. Secretary Liu, that's 100 million yuan, enough to build many meters of cement roads in the towns and villages of our county. Liu Yong smiled faintly when he heard the news. He did not feel that shocked because Yang Shixiang had also communicated with him about Yang Ping's issue, and the exchange terms he proposed were roughly the same. He looked at Ma Qingyuan and wanted to say to him, "Brother, you are still too young. Do you believe in the empty promises of such a person?" Damn it. As the top leader of Shannon, he had heard countless promises from provincial and ministerial leaders, but every time when it was time to implement them, they would find all kinds of excuses to delay until nothing happened. Who can guarantee that Yang Shixiang will fulfill his promise? If he drags it out year after year until the three of them have completed their terms of office and moved to other places, who will pursue this matter? The three of them are leaders, and they are good at promising things to their subordinates. Otherwise, their comrades would have no motivation to work. Then, in order to achieve their own goals, wouldn't their superiors paint a rosy picture for them? In the end, it's all just empty talk. For example, the group of village cadres in the county. They left their homes, carrying their bags on their backs, and went to poor villages to provide assistance. They shouted loudly that they were responding to the call from their superiors. In their hearts, they still want the big promise made by the county. Village cadres will be promoted first. But in the last county, among the hundreds of village cadres, more than 30 were promoted. They're all children of current leaders. Who can you go to for justice? Isn't this just because we believed the big promises made by the county leaders? Liu Yong smiled and said, "Qingyuan, you should have a clear understanding of this matter. We certainly cannot miss the fund from the higher authorities, but who can guarantee that this special fund can be smoothly transferred to our county's finances? Qingyuan, can you guarantee it? If you can ensure that this money will reach our county's finances, I can make the decision now and agree to appoint Yang Ping as the party secretary of Weishui Township." Secretary Liu, Ma Qingyuan hesitated, looking embarrassed. How could he have the ability to ensure that the 100 million yuan would reach the county treasury? Moreover, he could not make a rash statement. If things failed, his prestige as the county magistrate would plummet. Qingyuan, when we promote cadres, it is best to avoid interference from superiors. We must stick to our original intentions and serve the people. We must never appoint an incompetent or unsuitable cadre to a key position. This is the only way to live up to the sacred power bestowed upon us by the party and the people. Liu Yong's speech has a very high position and cannot be refuted. Ma Qingyuan could only nod in agreement. "Secretary Liu, what you said makes sense." At this time, Chun Enk, who had been silent all this time, saw that the game between Liu Yong and Ma Qingyuan seemed to have been decided, and immediately changed his attitude and said with a smile, "Secretary Liu's considerations are not unreasonable. We cannot deny a comrade's ability and potential simply because of his qualifications. Comrade Johnson's work achievements are obvious to all. I withdraw my previous short-sighted suggestions and support Secretary Liu's ideas." Liu Yong seemed to have expected this result and nodded at Chinek. Seeing that the two of them remained silent, it indicated that the three of them had basically reached a consensus. Liu Yong concluded, "Well, the work of Weishui Township cannot be stopped for a moment, and the task of selecting the first and second leaders has reached an imminent moment. Now that the three of us have reached a consensus, I announce that we will prepare the relevant appointment procedures in this direction. Johnson will be the party secretary of Weishui Township, and Yang Ping will be the mayor of Weishui Township. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Weishui Township to personally announce the appointment. As for the standing committee vote, I think I will put aside for now and vote on it together with other important matters." Ma Qingyuan and Chun Enk nodded in agreement. Chapter 054, A Show of Power. On Sundays, work in towns and villages is not fixed, so there is no clear rest day. Whenever there is something urgent, we have to be on call even on holidays. Johnson and Yang Ping received phone calls from Hu Dawei 1 minute apart. It was said that Secretary Liu from the county would come personally to Weishui Township to convene a meeting of all cadres and announce their appointments. So far, the two do not know what positions they will take. Yang Ping even comforted Johnson. "It's okay. When I become the boss, no matter where you are, I will take good care of you." Johnson just smiled and said nothing. In his heart, he was disgusted by her statement, which made him look like a gigolo. However, since Liu Yong had a personal conversation with Johnson last time, Johnson could vaguely feel that his position might not necessarily be lower than Yang Ping's. Township government. Small conference room on the third floor. When Johnson and Yang Ping walked into the meeting room, they found that Liu Yong had arrived before them. At this time, Liu Yong was sitting in the main seat, and Hu Dawei was standing beside him, diligently pouring tea and water for him. "Hurry up and sit down. I'll talk to you too before the formal meeting begins." According to the county party committee's research, it was decided to appoint Johnson as the party secretary of Weishui Township and Comrade Yang Ping as the deputy secretary and township head. "I hope that both of you can shoulder the heavy responsibility entrusted to you by the county party committee and lead Weishui Township onto the path of development and revitalization. I won't say any more. You two can express your opinions." Liu Yong picked up the teacup and took a sip, waiting for the two to express their opinions with a calm face. When Yang Ping heard the appointment result, she was obviously stunned for a moment, and she felt mixed emotions. The fact that she was not appointed as the top leader is secondary. The most important thing is that Johnson actually became the township party secretary. This was too shocking. For a moment, she seemed unable to accept it, staring blankly at Liu Yong and Johnson. Johnson, on the other hand, was much calmer and showed no emotion. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident and calm smile, and he was the first to speak. "Thank you for the organization's trust in me. Since such an important job has been entrusted to me, I will definitely live up to the organization's expectations and trust and devote myself to the new work with all my strength." Everyone looked at Yang Ping, who seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and quickly said, "Thank you for the organization's trust and cultivation of me. I will work hard to do my job well and strive to submit a satisfactory answer to the organization with excellent results." Although Hu Dawei was also very surprised by Johnson's appointment, he knew that Johnson was unconventional and was only surprised for 2 seconds before he regained his composure. At the cadre and staff meeting, Hu Dawei, as the meeting host, first read out to everyone the county party committee's appointment decision on Johnson and Yang Ping. Johnson as party secretary, Yang Ping as deputy secretary and township head. When the cadres and staff present at the meeting heard this appointment, they all showed an expression of disbelief. Johnson and Yang Ping, who were sitting on the left and right sides of Liu Yong on the podium in amazement. It felt like a dream. Johnson has only been here for half a year, and he has jumped from deputy township head to party secretary. This is too incredible. I originally thought Johnson was just a nobody with no background. Damn, it seems I was wrong. This guy has a complicated background. The deputy township head is directly appointed as the township party secretary. Looking at the entire Hanjiang province, this is probably the first case. Everyone was talking about it and was shocked. At this moment, even Zhao Jie, Chun Hao, and other party committee members and team members sitting on the rostrum showed surprised expressions. Zhao Jie never expected this. He thought that even if Johnson had a special relationship with Secretary Liu, at most he would be appointed as a permanent member. Who would have thought that he would be promoted directly to the top position? This is too scary. Now he no longer fantasizes about becoming the village chief. He is only thinking about how to get along well with Johnson. Because his mysterious background is so fucking scary. People's Congress Chairman Wang Changhai, Executive Deputy Township Mayor Sun Ming, could not help but glance at Johnson. They were shocked and deeply indignant at the same time. They have worked in the lowest positions in towns and villages for as long as 10 years and have extensive experience. Why should a deputy township head who has only been in office for half a year be allowed to be the township's top leader? They were extremely dissatisfied, but because Liu Yong was still there, he had to swallow his anger for the time being. After Hu Dawei introduced the two people situations, Liu Yong made a report on accelerating the industrial adjustment of Weishui Township. The content mainly involves 3 aspects. The first is to unite people's hearts and minds and strengthen the team. The second is to leverage advantages and boldly start businesses. The third is to find the right time and meet challenges head on. When he talked about concentrating efforts and strengthening the team, he said meaningfully, first of all township cadres and staff must obey the organization's arrangements, perform their duties, and do their best to cooperate with Secretary Johnson and Mayor Yongping in their work. In the next step, there will be a large-scale adjustment of the township leadership team members. Those who are capable should be promoted, and those who are dragging their feet should be demoted. At that time, the county committee will fully listen to the opinions of the township party committee and make appropriate and timely adjustments to the team. In fact, what he said was intended to warn the elderly people in Weishui Township. Tell them not to try to go against Johnson, otherwise the county will not go easy on them. Johnson was also given a magical sword, which was that he could make decisions on the adjustment of township cadres and the county party committee would cooperate. In this way, Liu Yang's implication is very obvious, and I believe most people can hear it. Those old men who were unwilling to give and were all sweating with guilt at this moment. Since their official hats were in Johnson's hands, if they wanted to go against him, they had to consider whether their backing was strong enough. After the cadres and staff meeting ended, Liu Yong did not stay for lunch and hurried back to the county party committee. Liu Yong's actions made some restless old comrades become more active. According to common sense, on the first day of the appointment of the top 2 leaders in a township, the leaders who came to announce the appointment would at least stay and have a meal together. This usually expresses respect and support for newly appointed cadres. However, Secretary Liu came and left in a hurry. What does this indicate? Is he not optimistic about Johnson's appointment? Since the county leaders don't think highly of him, I guess he won't be able to stay in Weishui Township for long. As a result, these restless people suddenly had the courage to go against Johnson. After the general meeting of cadres and staff, Johnson convened another party committee meeting and summoned all members of the Weishui Township team and all mid-level and above cadres. As the party secretary, he formally met with all middle-level and above cadres to arrange and deploy the next step of work in the township. The meeting time is set at 10 o'clock. Johnson and Yongping sat in the small conference room waiting for everyone. It was not until 9:50 that people began to enter the venue. At 10 o'clock, nearly half of the people had not entered the meeting room. In the past, when Roberto and Huda were in power, comrades were very active and usually arrived 5 minutes early. Now it's Johnson and Yongping's turn to be in charge. How dare these people be so negligent? Yongping couldn't sit still. Johnson gave her a look, asking her to calm down. It was not until 10:30 that the director of civil affairs, the director of village construction, the director of finance, the police station chief, the executive deputy township head Sun Ming, and the deputy township head Chun Hao walked into the meeting room, talking and laughing. They don't take Johnson, the party secretary, seriously at all. Johnson, who was sitting in the main seat, all showing disdainful expressions, not taking him, the secretary, seriously at all. Everyone is here. Let's start the meeting now, Yongping announced with a sullen face. As soon as she finished speaking, the director of the civil affairs office, Rong Chonglin, stood up. He is an old man in the village, in his early 50s. Relying on his deep roots in the village, he never took Johnson, the deputy village chief, seriously. Unexpectedly, even though Johnson is now the party secretary, he still doesn't take Johnson seriously. He said with dissatisfaction, "Secretary Lee, we just had a staff meeting, and you asked us to attend another meeting? You have nothing to do, but there are still many difficult things waiting for us to do. If you keep holding meetings like this, how can we carry out our work? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." Wang Xiangdong, the director of the village construction office, also stood up and complained, "The leaders of the Urban Construction Bureau are still waiting in the village for a household inspection. How can I accompany them to carry out their work after you call them together like this? If we anger the county bureau leaders, our township will have half of the dilapidated housing renovation project cut this year. How much money will we lose? Secretary Lee, can you afford it?" Finance Director Mao Xiaojun looked at Johnson with a sneer on his face. He felt extremely happy when he saw Johnson being attacked by everyone. He was nominally appointed as the director of the finance office by the township government, but was actually dispatched by the county finance bureau. If his stay or departure does not have the consent of the leaders of the county finance bureau, even the township party committee cannot replace him at will, so he has nothing to fear. Not to mention the police station chief, who is only at the deputy section level and a member of the government team. They are subject to vertical management and are directly appointed by the County Public Security Bureau. The township has no influence on their stay or departure, so they are equally fearless. Johnson laughed inwardly. Can't you sit still now? Want to give him a warning on his first day in office? He smiled and glanced at Executive Deputy Township Chief Sun Ming, Deputy Township Chief Chun Hao, and others around him. He knew in his heart that these people were the real culprits. Otherwise, how could a few section-level directors dare to openly question Johnson? Johnson smiled and said to the director of the Civil Affairs Office and the director of the Village Construction Office, Director Rome, Director Wong, you two have worked in the township for your whole lives, and it is indeed hard work. I am very touched that he is still working hard for the township affairs, even though he is almost retiring. If you feel tired and want to take a rest, I can express my opinion directly to you on behalf of the Township Party Committee. I respect your opinions and will transfer you to a less busy department at any time. What do you think? When Rong Changlin and Wang Xiangdong heard this, the expressions on their faces froze for a moment. How could they not understand the meaning of Johnson's words? It was clearly a warning to them that they could leave at any time if they didn't want to do it. They never expected that Johnson would warn them directly without considering their deep roots in the village. They were shocked. Secretary Lee, we don't mean that. I'm still in good health and can work for 2 more years. Secretary Lee, please don't misunderstand me. I said this for the development of our township. After being stunned for a moment, the 2 men came to their senses and sat down expressionlessly, still feeling uneasy in their hearts. The Civil Affairs Office and the Village Construction Office are the 2 most important departments in the township. One manages the township's poor households, low-income households, and disaster relief funds. A person who is in charge of the renovation of dangerous buildings and illegal construction in the village. So many people beg them to do things. How could they give up such a good position so easily? So the 2 of them smiled awkwardly and shut up tactfully. Johnson smiled coldly, turned his attention, and questioned Mao Xiaojun mercilessly. Director Mao, the meeting was notified to start at 10 o'clock. Why did you arrive at 10:30? Do you think that the finance office does not attach importance to government meetings because it is not directly under the management of the township government? If you have this attitude, I can tell you clearly that the building of your finance office is built on the land of the township government. If you don't cooperate with the township government, you will be useless. Tomorrow I will send someone to lock the door of your township finance office and close it down. He glanced coldly at the police station chief, Sun Chongxing, and said indirectly, any organization or individual within the jurisdiction of the township government must obey the management of the township government. If any unit refuses to accept the management of the township government, their access will be cut off and the door of their unit will be locked. I wonder who will dare to disobey the leadership of the township government in the future. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The smiles on Mao Xiaojun and Sun Chongxing's faces disappeared, and they lowered their heads dejectedly. Although they cursed in their hearts, what Johnson said was indeed not meant to scare people. The township government has the right to block their roads and also the right to block their doors. Moreover, they have no way to deal with this situation. At this moment, Executive Deputy Township Chief Lu Ming, Deputy Township Chief Chun Hao, and others looked extremely ugly. They never expected that not only did they fail to give Johnson a warning, but they were able to take advantage of the situation to win over these directors. Damn it, what a bunch of losers. They gritted their teeth and cursed inwardly, but they could do nothing. Chapter 055, The Battle Between the 2 Factions. After the meeting, Johnson returned to his office on the 1st floor. Ma Xiaoi took the initiative to find Johnson and asked with a flattering smile, Secretary, will you be taking the same office as your predecessor, or will you be assigned a new one? Ma Xiaoi has served as the director of the Party and Government Office for many years and has served several leaders. Because he is tactful and cautious, the leaders he has served have spoken highly of him. The secretary's office has always been the room next to the small conference room on the 3rd floor, and several secretaries have worked there. Ma Xiaoi knew that Johnson and Roberto had never gotten along, so she became more cautious and took the initiative to ask Johnson if he wanted to change offices. Johnson was disgusted by the fact that Roberto had used that office. Let's move to the 2nd floor. Find an empty room in the middle and simply renovate it. I will still work in my original office for the time being. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I'll have to excuse you during the renovation period. Go get busy. After Ma Xiaoi left, Zhao Jia walked in right after him. He must have been guarding Johnson's door since the meeting. As soon as he entered the door, he lowered his posture very low. Although he had a smile on his face, one could still feel the uneasiness in his heart. Secretary Lee, I'm here to apologize to you. Oh, What crime have you committed? Johnson smiled. Zhao Jie said nervously. Secretary, I was disrespectful to you before. I hope you can forgive me and forget the unpleasantness between us. In the future, I will serve you wholeheartedly. A dog's labor? Zhao Jie's metaphor is quite appropriate. In Johnson's eyes, he was just a barking dog. As to whether he has the potential to be a good horse, it remains to be verified. Johnson looked down on people like Zhao Jie who were good at changing their attitude according to the situation. If this had happened in the past, he would have been impatient and wanted to kick him out. But things are different now. He is now the top leader of Weishui Township, managing hundreds of cadres and employees. Everyone has different shortcomings. If one does not have a little tolerance, these people will soon leave him. You will be left alone with no one to implement the decisions you make. How can you expect to achieve anything? It is absolutely unwise to do this. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said without any emotion, Commissioner Zhao, you took the initiative to come to see me today, which actually makes me look at you with new eyes. Don't worry that I will make things difficult for you. As long as you do your job well, I will not blame you. I will even recommend you to my superiors if I have a chance. Just focus on your work and don't think too much about it. Johnson with gratitude. He never expected that Johnson not only did not argue with him, but also offered to recommend him to his superiors. This shocked him greatly, and he couldn't help but sigh at Johnson's broad-mindedness. Secretary, I won't say anything. Just look at my performance. Johnson smiled and nodded at him. Oh, by the way, Secretary, you haven't been in the office for the past 2 days, so the room must be dirty. I'll help you clean it. As he spoke, he walked to the wash basin rack at the door, picked up a towel, wrung it in the basin, and began to wipe the table and sofa for Johnson. At least on the surface, Zhao Jie came to apologize sincerely. Johnson smiled with satisfaction and did not stop him immediately. Only after he had wiped most of the furniture in the room did Johnson say to him seriously, Commissioner Zhao, doing your job well will make me happier than you wiping the table for me every day. Just go and do what you need to do. Zhao Jie felt much more relaxed at the moment because of Johnson's change in attitude towards him. While washing the towel, he smiled and said to Johnson, Don't worry, Secretary. As long as it is a task assigned by you, I will complete it with quality and quantity. After work, I can wipe the table and sweep the floor for you, the Secretary, and do some small things for you. I am very happy. Secretary, please go ahead and do your work. I'll go change the water for you. Zhao Jie picked up the tray and went out to fetch water. On the way, he met Shun Hao, Ma Xiaoi, and others. Everyone looked at Zhao Jie with surprise as he fetched a basin of water. Normally, Commissioner Zhao never does this kind of chores himself. What happened today? And he seems very happy while doing it. Has he really changed his personality? Everyone was surprised, until they saw Zhao Jie fill a basin with water and happily carry it to Johnson's house. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Shun Hao couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck. Traitor. Ma Xiaoi couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn it. You're stealing my job? You're leaving me with nowhere to go. 陈浩鄙视地看着赵杰得死的背影，转过头对马小艺抱怨道：“马主任，你看赵委员小人得志的样子，真他妈欠揍。Johnson 才上任，他就恨不得跪舔。” Before he could finish his words, Ma Xiaoi trotted up behind Zhao Jie and snatched the basin and towel from his hands. Commissioner Zhao, how can I let you do this kind of work? Come on, come on. Take care of Secretary Li's daily life. This is my job as the director of the party and government office. Director Ma, you should get busy. I can handle this little job. Had a disagreement over who should serve Johnson, and neither of them gave in. Shen Hao was stunned when he saw this scene. While he looked down on them, he was also a little hesitant about whether he should show off in front of Secretary Li. At this time, the executive deputy township head, Lu Ming, passed by. He glared at Ma Xiaoi and Zhao Jie unhappily, cursing them for being spineless in his heart. Although Johnson is the township party secretary, he has only been here for half a year. His foundation is so shallow and the water in the township is so complicated. How can a young boy like him handle it? It's not that he is conceited. With his strength in the village, he can easily trip Johnson and make him break his head and bleed. So he would not do such a thing to curry favor with others. He was even waiting for Johnson to visit him, the senior village chief, in person. In the evening, NPC Chairman Wang Changhai, Executive Member Lu Ming, and Shun Hao gathered together tacitly and organized a drinking party. The three of them drank 3 or 2 glasses of wine in silence. As the eldest brother, Wang Changhai sighed and said, Lu Ming, howsy? With Johnson taking office, our good days are over. There are only two possible outcomes. Either we're left alone, or he assigns us some difficult tasks to disgust us. I advise you to find your own way out as soon as possible. The reason why Wang Changhai said this is because the three of them used to be Roberto as confidants and helped Roberto suppress Johnson. Now that Johnson is in power, they are worried about retaliation. As the youngest and least experienced among the three of them, Chen Hao just shook his head and sighed after hearing what Wang Changhai said, and he had no idea what to do. Better than being tortured to death by Johnson here. But Lu Ming is different. He never took Johnson seriously. After hearing what Wang Changhai said, he was still a little angry with him, thinking that he was trying to boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige. So he sneered and said, Brother Hai, it's not like you to say such discouraging words. Wang Changhai smiled bitterly. He is the secretary, the top leader of Weishui Township, and he holds the power over personnel and finances in the township. Now, Secretary Liu has handed over our official hats to him. Tell me, how can I resist? I can't fight him, so I might as well surrender directly. Oh, brother, I think you were scared and confused. We don't have power, but Yang Ping does. Lu Ming smiled maliciously. You mean, if we can win Yang Ping over to our side, won't we have the strength to compete with Johnson? After hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Changhai and Chun Hao's eyes brightened. That's right, Yang Ping has been in Weishui Township for a long time and has always gotten along well with this group of people. As long as they could find a way to create a conflict between her and Johnson, she would naturally become a member of their camp. But what to do? The two looked at Lu Ming expectantly, wanting to hear what he had to say. Lu Ming didn't keep the secret and said directly, Doesn't Roberto's second uncle live in Lujia village? His new house was identified as an illegal building by the land department and was required to be demolished. Roberto went in before he could help his uncle sort this out. Now, the issue of demolishing his house has been put on the table again, and our township is required to execute it immediately. You all know the power of the Liu family in our Weishui Township. It is impossible to demolish their house. If we forcefully demolish it, the Liu family will definitely launch a strong counterattack, and there may even be armed resistance. This will have a huge impact on the stability of Weishui Township. Based on my observations and understanding of Yang Ping over the past 2 years, she is a conservative person, and Johnson is a radical through and through, daring to think and act, fearless and fearless. If this matter is put on their desks at the same time, let them make the decision. One is conservative and the other is radical. Do you think there will be a dispute between them? Wang Changhai and Chun Hao slapped their thighs and shouted excitedly. Needless to say, these two will fight to the death. Not only will it trigger a fight between the two, but it will also increase the Liu family's hatred for Johnson. Then we will encourage the Liu family to sue Johnson. With so many attacks from all sides, even if Johnson has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to withstand it. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Brilliant, brilliant. Chapter 56. Disharmony between the secretary and the township head. Secretary Li, Mayor Yang, this is what happened. Uncle Roberto's illegal residential land is being closely monitored by the higher-ups. It has reached the point where it must be demolished. You two decide what to do about this matter. Should we demolish it or not? I'll be at your disposal. Wang Changhai calmly reported the illegal construction of Roberto's second uncle to Johnson and Yang Ping. Inwardly, I couldn't wait to see how the two of them would disagree. Roberto's family is very large and has some influence in both the political and business circles of Shannon County. Mr. Liu, Roberto's father, had served as party secretary of Weishui Township and vice chairman of the Shannon County CPCC. He later retired as chairman of the CPPCC. He did not sit idle after retirement. Instead, he relied on his prestige in Shannon County to contact a large group of retired section-level and deputy division-level cadres. He formed a philanthropist association and obtained funding from many local businessmen and even support from the county's finances. To this day, at the age of over 70, he is still active in both the political and business circles of Shannon County. It was also because of Mr. Liu's influence in Shannon County that when Roberto made a mistake, Liu Yong not only did not investigate him strictly at the first time, but instead gave him a chance to reform. Later, if Li Lan had not pursued him closely and Peng Yutao had not given the order personally, Liu Yong would still not have dared to touch Roberto easily. Lujia village is Roberto's hometown. His second uncle Lu Tianan has been the village party secretary for more than 30 years, and Mr. Lu's status and position in the county endorse him. Lu Tianan, in Lujia village, his words are as good as gold. As long as he gives an order, men, women, young and old in Lujia village will respond positively. Therefore, demolishing his house is not difficult, but simply impossible. Johnson has also heard about these situations. Yang Ping knows in great detail. She sighed and spoke first. Johnson, the Liu family's house cannot be demolished. I think we should go to the higher-ups to use our connections to suppress this matter. Why can't it be demolished? Johnson frowned and looked at Yang Ping seriously. In recent years, as the land department has increased its supervision on the use of cultivated land, Weishui Township has to demolish dozens of illegal buildings every year. Which one of them is not the result of the hard work of ordinary people? Their houses can be demolished, but Lu's house cannot be demolished. Do the ordinary people whose houses have been demolished agree? Where is the government's credibility when it treats people differently based on their situation? Village Chief Yang, can you tell me a reason not to demolish it? Johnson's face was cold, and even when facing Yang Ping, he was still full of oppression. Feeling Johnson's serious gaze, Yang Ping's heart trembled, and she immediately understood that this was not just a private conversation between two people behind closed doors. This was work. She immediately changed her attitude, looking a little panicked. Oh, Secretary Li, what I mean is that for the stability of the entire Weishui Township, this matter cannot be rushed. Otherwise, it will bring a lot of trouble to the township. Her subtext is actually that if we mess with the Liu family, we will be in trouble. If you're afraid of trouble, why the hell do you think you are a township official? Johnson was dismissive and somewhat disappointed with Yang Ping's performance. This woman who always boasted about her strong family background still backed down when facing the local powerful people. Is this your reason? Johnson looked at her coldly. Village Chief Yang, my opinion is exactly the opposite of yours. I think that if we don't enforce the law impartially in this matter, it will have a great impact on the stability of Weishui Township. Just imagine, when the people whose illegal buildings were demolished before know that we are protecting the Liu family, what will they think? Will they go to the government to ask for an explanation? If the word spreads, everyone will come to the township government to ask for an explanation. What should we do? Yang Ping was dumbfounded. He never expected that Johnson would be so tough and uncompromising towards him. Wang Changhai sat quietly by the side, smoking silently without expressing any opinion. He watched the dispute between the two people about to become increasingly heated and felt secretly delighted. He couldn't help but sigh that Lu Ming was a man who understood human nature and was very good at judging people. Using this incident to intensify the conflict between Li and Yang really had an immediate effect. Yang Ping stared at the serious Johnson for 2 seconds. In fact, she did this entirely for Johnson's sake. He bring down Roberto, but now that he has just become the party secretary, it would have been fine if he didn't go to visit Mr. Liu, but now he is actually going to offend them? Johnson and Yang Ping were well aware of the Liu family's influence in Shannon County. With Johnson as current foundation, they were no match for them. At the very least, you'll be reported and embarrassed in the county. At the worst, you'll be forced to step down immediately. Yang Ping didn't want to see Johnson in such danger, so she suggested suppressing the matter. But she ultimately underestimated Johnson's determination. She was a little angry. His face darkened. He looked directly at Johnson and said, "Yes, those common people surrounded the township government, and it is difficult for us to deal with them. But have you ever thought about it? There are only dozens of households in the whole township whose illegal buildings have been demolished, while Lujia village has more than 700 households. When a bulldozer arrives, it will be blocked by the villagers of Lujia village without any unexpected incident. If the forced demolition succeeds, hundreds of people will be blocking the door of your Secretary Li's office the next day. Hundreds of old, weak women and children surrounded you, Secretary Li, and scolded you. What would you do?" Yang Ping was a little excited, and her voice unconsciously rose several degrees. Wang Changhai smiled secretly in his heart. Let's fight. The more intense, the better. Johnson was a little surprised. He saw some grievance in Yang Ping's eyes, but he did not hesitate, because if he hesitated for a moment at this moment, he would be defeated. He immediately retorted, "Village Chief Yang, I understand your feelings. But we can't make the wrong decision just because we are afraid of certain people. My position is very clear. The Liu family's illegal buildings must be demolished. Only in this way can we give an explanation to the tens of thousands of people in Weishui Township. Johnson, you are so stubborn. Yang Ping stood up angrily, slammed the door, and left. Wang Changhai almost laughed out loud and immediately stood up and chased after Yang Ping. Village Chief Yang, why are you doing this? No matter how difficult the problem is, we can discuss it slowly with Secretary Li. He deliberately chased Yang Ping in the corridor and shouted, just to let all the cadres and staff see that the secretary and the village head were not getting along. After chasing after Yang Ping and shouting for a long time, Yang Ping walked into her office and slammed the door shut. A smile instantly appeared on Wang Changhai's face. He knew that his plan had succeeded. He quickly returned to Johnson's room and said regretfully, Secretary Li, don't be angry. Women are impatient. This is a typical case of sowing discord. He thought Johnson would complain to him about Yang Ping. In this way, he had something to say about Johnson, and when he passed it on to Yang Ping's ears, their relationship was immediately broken. But Johnson didn't buy it at all. Let's get back to the point. Chairman Wang, you are an elder in the village. What do you think about Liu Tianen's illegal construction? Wang Changhai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Johnson to still be thinking about this matter, so he smiled and said, at first, Mayor Yang and I agreed that it would be better to cause less trouble for the township. But now after listening to what you said, Secretary Li, I suddenly agree with you. I think it will be hard to convince the public if the illegal building of the Liu family is not demolished. His words were very clever. Even if Yang Ping was present and heard his remarks, she would only transfer her anger to Johnson. Johnson nodded, but did not make a decision immediately. Gather the team members, and let's discuss this matter in detail to see if we can come up with a proper and feasible solution that can both demolish the illegal buildings and avoid bringing disaster upon ourselves. Wang Changhai nodded repeatedly, agreed, and went out to call the team members to a meeting. He laughed secretly in his heart. Johnson was still too naive. With the power of the Liu family, whoever touched the interests of his family would surely get into trouble. Besides, Johnson is the mortal enemy who brought down Roberto. Soon, all the team members except Yang Ping arrived. Wang Changhai first reported the situation of Liu Tianen's illegal construction. Then, Johnson got straight to the point and said, please share your opinions on how this matter should be handled. Because they had discussed this with Wang Changhai beforehand, the three decided to incite Johnson and vowed to make him offend the Liu family to death. So Lu Ming took the lead and said, Secretary Li, I think this incident has had a very bad impact on our township government. Many ordinary people are discussing privately that our township government is Liu Tianen's backer. So no one has dared to demolish his house. In order to eliminate this negative public opinion, my opinion is that it must be demolished. Chen Hao then said, Secretary Li, I have only been in the village for a short time, but I have also heard a lot of negative public opinion. They said that our Weishui township and the Liu family were in collusion and were corrupt for personal gain. I think it's time for the township government to use some means to restore the government's credibility. Everyone else expressed their opinions, and except Zhao Jia, they all agreed with Johnson's demolition of the Liu family's illegal building. Finally, Johnson asked Zhao Jia, Commissioner Zhao, what is your opinion? Zhao Jia chuckled, Secretary, your opinion is my opinion. I will execute whatever you arrange. Damn, this flatterer. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and looked down on him. Okay, it's settled. The illegal buildings in Lujia village must be demolished. I'll notify you later when and how to demolish them. After everyone left, Zhao Jia stayed alone. You got anything else? Johnson asked him. Zhao Jia hesitantly said, Secretary Li, there's something I am not sure whether I should say or not. Just speak up. Even if you're wrong, I won't blame you. Zhao Jia mustered up his courage and said, Secretary, you may have heard of the Liu family's background, but you may not know how powerful their family is. Roberto's predecessor as party secretary was inexplicably transferred away within a month because he dismissed Liu Tianen from his position as branch secretary. Some people say that they offended the Liu family, and some say that they blocked Roberto's way. In short, his family's methods are very evil. Secretary, I have no other intention in saying this. I support any decision you make. Zhao Jia looked a little unnatural because he didn't know whether he should say these words to Johnson. If Johnson misunderstood that he was delivering a message on behalf of the Liu family, Johnson smiled calmly. thank you for telling me this, but now that the decision has been made, we must do it. He could feel that Zhao Jie said this with good intentions, and he hoped that Johnson could think of a retreat in advance. Seeing Johnson giving him a kind smile, Zhao Jie felt a lot more relaxed. The reason why he said this to Johnson was, on the one hand, to please him, and on the other hand, he was gambling. I bet Johnson's background and connections are strong enough that even the Liu family doesn't dare to provoke him. As long as he makes the right bet and becomes Johnson's confidant in the future, won't his meteoric rise to fame be just around the corner? Chapter 057, The Liu Family's Demonstration. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The news of the forced demolition of illegal buildings soon reached Liu Tianen's ears. Johnson's office with an indignant look on his face. Are you the new secretary, Li? Johnson was disgusted by strangers who suddenly barged in. Are you okay? Liu Tianen laughed sarcastically. I heard from others that a new leader came to our Weishui township. I thought he was some kind of sacred person, but it turns out he's just a young boy. Johnson frowned and looked at him intently. Who are you?